Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here in a little bit. Get a video for the Essence program.
There is one party in the conference.
LivaNova has a long and storied legacy of delivering on our commitment to perfusionists and their patients. Our global market-leading platforms of products is founded on nearly 50 years of technology innovation. As I think about it, leadership is a responsibility, not a right. As the market leader, we take our leadership position very seriously, and we're committed to continuously raise the bar in everything we do. With Essence, we're taking the strong foundation of safety and reliability we've built with the S3 and S5 platforms and taking it to the whole next level. We're going far beyond our typical upgrade. We're not merely launching a product, but a new platform of growth.
From its inception, every aspect of the Essence perfusion system has been discussed, evaluated, and defined with perfusionists, from the smallest details of how a cabinet opens and closes to complex software data management features. We have cooperated with more than 300 perfusionists worldwide so far, and the work is not over. We continue and will continue to engage perfusionists even after its launch. We want to make sure Essence continues and to grow and remains an essential and value-adding presence in the OR. The feedback we have received has been amazing. When developing important innovations, having open and honest conversation with the user who will ultimately work with it is crucial. As of today, we are satisfied with what we have heard, simply because we have been told that our system is capable of meeting customer needs. What really surprised me was the openness and availability of perfusionists who have made their time, knowledge, and ideas available to us. They have really appreciated being involved and working with us on how we can shape Essence and in general the new era of perfusion together.
I think you've kept many of the important features that we told you in earlier versions, and that's good.
You want to show you're better. I think you've accomplished this.
It all is a great advancement. A lot sort of gone into it.
You've done it well from a perfusionist perspective, and I like what I see.
It's really exciting to see where this next generation is actually going.
I'm excited to see the finished product. I really am, and I think it's going to be well received.
Data is what allows perfusionists to unlock the potential of patient-tailored care, enable best practice, and facilitate decision-making. It is our responsibility as market leaders to support perfusionists by building a system where data takes center stage through a combination of intuitive software, accurate sensing technology, and device integration. Data will be a key driver for our future success and will allow us to really meet the needs of our patient, which inspires everything we do.
The time for action is fast approaching. It's all about focus, alignment, and accountability. We're going to support our customers differently, learn how to provide what they need, and deliver beyond their expectations. And this is just the first generation. We have a plan for a multi-generational platform that will continue to bring new features, components, and software upgrades over time.
Good morning, everyone. Thanks for joining us for breakfast this morning. I wanted to actually introduce Blake Dennison, Perfusion from Texas area. And actually, we're going to be going through our new patient monitor, part of the Essence system, one of the components that is currently in use both in Europe and the United States clinically.
Good morning, everyone. Oh, that's loud. How are you guys doing? Thanks for joining us. I see there's a lot of Florida orange juice drinkers out there. Hopefully the people at home are drinking orange juice in solidarity with the people here participating live. But we have a really cool charting challenge is what we call it for LivaNova. We're going to put two clinicians head-to-head here. There's going to be one person working the data management system, and then we got, that's Jim here, and then we got Floyd over here, who's going to be paper charting. I'm actually curious to see how many paper charters are out there in the audience by a show of hands. A good amount, right? We got, I don't know, 50%, I guess we could say. So is anybody's hospital forcing them to become a data management system user in the future? Yeah, okay. Cool. So we got, half of the half are going to be moving to data management system soon, seems like. Well, we wanted to highlight our own data management system here, and so we've got Surgeon Adam hiding in the corner over there. He's going to put us through some clinical scenarios in a second, and we're just going to go to head-to-head, friendly competition between each other. We've got Nina over here, our friend with the Clefius system. It's a great high-fidelity simulator if y'all haven't seen it before. So a lot of moving parts, but if it falls apart, we'll wing it. But I think we're going to do pretty good. But I think to start, we've got our friend Nikki here from LivaNova. She came from the other side of the planet, the United Kingdom. So she's going to walk us through some first starting information to put into the data management system. And then Floyd, you can get going with putting in your own patient information. So Floyd's got a paper chart. Floyd has a paper chart that came right off the internet, peer-reviewed, so he's getting familiar with that too. So take it away, Nikki. So Nikki's walking through the pertinent data that needs to be entered into the patient monitor. There's little orange boxes that indicate the minimum amount of information that you need to put in before you can start a case. There's endless amounts of information. Everything's customizable that you could put in. So Jim here is putting patient name, medical record number, height, weight, date of surgery, populates.
So yeah, we can enter in the date of birth. And And then if we scroll across here, we could enter in our physical information, so our height and weight for the patient.
One other piece that I didn't mention is Jim has willingly participated to give us a clinician's eye view of what he's seeing. So we got him
And then
hooked up with some goggles here that can really put you in the place of what the perfusionist is seeing. And hopefully we can demonstrate that you're not taking your attention away from your circuit, your patient, and looking around the room to, paper chart, capture all the things you need to capture. Everything's in line. Everything is ergonomic right with your viewpoint, and you can be safer as a clinician.
So on here we can see our timers. So we have our CPB timer, our cross-clamp time. So when you start these, see those come through to the data management system. We have our event entry within the system. So we have here some generic events. So things like the warming, flow down events. Within here we have the lab events, so the lab withdrawal events, so we can enter the blood gas withdrawal time, the ACT time. Within here we can enter in our drug events within the system. So we can click on the events and we can enter the different dosages for the system, and we have preset events in there for the drug entry. You'll always see your event entry within the chart, but also then within your table view as well. To see the withdrawal events, so we can come to the table in here. So when the withdrawal events are entered, so let's put in the blood gas. Here you can see those within the table. And then to enter the blood gas, we can click into the event, and then you can enter in the details for the blood gas that come in. We have in here some of our quality indicators. So within here, you can set some thresholds for some of the parameters that you want to manage during the case. And in here, we have a nice goal-directed perfusion view as well. So you can see the goal-directed perfusion parameters within a chart and table view within the system.
One of the best things about the goal-directed perfusion is that you can set these parameters based on what the surgeon wants or what you want as a clinician. You can say, I don't want my DO2 to go below 270 throughout the case. If you start trending down on that curve, it will actually alert you with a visual indicator, and you can address it in real time during the case. You can keep yourselves accountable as a team, looking back at past data and things like that. So we can revisit that at the end of the case and see how it goes. But
if we need to enter reminders, we can enter reminders into the system. So we can enter in here, we can set some custom reminders during the case. And you'll see any reminders on the bar at the bottom of the screen. We can start also a cardioplegia. So when you start cardioplegia on the system, so if we start on the S5, the cardioplegia event will be automatically populated within the data management system. And when we stop the cardioplegia, you'll see the cardioplegia event highlighted at the bottom of the screen. And you can go in and you can enter the details of the cardioplegia, and you can fill in the cardioplegia details. Okay.
So just a note here, Jim, this is the first time you're really getting to play with this thing today. So it kind of illustrates how intuitive this is once you start using it, and how quickly a clinician can come up to speed on it. And I wonder how we're doing on time. So we got Floyd over here. He's got his paper chart still working. Okay. Dr. Adam, how are you on your cannulation? Getting close? Okay. All righty. Nikki, anything else we need to run through before we get started?
No, I think we're done.
Okay. So that little demonstration just showed how quickly you can get up and running and kind of visually where everything lies on the circuit. So we'll let Jim take a second to actually input that information, and then we'll get going. Jim over here is still checking boxes, looks like. Flipping through multiple pages to get there. Dr. Adam, you want to take it away? I think we're ready to get on bypass here in a second.
Let's go ahead and heparinize, please. How much are you giving? Let me know when you have a blood gas and an ACT, please.
I think before we get started, one other piece I think that we want to do is maybe ask some audience participation if we could get a couple timers from the audience. I think if there's a Team Floyd person over here that could possibly, anytime he takes his attention away from the circuit and is charting, we could have that. Anybody over here can start a timer for me? And then when he looks back to his patient, you can stop the timer. And we'll just keep a on, off running tally. And is anybody, Team Jim over here? Dan? Okay. This clinical scenario will only take maybe 4 or 5 minutes, but you know, we'll see how we land at the very end. So heparin's in, suckers are on, guys, I hope. You probably have a blood gas and an ACT populating up there pretty soon. Looks like we're running 260 seconds and counting. Cannulas are going in a second.
We have an adequate ACT to go on. All right, let's go on bypass, please. Cool to 30, please, or to 32, please. All right, let's get ready to clamp, please. Slow down. Clamps on. Back up, please.
So Adam told me he was a fast surgeon, but he's a really fast surgeon, I think. So we're on bypass. We, you know, I think when we get on, we kind of want to make a entry into our, you know, how we're doing on bypass, our hemodynamics, maybe see what our first blood gas looks like. We're cooling down all at the same time. A lot of moving parts right at the beginning, right? You guys have all been in cases that last 20 minutes in totality, and it's just a complete race against time.
In my defense, you said make it realistic.
He's got a good cadence. He's not mad, at least. You know, we got. So, Nina, if you want to pop a blood gas up there, we can mark that down. So Jim here's just working his way through he's made a mark on his patient monitor and said that a blood gas is coming into the system pretty soon here. He's got real-time data running across the patient monitor. Maybe hard to see, a little grainy up there, but it's capturing everything he needs to see. Floyd's over here charting like a maniac. Team Floyd, I like it. Blood gas results are up on the screen. Got to write those down for sure. So Jim's over here checking his blood gas table. And Jim, that would normally populate up. I think we're just having a miscommunication with the Califia, but you know. So you would make a mark on your screen, and then it would automatically populate that data in there, and that's all you have to do. You can go back and reference it later if you need to. Floyd, how you doing? Have you got all your blood gas results yet? Okay, so we're still waiting on Floyd here. That's okay. Adam, if you want to. So what do we need to do? Cross clamp. We're cooled down. Got 32 degrees, hanging tight. Now we're moving on to the next step.
So let's give antegrade cardioplegia, please. A liter.
So heart's quiet there, looks like. We got all the data being captured for Jim over here. It goes automatically into the system. How much he's given, how fast he's given it, the temperature, all the good stuff. Floyd is furious Floyd, charting over here. There's a timer right there if you want to hit your cardioplegia timer too. Yeah, perfect. Yep. So how are we looking? Is that leader in yet, guys?
All right, let's give 500 a retrograde, please. How long since we went on?
I think we've had to both make up a time. We didn't.
All right,
okay,
thank you.
there we go.
Let me know when the retrograde's in. Sure, yes, please.
So for Jim over here, it's minimal effort, right? He's got everything he needs aligned and automatically populating into the system, so he can be really in total control of the patient. He's not diverting himself from, you know, the clinical needs at the moment. Everything is nice and easy for him.
Thank you. We're going to check another gas, please.
Floyd, how you looking? It looks legible, I got to give you that, so that's good. Your handwriting's better than mine, I will say. So we got another blood gas up, we've got to chart that. So once again, Jim's back to home base. He hit a blood gas, saw the results come across, he validated them in the system, and they're in his chart now. He's back to taking care of his level, his patient, and giving drugs, all the other crazy things that happen during a case that we can't demonstrate here. Communication with anesthesia and the surgeons is happening constantly. Floyd, how you doing? Still working through a gas? I think you're in a good spot though. You got a couple gases charted, a couple times charted. That's good.
Yeah. How long since the last dose of Plege?
So yeah, we're still learning here for sure, but so these are all your quality indicators, right? These are the things that are populating. But you should have a. Usually there's a timer down at the bottom down there. I don't think we hit it to initiate it, but there should be a count up timer that will tell you since your last dose in there.
All right, so flow down, please. I'm going to take the clamp off. Clamps off. Back up, please.
So Jim here, he hit a low flow per surgeon, and then you can get out of it just as quickly, right? Yeah. Click there, exit that. Perfect. Floyd, how you looking? Riding away, he says. Okay, so got the clamp off, heart started back up, looking good. Patient's happy, surgeon's happy, I hope. Clinician's happy.
All right, so let's fill up and come down to half flow, please. Go ahead and fill a little more. Come down to a liter, please. You can go ahead and come off. And yeah, you can go ahead and start protamine, please. And they told me to be a little bit testy, so no, you cannot turn the pump suckers off. That's as much testy as I have in me. So while these guys are wrapping up, I took a sales job with LivaNova about 5 years ago, and like a lot of us here, I came to this meeting and ran into some old perfusion school friends that I haven't seen in 20 years, and I volunteered them for this exercise. So I think my turn to the dark side is now complete. So thanks to Floyd and Jim for participating. So.
Okay, cool. Well, that was a super fast case, as we said. Whoops. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Nice job. So our timers. Maybe we could go over how we did. Do you know how much the total duration of the thing was? Maybe 6 or 7 minutes, right? 9.5. Okay. There are timers out there. Okay. And Floyd, how did Floyd do? 3.5 minutes looking at his chart while on bypass. So about 30% of the time, right? Just under 2 minutes. Okay. So, extrapolate that over 3-hour bypass run. It's quite a big difference, right? A long time looking away from your patient, your chart, the thing that matters in the operating room. But I think even with a quicker demonstration or more familiarity with the case and the data management system, you'd be able to really navigate it very easily as you go. So I really do thank our participants. That was really great. Thank you, Floyd and Jim. Y'all are awesome. But yeah, so to circle back, I think like the things at the end of the case, when you get into your quality indicators, the surgeon could potentially come up at the very end and say, what was up with the blood pressure the entire time? Were we above where we thought we were going to be? Or one of the other major features that I wanted to point out during the case is there's a function called the laser function on our data management system. So you press your finger in a long press like that, and it gives a line in the sand here, and you can scroll across through time frames, and you can see the data points at different time frames. So if during the case a clinical scenario comes up, you know, the NIRS are dipping down, the pressure is dipping down, you can really pinpoint exactly when something changed and try to remedy and go back. So I think that's a really powerful feature, especially for the Connect users out there where you just get a single box with the data, but it's not manipulatable, right? You just kind of get in there and you get what you get. Everything is highly customizable. You can move through the different parameters and really capture everything you need to capture. But Nina, thank you. Great job as well for the Califia people. So I think that concludes our charting challenge. You can see that kind of the power behind a data management system is really high, especially when you get familiar with it. But just a 5-minute demonstration, you can really have a lot of tools at your disposal. But I really invite people to come up if they want to come look at it. Otherwise, we'll move this over to the floor, and you guys can really get a hands-on session there. But if you guys don't have any questions, or feel free if you do, happy to take them. But Floyd. So at the very end of the case, there's a report that can be created that is customizable also. So all the things you want to capture would be in essentially a paper chart form like you were doing, but more legible, obviously, and a lot more comprehensive. You can take, every 15 seconds if you want a snapshot of where stuff is. And you can transfer that stuff to Epic or any other management system. What's that? I couldn't hear it.
Is the interface with the anesthesia monitor Bluetooth or hardwire?
It's all hardwired, yeah.
All hardwire?
Yeah. So that's a good point. There are a multitude of devices around the operating room that we all love and use from different vendors. It'll plug into our system and capture that data. Yeah. But it comes in really helpful, like I said, with the NIRS monitor, the pressures coming across, and you can use that laser function, as I said, to kind of judge where you're at in a case. Okay, cool. Well, thank you everyone for participating and coming to see us. We really appreciate it. I hope you're a LivaNova customer in the future if you're not already. But please feel free to stop by the booth if you have any questions, and we'll help you answer them, okay? Yep. One question. Yes. The question was, does it interface with the Quest? And yes, the answer is yes. So there's a lot of, we have a full-blown testing facility where we bring in different devices and we make sure that their compatibility is up to par with our system. Yeah. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm Kristen Irwin-Kraus, and I'm going to be your moderator this morning for the Friday morning session. Good morning. Can you hear me better? I'm Kristen Irwin-Kraus, and I'm going to be your moderator for the Friday morning session today. Thank you, LivaNova, for sponsoring the breakfast this morning and for allowing us to see your new Essence charting system. There is one schedule change from what's printed in our program. Dr. Bardos is not going to be joining us this morning. However, we are looking forward to seeing him in person next year, so that will be exciting. A few other housekeeping things this morning. Don't forget to sign up for BLS today if you would like to renew that. It's a great opportunity to go ahead and get that taken care of while you're at the meeting. We also have time slots for this afternoon's crisis management session. We will be having a lunch sponsored by Perfusion.com following the morning sessions. Also, the marble game contest the winner will be announced after Summer's presentation tomorrow, and you must be present if you would like to win. Going along with that, you need to add transonics and Griffles to your answer that you turn in. There have been some questions about CME availability, and that will take about 2 weeks for those to be completed and certificates to be issued following the end of the meeting. So have some patience, and we will be getting those out to everyone. Finally, we have some beautiful artwork out front that everyone has seen by the registration desk. And if you are interested in purchasing any artwork, you can stop by and talk to Marco Paluzzi, who is at the registration desk this morning, and I'm sure he would love to discuss his art with you. This morning we have a new session for this year, which is about growing, learning, and changing. And really the idea was to focus on new considerations, practice guidelines, questioning current techniques, just a way for all of us to continue to look at our practice and how we can continue to grow and change and push that forward. Our first speaker this morning will be Dr. David Fitzgerald. Dr. Fitzgerald is currently a professor and division director for the Cardiovascular Perfusion Program at the Medical University of South Carolina. And prior to his role at MUSC, he was the director of perfusion services for the Inova Fairfax Hospitals in Falls Church, Virginia. His interests in perfusion education include blood management, patient safety, and human factors, as well as high-fidelity simulation. In addition, Dr. Fitzgerald has volunteered for many perfusion organizations. He has held many positions with AMSEC specifically, including serving as past president. Please welcome to the podium Dr. David Fitzgerald.
Start a little early, I'll go get him.
Morning, everybody. Yeah. All right, well, good morning. I was running to the restroom before I was supposed to start at 9 o'clock, and I heard everybody applauding, so I started walking over and see Luke coming out trying to find me. It's great to see everyone. I know that sounds a little cliche, but after the last 2 years of what we've been through, it's really exciting to see, everyone. Perfusion's such a small knit community, and in many ways we're family. There's one level of separation in Perfusion, right? And with Kevin Bacon, there's 6, but with Perfusion, there's 1. If I don't know who you are, then one of my friends does. And it's just so refreshing to be able to see everyone again. So thank you, Susan and Bill and Luke and the rest of the planning committee for inviting me to present to you today. And presenting on a topic that, obviously is very near and dear to us in terms of blood management. And over the years, the last 14 years, we've really become key stakeholders in developing clinical practice guidelines on the management of blood in cardiac surgery. So what I want to spend my time with today is talking to you about the most recent 2021 STS, SCA, AMSECT, and Society in the Advancement of Blood Management patient blood management clinical practice guidelines. Talk to you a little bit about the methodology and how we develop those guidelines, review some of the recommendations, and then I want to end with some take-home messages, some things that we can do to help with their implementation at the local level. It's one thing to spend a lot of time creating these documents and pushing them to publication, but it's another thing in terms of how they're disseminated, and how they wind up in the hands of the people who are affecting change at the local level. But with that said, and I appreciate Floyd and Jim this morning being on the spot and, showing us their CPB prowess early in the morning during the conference. I'm sure that's not what they expected when they signed up to come to this meeting. I know that's probably the largest audience I had ever, had to pump in front of. But nonetheless, I want to shift gears a little bit and perhaps get you guys involved. So I have some ARS questions here, and hopefully this poll is activated. Now, if you see at the top of the screen, you can participate in this poll via one of 2 ways. The first one being if you just opened up your browser on your app of your phone, and if you go to pollev.com/DaveFitz, that will activate you into the survey. Or if you just send a text message to 37607 with just Dave Fitz, you can do it through your messaging services as well. So I'm going to let this play out for a few moments just to make sure that everyone has time to participate. I want to see what the denominator is. And I also understand that there's about a 20-second delay in the virtual audience. So if I leave this up a little longer, that's only for the purposes of making sure we get engagement from our virtual members. So the first question is, are you a coffee drinker or a tea drinker? I love watching how these things change. It's like the horse race, and it will tell me not only a little bit about you, but perhaps how much caffeine you've had now that we're approaching the 9 o'clock hour. And we always have a few that don't drink either. We'll let this play out just for a moment. So there'll be a couple questions like this just to make sure that people are able to log in, there aren't any technical issues. And then, I will ask you some questions about you or the impact of the guidelines, particularly on your practice. So we'll give this just a few more seconds to play out here. 44 so far. Looks like tea's falling by the wayside here, so a lot of coffee drinkers in the audience. I think I've become impervious to coffee, being a perfusionist for many years, just like I'm sure some of you can drink a cup of coffee and then go right to bed. Okay, so looks like about 53, 55, get some last second responses here, great. I'm going to go ahead and go on. That might be our virtual audience now that's connecting on. But I'm going to go ahead and go to the next question, which is, do you prefer cats or do you prefer dogs? Or are you not a pet person? How about both? You can't have both. You see how I bias this, Luke? Yeah. You have to pick one over the other. Dogs or cats? So far, we look like coffee-drinking dog lovers. In full disclosure, I have 2 dogs myself, and I'm allergic to cats, so if I prompted this question with any bias, now you know why. Okay, 75, we're getting there. All right, the last test question here for you is, do you like burgers or do you like tacos? Burgers or tacos? So I am in full disclosure, a fish taco enthusiast. If I gauge the effectiveness or how good the quality is at a restaurant based on how well they make their fish tacos, whether it's breaded or unbreaded, mahi, cod, even shrimp, you name it. We love fish tacos where I work and live in Charleston. Okay, good. So we're a bunch of burger-eating, dog-loving coffee drinkers. I like it. I probably fit in that category as well. All right, so that being said, what I want to ask of you now are specific to the guidelines. So let me know if you're aware, first, that the STS guidelines for blood management exist. At least the 2021. You've probably seen the former iterations, but are you aware that the newest revision of the STS guidelines was published just about at this point last year? So it's been published for about a year now. This is also going to help me too in terms of the direction of this presentation as I go through some of these recommendations. If the majority of you know these guidelines exist, then I'll spend less time, of course, talking about them and more about potentially facilitating implementation. And yes, it's okay to be unsure. All right, so it appears as if 2/3 of us, at least in the audience, and those participating virtually, are aware that those guidelines were published. And please note that this is all anonymous, it's de-identified. I don't know who you are, so if you can answer truthfully here. Well, we have an error. Well, no, I guess not. Have you read them? So you know they exist, at least 2/3 of you do. Have you actually read the document? Okay, so a majority have it. So it's what that says to me is that we don't really have a problem in terms of the messaging to let you know they're available. Perhaps what we need to do is a better job of facilitating engagement, right? That these, this is how this document can be interpreted and potentially applied at your level. Okay, 2 more, and I promise I'll let you put the phones down. So this one is, was a discussion had at your institution, whether it was just in your perfusion department or as part of your larger cardiac service line, about the guidelines, that these guidelines were published, they were multidisciplinary, they were co-published across 3 journals. So they were published in JECT, they were published in Anesthesia and Analgesia, and they were published in the Annals of Thoracic Surgery. And the purpose of doing that is to make sure that all the members and key stakeholders of the operating room all had access to that particular document through their own respective journals. Okay, so this answer is kind of aligning with reading the document, right? A majority of us haven't had the opportunity perhaps to discuss these as part of a larger team. And part of the emphasis that you'll see in this document, it was really designed to be multimodal but multidisciplinary. Everyone has to be a key stakeholder. There's not one home run therapy in there that says, hey, if I do retrograde autologous prime, we'll never need to give blood again. It's more of a combined multi-pronged approach in how we challenge blood management. Very last one here. My team made practice changes according to the 2021 guidelines. And I presume I probably have a good answer as to what this is going to result in. But again, it's one thing to create these documents. You know, I was fortunate enough to serve with Al and with Rob Baker, with Tim Dickinson, to be the representatives of perfusion in these guidelines when this task force was developed. And it's one thing to spend the time to create them, but they really need to be written in a way in which they're actionable, right? That you can take these recommendations and, you know, consider applying them at your institution. If they're just nothing but a bunch of words, they're really not going to have the impact. And, you know, this particular document, as you see, is 3 years in the making. So it's refreshing to know if you know, these are written, is there an opportunity to see those positive impacts made at the local level? So majority of us haven't made practice changes, which is, I'm not necessarily saying it's bad. Perhaps you've made changes based on the 2007 and the 2011 guidelines, and this was really either a way to confirm what you're doing or at least for you to reconsider the things that potentially you're not doing. So I don't have to talk to you about blood transfusions. They're life-saving modalities, of course. You know, when we transfuse blood, it's for the purpose of improving the quality of care in the patients that we serve, but also have to be very mindful that they're not, it's not an innocuous procedure, and it carries with it inherent risks, as you know, with infections, prolonged length of stay, increased morbidity, and so, you know, it's almost kind of that damned if you do, damned if you don't thing, right? Is it better to, you know, if the patient needs to be anemic, is it better to be anemic, or is it better to transfuse them while anemic? Well, if we can avoid both, that would be great, but in some instances, that's not possible, right? So we have to identify when people receive blood, is it because they really need the blood, or is this more of a discretionary usage? Are we using, you know, the best available evidence to determine who best benefits from a blood transfusion, of an allogeneic blood transfusion? And as cardiac surgical clinicians, you know, we're big consumers of the blood donor pool. We consume about 20% for our cardiac surgical population. And the availability of blood waxes and wanes regionally. We had seen during COVID that there were pretty severe restrictions in terms of the blood availability because, you know, people weren't able to get out there to donate blood. And even though that our cardiac surgical volume had been decreased because of the COVID-19 infection, had it not been, we would have run out of blood in many of these parts of the country. They were just working on, you know, just a few days of available supply to treat patients. And that was one of the things that we worried about in the beginning when we were going to put patients on ECMO, that, gosh, you know, do we actually have the blood available to treat them if they become coagulopathic? And we also know that there's a lot of variability in terms of how blood's transfused. And these are just 2 studies. They're several years old right now, but they're looking at a fairly homogeneous population, which is isolated CABG, right? This is probably the most homogeneous population that we serve in cardiac surgery, primary isolated CABG procedures. And as you can see here from the Bennett and Guerrero paper, there was variability in terms of red blood cell transfusions from 7 to 92.8%. Some programs were transfusing as low as 7% of their patients when others were almost 100%. So, you know, conventional wisdom says, well, it's because my patients are older, my patients are sicker, they need to have blood. In many cases, that might be true. But when they adjusted for things like geographic location, they found that to be statistically significant. So based on the area that the hospital serves, there's a difference in transfusion rates. Or the academic status, if you were a university hospital versus a community hospital, or even the hospital volume, smaller versus larger hospitals, there were differences in transfusions. However, if you combine all these factors, it only accounted for about 11% of the total variability in transfusion. So there are other factors that are present that perhaps we're not sensitive to. And it's not just endemic to the United States, this happens worldwide. So the whole goal of clinical practice guidelines is for us to develop systematic statements to assist you and I and everyone else as practitioners in making the appropriate decisions on when should we transfuse, when should we consider transfusing, or what some of the things that we can do to potentially reduce somebody's risk of receiving a transfusion. And it's really important, if you were to look at this Venn diagram here to the right, that this isn't cookbook medicine. This isn't, I have to go based on this recommendation and I have no input whatsoever in terms of my clinical expertise or what our experience has been. It's actually a combined approach where we want to find ourselves, if we're practicing evidence-based medicine, to be somewhere in the middle here. What does the guidelines tell us? What does the best available clinical evidence tell us? What does our clinical expertise say? And then what are the values and the principles for the patient and their preferences? If we can combine all those elements, then we're more likely to have an evidence-based, best practice approach to blood management. So, and we have plenty of tools that are available. It's, blood conservation guidelines are really still in their infancy, but now they've been available since 2007. So the landmark publication in the Annals, which is the most cited document in all of the annals of thoracic surgery, are blood conservation guidelines. And in 2007, the landmark document that was published consisted of 57 unique recommendations on cardiac surgical blood management. And this was co-authored by members of the STS and the Society of Cardiothoracic Anesthesia. But since then, there was an update in 2011. Other societies, both here in the United States and abroad, developed their own clinical practice guidelines for blood management. So now we're 14 or 15 years into this. We have an abundance of data to reflect on, to determine for ourselves how can we take these guidelines and create protocols that are specific to our programs. And I think it speaks to ensuring that we understand how these documents can help us. So after that 2007 set of standards, this was a survey that was sent out to perfusionists and anesthesiologists across North America. So there are about 1,400 respondents. And the questions were the similar questions that I asked of you in the ARS is, did you read these documents? And then 2, were these documents successful in instituting change at your facility? And you can see, based on the results, this was 3 years after the publication of that document, that about 20 to 25% of the perfusionists and anesthesiologists said, yeah, we had a discussion about it, and yes, we made change. So it was a minority. So to us, as people that spend, some of their volunteer time in serving in these guideline writing groups, it really told us that we need to do better. We need to do better at getting the message out. We need to do better at creating tools to facilitate their adoption. And 3, we need to be responsive in how we do that, how quickly we can update these documents, because the last thing you want is to be using guidelines and standards that are 15 years old. So this is an investment of time and resource to continually improve and update these documents as new published information becomes available. So as I said, after that 2007 publication, in 2011, they updated the document, and this time they included perfusionists. So after that 2007 document, there was a letter to the editor of the Annals to say, hey, it's great that surgeons and anesthesiologists are working together now. This is great, but you're missing a pretty important person in the operating room that influences blood management. It's the perfusionist. So they were very open to inviting perfusionists. So there were several perfusionists from our community that participated in the 2011 document. Not only does it make it more comprehensive, but there's representation that now can go back and speak to their organizations. And so this was updated in 2011, and then several years had gone by. And so when the STS decided to update this document in 2018, they went by the same process, but they even wanted to be more inclusive. Now they involved not only these 3 societies, but the Society in the Advancement of Blood Management, which is a professional nonprofit organization that has a multidisciplinary membership of key stakeholders all focused on blood management. So the structure of how this document was designed This is a pretty exhaustive process, and the STS fortunately has the resources to be able to assist, because with surgeons and anesthesiologists and perfusionists who are all volunteering for this work, the amount of time that we can put into it is fairly limited, because we all, have our own respective responsibilities with our positions. And so they had 2 full-time people from their headquarters working to help facilitate, to do all the literature searches, collect the documents, provide the documents in a systematic review, so it was easy for us to be able to synthesize. So they developed these PICO questions. If you're not familiar with what a PICO question is, it's a question that's systematically designed that includes the patient, what types of patients are we looking for, what the intervention is, what are we comparing, a comparator, and what the outcome is. So it helps us in terms of directing our literature search. And so after these 11 PICO questions that were related to cardiac surgery were developed, the initial literature search brought back about 1,200 papers. We were fortunate enough to be able to filter those down based on whether or not, it was specific to cardiac surgery, whether or not there was a clinical outcome marker reported. And so what we wound up with is about 87 papers that really provided the framework. So what you'll see in this document, if you haven't read it already, is there's 23 new or updated recommendations. So a far cry from the 57 or the 61 in the previous documents. However, there were also a series of recommendations that were voted on that weren't really part of the evidence base, but we thought were pretty important to ensure that this was still pretty comprehensive. And so as we go through these, you'll see the topics that are here. Of course, perfusion interventions is our wheelhouse, right? So these are the things that we can do directly in order to help with blood management. But I think what you'll see in these bullet points is that it's an entire continuum of care. From the time the patient enters the hospital to the time that they're discharged, everyone is a member and a key stakeholder in blood management. How many times have you been so frustrated that, you want to be evidence-based, you want to make sure that only the patients that need blood get them, but your patient comes into the operating room with a starting hematocrit of 25. There's not a lot you can do there, right? To use a crude analogy, you can't get blood from a stone, right? There's only so many techniques that we can employ to avoid a blood transfusion, of course, unless we drop our trigger to 15%. And so it really starts the moment that the patient comes into the hospital. Minimizing phlebotomy, ensuring that we can try to optimize red cell mass. If they're really anemic, could they be delayed potentially with some iron and EPO supplementation to bring up their hematocrit? What are the risks involved in doing that? So, and over here to the right, this was a paper by Vic Ferraris and colleagues in 2015, this was a database through the American College of Surgery, looking specifically at their quality improvement database. And this was about 470,000 patients. And they found that, the patients that had the highest mortality and morbidity were those that were both anemic and transfused. So, is it better to, avoid anemia or to transfuse, or is it better, to be anemic and not to transfuse? Sometimes we don't have the ability to make that decision when they're profoundly anemic, but, again, it gets back to this, I'm damned if I do, I'm damned if I don't. So, and what also changed in 2021, different from 2011, is the structure of the classes and the recommendations. And so this was an update that was made through the American Heart Association, American College of Cardiology. And what you'll see here is traditionally for classes or strengths of evidence, you'll see class 1, class 2A, class 2B, and class 3. What you'll see now is that there's class 3 has been stratified to either, no benefit whatsoever or actually harm. So if you see a class 1 recommendation, that's a pretty strong indication that you should consider doing this, right? So you can see up there the benefit clearly outweighs the risks of doing it. A class 2A would say, yeah, the benefit outweighs the risk, to some extent. A class 2B says, yeah, the benefit's, probably outweighs the risk here. But when you get to class 3, you can see, well, there's no clear benefit over the risks. And even in class 3B now, you can see, yeah, the risk actually outweighs the benefit of doing this. One of the ways that I think traditionally we've looked at this when these guidelines become available is that, let's look at the class 1s and 3s first. The ones said we should really be doing this, and if we're not, let's talk about why. The class 3s say we shouldn't really be doing this, and if we are, let's talk about why we need to stop. I think what's left to the interpretation of the end user is, what do you do with the 2As and the 2Bs that are, not as strongly in one direction one way or another? So I think those are some of the things that are open to interpretation at your facility. And then the other thing, too, is this time around, we had the benefit of using registry data. So when you see a level A recommendation that says, this recommendation is supported by multiple randomized controlled trials that have been performed, and they're high-quality randomized controlled trials, and they're meta-analyses, and there's a lot of evidence in the literature base to support it. Level B would say, you might have a randomized controlled trial, but a lot of great observational studies. And level B and R is new, that says, there's great observational studies. They're not randomized. And, now we can use registry data. So the STS registry has millions of patients in it. And perfusion registries now have hundreds of thousands of patients in them. And what can we take from that data to help us in terms of answering questions about the care of patients in cardiac surgery? And then level C is a lot of, limited data with, perhaps weak studies or even expert opinion that, there aren't going to be many randomized controlled trials that show that jumping out of an airplane without a parachute is bad for you, right? No IRB is going to approve a study where people, we're going to have this group jump out of an airplane with a parachute, this group not have a parachute and jump out, and let's see what the outcomes are at the bottom, right? You're not going to get that study. We don't need to do a randomized controlled trial to say that parachutes are effective. So in many cases, you'll see it might be just expert opinion. So I know this is a little bit of eye candy and hard to read. These were the previous recommendations that were revisited, not part of our evidence base so much, but voted on by the group. So we did series of rounds of voting each time that we reviewed this. So I guess the one thing that I just want to point out here is modified ultrafiltration. So in the 2011 guidelines, modified ultrafiltration was a class 1A recommendation. It says, for adults, you should really be doing it. However, in the 2021, it's a class 2B. So you might want to consider it, but it's hard to see a clear benefit. So you would ask yourself, well, why is there such a change? Well, part of the change is, there might have been meta-analyses that were conducted, but the heterogeneity of the study designs, weren't very good, that the sample sizes of these studies were fairly small, and it actually included some pediatric patients. And as we know, MUF is really popular in pediatrics, however, not so much in adults. And so the group thought it was warranted to back that recommendation back to a 2B. And I don't know, by show of hands, does anyone do MUF here for adults? Okay, so for those in the virtual audience, no one raised their hand except for me. I don't do it. I was just, trying to play along here. But oftentimes you don't have an adult cardiac surgeon that wants to wait that long to give protamine anyway, unless you're the surgeon that was up here asking for protamine with pump suckers, but I'll have to talk to him later in the hallway. Okay, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through each bullet point, maybe picking a couple out, perhaps things that have changed over time. So these are the preoperative interventions, right? The things that happen before you see the patients in most cases. A couple of the things that I'll point out here is that for patients that are already anemic, that are red cell mass depleted, there are some recommendations that are 2A level to suggest, either some level of iron therapy or erythropoietin stimulating agents. when possible, to try to stimulate red cell mass. Probably more evidence in the combined approach than using just iron alone. And the other thing I think is important here is minimizing phlebotomy, right? You know, if a patient spends 3 days in the hospital as an inpatient before they come down for surgery, you know, how many blood draws are taken? You know, it might seem like a little bit when they pull the sample or they waste some, but over 3 days, you know, that can become more cumulative of an effect. Or if they have an, you know, if they have an IV that's inserted, you know, you always have to see the drip chamber running, right, so that the patients become hemodiluted when they're in the hospital. Antiplatelets, so we're seeing a lot of usage of dual and single antiplatelet therapies, and for us in the audience here, many of our patients have to wait for some of those ADP receptor, you know, P2Y12 blocking agents to reverse or to wane before we can operate on them. So you can see there's a strong class 1 recommendation for waiting 3 days for ticagrelor, Brilinta, clopidogrel or Plavix for 5 days, and then prasugrel Effient for 7 days. But that's not always feasible to wait if they're emergent. So the next recommendation that you see here, which is a 2A, is or the third one down, I'm sorry, is laboratory or point of care testing. So do you do platelet function testing or some type of viscoelastography to be able to identify whether or not they're still inhibited, you know, with ADP receptor agonists, you know, to determine whether or not it would be safe to be able to operate if you're unable to wait. This is an update from 2011 because we're seeing much more usage of, you know, the dual antiplatelet therapies as opposed to what was happening, you know, circa 2009. Preoperative anticoagulants, same thing. You know, we're seeing more patients now with novel non-vitamin K oral anticoagulants, such as dabigatran, which is an oral direct thrombin inhibitor, as well as some of our factor 10A inhibitors. And subsequent to that 2011 document, now in the marketplace are actual antidotes or reversal agents if we're inclined to have to reverse those. So those have become commercially available, I think, since 2015. And if it's not available, you know, as an antidote, perhaps even considering prothrombin concentrates. So we're seeing a lot of mixed and concentrated isolated factors for reversal. Pharmacologic agents, again, lysine analogs like tranexamic acid, aminocaproic acid, Amicar are class 1 level A recommendations, a lot of solid evidence in their usage. Even tranexamic acid used for off-pump cabbage surgery, which I found interesting. And then a statement here with a class 2B, a weaker recommendation for the use of desmopressin DDAVP for patients with von Willebrand's disease. Blood products and derivatives, more recommendations here, of course, with regards to antithrombin concentrates. So if your patient in the operating room is unresponsive or not strongly sensitive to heparin, you know, you give the heparin, ACT comes back below 400 seconds, you give another, you know, another full dose, doesn't come back again to meet your target. You know, are you inclined to ask to have the blood bank thaw FFP? Do you have AT3 concentrate available to give? You know, you have a surgeon that wants to go on bypass, that's ANSI, so a class 2A or class 1 recommendation if you do have availability for lyophilized concentrated AT3. Prothrombin concentrates, again, as a first-line therapy of refractory coagulopathy. Factor 7A concentrates, Nova 7 for intractable non-surgical bleeding, weaker level of evidence, of course, based on some of the trials and some of the risks of giving that, and not giving prophylactic use of plasma in cardiac operations when, you know, the absence of a coagulopathy is not indicated. Here's your wheelhouse here, so we'll spend a couple minutes on this with perfusion interventions. So in the 2011 recommendations, we had a 2B statement, a 2B recommendation for RAP. Now that is now a 1A recommendation. There's been a few randomized control trials and really good, strong observational studies supporting its use. So retrograde autologous priming, class 1, level B randomized recommendation. And then reducing prime volumes. There's some great data that's been published just within the last few years, one of which came out of the Perform registry, Tim Dickinson and colleagues looking at net prime volume. So your net prime volume, as you know, is your static prime volume minus your RAP volume. So what's the effective crystalloid volume the patient will see when you start cardiopulmonary bypass? And they found, a great quality improvement project across the state of Michigan with decreasing their net prime volumes to 500 or below. So if your static prime volume is 1,000 or 1,200, that you're taking 500 to 700 of RAP, patients only seeing about 500 of that, minimizing hemodilution. And then the other 2B recommendation, which is now a 2A, is acute normovolemic hemodilution, or ANH. So you're harvesting blood prior to heparinization, at least maybe helping facilitate with anesthesia from the central line, and reserving that blood to have available as soon as they terminate bypass and reverse with protamine. So the patient's essentially getting their own units of blood back. It's a cost-effective way. There has been a few studies, one larger study from meta-analysis from Burrill and colleagues, and some observational studies, once again, from Josh Goldberg and colleagues. And I think Al had co-authored a great study out of the SCOPE Specialty Care Database, actually combining RAP and ANH together, because if you're going to take ANH blood and replace it with an acellular fluid, patient's going to become a little hemodiluted. So you may be more inclined to have to RAP in order to adjust for that, to make more candidates available for ANH. Here in the United States, we don't have as much of an experience using mini circuits or MIAC circuits, not like they do in Europe. I think there might be a talk later on, if I'm not mistaken. And again, as I mentioned to you, modified ultrafiltration is a 2B. And then just finishing up here, blood salvage interventions, auto transfusion or cell salvage, still a class 1 level A recommendation. But you can see here at the bottom a class 3 recommendation with harm for the process if the patient's shedding blood from the mediastinal chest tubes, to try to process that and reinfuse it back into the patient. And then postoperative fluid management, considering the use of albumin. Albumin is a colloid osmotic agent to minimize the amount of third spacing or crystalloid that's lost through the capillaries into the tissues, and avoiding the use of hydroxyethyl starches that make platelets dysfunctional. We've seen a lot of that data over the last decade or so. Transfusion algorithms, having a transfusion algorithm. What is your threshold for transfusion? There's been a series of papers for the TRICS and TRACK studies demonstrating that a restrictive transfusion threshold is at least as safe as a liberal one, and you use far less, significantly less blood products to do it. So there is evidence for, allowing your hemoglobins, most of those studies were hemoglobin thresholds in the restricted group of between 7 and 8 grams per deciliter. And then a class 1 recommendation for viscoelastic devices for point of care testing, for, guiding you in terms of if they do need a blood transfusion, which particular fractionated product is most appropriate for this patient. Not that, shotgun therapy, if they're just going to get a little of everything. Let's try to really be quantitative with how we decide if and when they're going to need a transfusion. And then lastly, this I think really speaks to the reason why these guidelines exist. And it's because, we want to have a multimodal blood conservation program that's multidisciplinary. Everyone has to be engaged. You can't have, surgeons that are very aggressive at implementing blood management without their colleagues, anesthesiologists and perfusionists, becoming part of the team. Blood management is a team sport. And you know, for perfusionists, this is right in our wheelhouse. There's few professionals that are as formally educated in blood and blood management as perfusionists are. So if you have opportunities to serve in a leadership capacity at your institution in this regard, you know, please raise your hand. You have a wealth of information and experience to share, and you can really impact and make changes. Which leads me to my last couple slides here. So these guidelines exist. They've been published. Some people read them, some people don't. Some people implement them to their practice. But really what we have to get down to is what drives transfusion variability. You know, why is it that one program has a 7% transfusion threshold for cabbage and another one is 92? You know, the guidelines exist. They're there for everyone. They're publicly available. What can we do, you know, to help those programs at the local level? So this was a study that I was involved with that was published last year, looking at, you know, identifying the characteristics of what drives variability in transfusion across hospitals, right? So we looked at these 45 centers across the Perform Perfusion Registry and looked specifically at isolated cabbage and wanted to identify what drives variability between hospitals, right? And conventional wisdom says, well, it's because, you know, my patients are older, my patients are sicker, you know, they're more anemic. Well, well, if that's true, if we adjust for all these things, we should be able to see that everyone has the same transfusion threshold if we control for that, right? This is what's called a turnip plot. A turnip plot is an illustrative graph that's used a lot by Dartmouth's Atlas of Health to look at variability in public health measures. So if I show you this here, so think of this, if I turn it on its side, it's a histogram, it's a bell-shaped curve, right? So here is transfusion. So you can see there was each little center, each little dot is a hospital. So you can see there was a hospital that only transfused about 10% of their patients. And then we had another program that transfused about 60% of their cabbage patients, okay? And each little dot here across the horizontal axis are centers that transfuse about the same rates. So you can see there's a fairly decent spread here. So what we said is, okay, let's adjust for the patient. So all of their, you know, chronic conditions, their labs, you know, their starting hemoglobin, their starting platelet counts. And then, so we'll take all the patient factors. So if your patients are truly older, sicker, and have more chronic conditions, then we would see, if we adjusted for those, that this line would just be a single horizontal line, right? And you see it's not. In fact, the coefficient of variation didn't change very much at all. So, okay, well, maybe it's not patient-driven in terms of variability. What about perfusion factors? If a perfusionist wraps, if they do A&H, if we, you know, use cell salvage, if they have a net prime volume under a certain threshold. And again, you know, it wasn't that. It wasn't perfusion-driven either. There was still variability that existed. And then we said, okay, let's put it all together, one big bucket, right? Let's adjust for everything. And we should have this one line straight across. We're done the study. This is great. We're back to really where we started. So this told us that this null finding was actually a finding, that at least in this analysis, it's not driven by the patient necessarily. It's not driven by the interventions that we use. It's not driven by laboratory factors. So what drives variability in blood transfusion? I should have had this as a survey question. Remember to do that. You know, really put you on the spot. So the things that we can't measure, we can't consider, might be non-clinical factors, like an organizational culture, right? Or whether or not you have a blood management protocol. Do you transfuse based on a protocol? And if that protocol exists, what about the triggers? Are there triggers that exist? Team familiarity. This is an important one, right? I was talking to somebody this morning, and you know their cardiac service line has 48% travelers. How many people are using travelers in their program right now? Yeah. It's a likelihood that, you know, working as a team, you're very familiar with how everyone works. There's a lot of moving parts coming in and out, and So does team familiarity have a part? This was a study up in Providence, up in the Pacific Northwest, of looking at 12 hospitals within the same system. So these surgeons served all 12 hospitals. And they found that with variability of transfusion, 30% of it was attributed to the surgeon. 70% was attributed to the institution. The surgeons don't change their transfusion practice from hospital to hospital. It's the culture at that institution. And this was in Michigan, looking at hospitals that do caths and open heart surgery. And what they found was that if the programs that transfuse more in cardiac surgery also were the ones that transfuse more for cath lab. Now, again, a much smaller scale. You don't transfuse 60% of your patients in the cath lab. But if you were more inclined to transfuse in the cath lab, you were more inclined to transfuse in cardiac surgery. I don't know. It's an interesting find. And I think what's really important is that we collect these things. So the Perform Registry did with their 2018 update, now when you fill out their registry, they ask for, okay, what was the hematocrit at the time you transfused? And then which of these conditions apply as to why you transfused? Was it purely based on hematocrit, or was it because you had low SVO2, or you just, you were sucking dry in your reservoir? What were the reasons? And so we need to better understand. We know when they're transfused. Now we need to better understand why they're transfused. So in summary, what I'd say is, clinical practice guidelines are really conceived as an all-inclusive, protocol-based and shared decision-making approach. But if they're not uniformly applied, that these hospital influences at the local level will have limited effect on how individuals can practice using these guidelines. And that perhaps we really need to spend a little bit more time further investigating, the non-technical aspects of transfusion medicine. So with that, I thank you for participating in the ARS this morning, and I don't know if we're going to have questions or not. I'm happy to answer any questions if we have time. Thank you.
We actually do have questions from online. There have been several questions. Both Mary and Michelle have questions regarding crystalloid given by anesthesia, and are there guidelines for that? Or do you have thoughts on that?
Are there any anesthesiologists in the room? Yeah, that's pretty important, right? How often do you come in, you get that first baseline gas, hematocrit looks great, and then you decide to draw a blood gas with the heparinized sample, and your hematocrit's about 7 or 8 points less than when you started, right? And you look up, and there's 2 empty bags of crystalloid hanging from the IV pole. Anesthesiologists are key stakeholders in this, and the Perform Registry does collect how much volume that the anesthesiologist administers before bypass. Now, I don't know how clean that data is, because, the perfusionist is the one that, needs to enter it. And if they ask, hey, Dr. So-and-so, how much crystalloid you give? And if he or she says, oh, I only gave 400, but there's 2 empty bags up there, how do you enter that, right? What do you say? So, yes, I think it's vitally important. If that was Michelle, I think it's vitally important, to make sure that, that's something that's measured, and that's something that is shared. I think Bob Groom once, several years ago, told the story that he had a series of cardiac anesthesiologists, and one of them was always the one that was dumping a ton of volume, until he reported, he pulled out this report of 12 anesthesiologists, and he put the average amounts of fluids that they gave on a board for everyone to see, and all of a sudden that person didn't want to be the last in line. Nobody wants to be last for anything, right? So, could you have effective conversations, or do you need to take bully approaches like that? The answer is probably somewhere in the middle.
And George asked, what is the policy for when to give AT3 before bypass, specifically after some time has passed after heparin, but before bypass initiation?
Yeah, and I imagine this is fairly subjective, right? How many people actually have a protocol which describes when to give AT3? Okay, So there's just, for those in the virtual audience, there was probably about 4 or 5 people that raised their hands. So, I think to me that's an important protocol to have. So that way, it's not always going to be surely on a case-by-case basis, right? That this is what we're going to do. We're going to give the full bolus of heparin, and we'll run an ACT. Let's ensure that the patient received the right amount of heparin by giving more. Could we eliminate any possibility of ineffective heparin by using a different lot number? Perhaps you use HMS, in which you can calculate or you can measure the heparin concentration. If you use viscoelastography, but maybe in the beginning of the case, you can see whether or not the patients were prothrombotic. So I think there were probably some indicators that help you in terms of, is this, now after 2 attempts at giving heparin, is this, heparin resistance or low AT3 concentration, or could we attribute it to something else? So I don't have a hard and fast answer. Sometimes when we look at albumin concentrations, albumin and AT3 are both proteins with about the same molecular weight. So if your patients are albumin deficient, there could be a chance that they're also AT3 deficient. Could that be, a clue? But again, I think it determines based on, what you have at your institution.
Hi, it's Luke here. I have a question. I really liked your presentation and the ARS questions, and it was a little bit appalling to see how many people know and then read and then change their practice. The amount of people is very low, and I hope it's because they're all doing according to the guidelines, so they don't have to change their practice, but I don't think it's that. What are your suggestions, or you probably have thought about it, how are we going to, make people read it and make it more comprehensible? Because I said I read the guidelines, but I should have said I tried to read the guidelines, because it's a very hard document to read, like with every guideline.
Yeah. Well, Luke, thanks for the question. And I guess I look at it more positive and optimistically as, there's opportunity. We just identified opportunity, right? And it's not as if you guys haven't been busy with a global pandemic going on, right? Like you're sitting ECMO, and the first thing you want to do while you're on an ECMO shift is pull out a 30-page document and read it, right, in your leisure. So there are a lot of factors, of course, that have happened to us over the last 2 years, and does that detract from your ability to stay up, for example, with what's currently being published? There's lots of studies, lots of papers that are published every day. So for us, it was encouraging to see you guys know they exist, so it's not a messaging problem, but now we have to identify what can we do to help in terms of understanding, for people to be able to read them, and, which is why I was happy to come up here and, and share them with you, and, make myself available to you. If you have any questions, I'll be here, all day today and tomorrow, but, I think there's an opportunity there, Luke. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but, I think all of the key leadership of the boards of each of these societies, should be constantly thinking about this. What tools can we develop, whether it's app-based systems or software that can help people understand what's being published in the community? Great. Thank you.
Our next speaker this morning will be Mr. Al Stammers. Mr. Stammers holds the title of CCP Emeritus among his many qualifications and currently serves as the Vice President of Clinical Quality and Outcomes Research for Specialty Care. He is a graduate of the SUNY Perfusion program, as well as holds many degrees from Cornell, Central Michigan, and SUNY Farmingdale. He's contributed to many programs, serving as faculty, program director, Associate Professor, and Director. Mr. Stammers has served on all standing committees of AMSECT, including serving as President. He has also served as the editor of JECT. Additionally, he serves as a co-director for the CREF meeting. This is someone who needs no introduction, but please welcome Mr. Al Stammers.
Thank you, Kristen. Thank you very much, Kristen. And I want to thank Susan, Carla, Luke, Bill for putting on this wonderful session and for the invitation. It's always a pleasure to be here. And it clearly is remarkable location when we think about the challenges that are associated with actually learning what our discussions are bringing to us, but also the challenge of seeing this beautiful pool. And if you don't have enough sunscreen, you know, going home a few days later. Pennsylvania right now is 32 degrees up in the mountains where we live. So if we go back with a burn, it'll be a badge of honor, I guess. So I want to thank you all. And what I'm going to do is probably continue on the theme of what David had just done a phenomenal job in summarizing. There's a tremendous amount of information there. But we're really going to focus in on ultrafiltration, one aspect of blood management that's near and dear to all of our hearts. And so let's begin. There's only a couple of goals that I want to go over in the next 35 minutes or so. And we're going to look at developments. And I always put recent up there because it's very easy to go back. Ultrafiltration was first used in the 80s. And actually, some of the initial publications were Perfusion's first author. So it's been around a long time, over 40 years. Anybody here not using ultrafiltration in their clinical practice? One person, that's great. I'm sorry, for the at-home audience, one person raised their hand. And so that's neat because we all have a tremendous amount of experience with it and a lot of background. And with that, you know, we're going to see if there's a sweet spot that perhaps exists. And I'm going to begin. You saw the title of this. So, you know, clearly there's going to be some questions that arise with ultrafiltration. And it's almost like stating that, you know, mother's milk really isn't all that it's, you know, made out to be. I mean, this is something that is near and dear to all of our hearts. We use it a lot in our practices. So now, should we be concerned with its use? Let's begin with just a little bit of background information. Ultrafiltrators are made up of a variety of materials. They're all non-endothelialized, even though most of them are coated today, and most of them are made of polysulfone, which is a relatively biocompatible surface, and you know, it has some benefits over some of the microporous polypropylenes that are being used. When you are using a ultrafiltrator, we know this curve very, very well. You know, there's probably a cutoff point by which the molecular weight of the solutes that are being removed are set. And it's somewhere with an average of about 35,000, but it does go higher and it does go lower. Low molecular weight heparin, for example, has got a molecular weight of 7,000 as opposed to heparin, which is in the 30,000 range. So if you are actually ultrafiltrating somebody who's come in on low molecular weight heparin, perhaps during a CRRT with ECMO, you're removing some of that anticoagulant through the ultrafiltrator. One thing to keep in mind too, we all memorize sieving coefficients. You look at the very bottom here, potassium, sodium, phosphorus are removed. We've all used them to create ionic or to correct ionic imbalances. But keep in mind, all of artificial surfaces have an electronegative charge. So there's an electrostatic influence that occurs as well. So anything that's negative, that's going to be an anion that's coming in contact with these surfaces is going to have a certain repelling. So you can't use sieving coefficients based just upon molecular weight. A couple other review slides here. You know, ultrafiltration, the definition of ultrafiltration, it's the connective flow of water and dissolved solutes that are moved down a pressure gradient. We are also thinking about transmembrane pressure. It's a hydrostatic force that's coming in. And you can see on the slide here for ultrafiltration, it's really what we describe as the fluid movement. But the convective movement of solutes is following that fluid out. So again, based on molecular weight, based on a number of influencing factors, both the positive side of the ultrafiltrator with fluid coming in and the negative side, what we do to that, applying vacuum or just letting free flow volume be removed. There's loads of different flavors of ultrafiltration. I mean, these have been around, as I mentioned, for decades. Muff was developed in the early 1990s. And so you can see this list right here. And the ones that we're going to focus in on are the primary ones, which are conventional ultrafiltration, modified, and zero balanced. In fact, that's where the majority of the research is that we're going to go over. Now, nobody in this room needs to read this slide because we can all basically cite it from memorization. What we know the proven benefits of an ultrafiltrator are, it removes plasma water, importantly. And that, of course, changes not only the formed elements, primarily red blood cell, but also proteins are actually going to be hyperconcentrated. It increases the coagulation factors, which is important. Some of the research that is done on postoperative modified ultrafiltration is stating that it improves the coagulation status of patients. Oncotic pressure, if you're getting the Donovan effect and getting proteins that are being raised, you're going to have an increase in osmotic pressure, and perhaps it limits blood loss. Some of the possible benefits, even though we look at these as, that's, I'm removing inflammatory mediated cytokines, these molecules, so that's why I muff. Well, it really isn't proven. I mean, there's a lot of weak evidence that shows that it occurs, so that ends up in the possible benefits area. And if you are doing a anti-inflammatory modus of operandi in regards to removing these cytokines and various factors that upregulate inflammation, you're probably going to relate with a better respiratory function thereafter because of less lung injury. Reduced transfusion requirements and perhaps a lower length of time in the hospital. Some of the concerns, I think we tend to glaze over these and don't look at them carefully. First of all, it's unphysiologically. It's definitely bioincompatible. And it raises the surface area of our circuits. Membrane oxygenators now are anywhere between 1.5 and 2 square meters of surface area. And some of these ultrafiltrators can be as high as a half a square meter of surface area. So it's a 25 to 30% increase in surface. Increases prime volume. David mentioned prime volume. We've done a lot of research on prime volume as well. And we know that if you can lower that, there's going to be an overall benefit, probably to a sweet spot. We've actually found that once you get below 500, there's really no benefit to continuing to reduce that, at least in the normal patient. And those that perhaps could not be transfused, you want to get down lower. Create shunts of flow away from patients. How many of us in the room, you don't have to raise your hand, I'm the one who was guilty of this. How many of those at the time when you're running an ultrafiltrator, you fail to recognize that there's a diminution in the amount of forward blood flow that's arterialized to the patient and reducing what's going on. Hopefully not to the level that you see changes in oxygen consumption or increases in SVO2, but we know it occurs. And then finally, a few others here: increased hemolysis and circuit complexity and added costs. And getting into the minimally invasive extracorporeal circulation, I bet most of us in the room here are not using it because of its complex nature, while our colleagues abroad have embraced this. So now let's look at a little data in regards to what's going on. One of the largest registries that we have for perfusion data right now is in what's maintained by Specialty Care. Comprehensive Care Services coming out with a wonderful one. We have Perform as well of about 50 hospitals, and it's growing. But we've got data going back to 2011 on about 2 million procedures. About 500,000 of those are cardiac procedures. So we have a lot of information. So what I did is I just sampled our data set over the last 6 years. 225 hospitals. This probably represents about a fifth of all hospitals in the country, and just under 190,000 patients. So if you look at this, if you look at this graph, the horizontal axis is going to be time, and the y-axis will be just a percent or some other indicator, a variable as it comes up. And you can see we peaked at about 50% utilization in 2019. We saw that upward trend, and now it's actually coming down as overall percent of ultrafiltration. But if you look at volume, what's going on, and if I asked you, everybody in the room right now, in the case you did before you came to this meeting, how much volume did you take off for your patient using an ultrafiltrator, you probably have a pretty good idea. But if you look at hundreds of thousands of cases and then look at a median and a mean distribution, you can see that it's almost verbatim, that 2 liters of a mean volume comes off, and the median is somewhere about 400 cc's less than that. So what it's worth. Now, let's look at procedures. Okay, everybody in the room is stating, hey, when I'm doing valvular procedures, aortic procedures, clearly I'm going to take more volume off. If I'm using Del Nido, if I'm using HTK, if I'm using a lot of crystalloid, if the anesthesiologist, preloaded my patient and really wet them out, I'm going to use more. So if you look at the procedure type, and I'm sorry if you can't read this, but on the horizontal axis, we start on the far side is all. So this is all of our 186,000, this is on 88,000 procedures. And then the one right next to it is AVR, MVR. The yellow lines at the bottom are the number of cases in each one of these categories. This is something very easy to pull up when you have these large data sets and to separate and sort the information. And so you can see in the very bottom, you know, the procedures, and on the very far right-hand side is OPCAB conversions. So OPCAB conversions, if you're just looking at the raw data, volumetrics based upon mean and median, you come up with this, and you know, I don't think anybody would argue against this. But if you then go and normalize the data, and this is what most people do, most of the research you see on ultrafiltration, they're normalizing it to the kilogram body weight, and over the time period of the bypass run, not when the ultrafiltration was done, but the bypass run. And that's important because when you look at dialysis information, which we will look at it very briefly, they're looking at it over the time period that the ultrafiltrator was used. We look at it over the bypass run. So there's going to be a little bit of variability. And now we can see, look at that TAVR conversion. It migrated all the way from the right of the screen to the left of the screen. So when you have these procedures, the overall, at least mean of ultrafiltration, wide variability is the highest. And also, just as a little bit of a side, we've all probably had TAVR conversions. If you do have one, you take an individual who's coming in for, say, a straightforward aortic valve replacement, they get a TAVR. Historic data, more recent data hasn't shown this, but if you look at them, their risk of mortality based upon an STS risk stratification changes from somewhere about 6 to 8% to about 45%. So these are very high-risk individuals with very high mortality if they actually fail. So this type of distribution analytics are something to keep in mind. All right, tongue-in-cheek now. So let's look at what occurred over these 6 years in regards to the amount of ultrafiltrate volume that were removed. The middle column is in milliliters, the right column is liters. And if you summarize all that, that comes out to about 170,000 liters over these 225 hospitals that were occurring during this 6-year period, or about 45,000 gallons. Now that's a very large data point to look at. So if you go ahead and normalize it to something that we consider, especially those of us in the Northeast who are approaching summertime, as I mentioned, it's basically snowing back in Pennsylvania. We normally plant our garden right around Mother's Day, and so we're nowhere close to doing that because of the change in temperature. But if you were looking at a pool and you had one in mind that was, say, 10 foot in diameter, 30 inches deep, that actually equates to about 1,500 gallons. So if you do the math on what goes in with that, that amount of ultrafiltration in liters that took off over the 6 years of this study or of this data set shows that about 30 of these pools were filled in with that amount of volume that was removed from patients. So clearly a significant amount. Amazon, $786. My wife really wants to get one of these things, but at least that's what it was the other day when I pulled this up. Let's continue to look at data just for a few minutes before we get into the science behind what's going on right now with the ultrafiltration. So as you all know, we're a big organization. We've got a bunch of hospitals all throughout the country. And if we separate them into these, we used to use this type of separation for specialty care for our hospitals. We had a Northeast, Midwest, South, and West. And if we look at the data, now this is really interesting. If anybody has an idea on this, I would love to serve as a co-author on this paper with you because I have no clue why this is occurring. So keep that in mind. So if you look at those 4 regions of the United States, the ultrafiltration use, this was on 93,000 cases. This is over a 2 or 3 year period. And if you look at the red is the Northeast, 62% of our hospitals in Northeast were using ultrafiltration, 62% of all the cases. The orange is West, 60%, but look at the South and the Midwest, almost half that. So those of you who are practicing in the Midwest or the South perhaps can address this, and that's all fine and good. It's just an observational point. But then you look at the volume that comes off with this in regards to urine output. Now, this is the first time I'm going to discuss this. I'm going to spend a lot of time talking about the critical nature of urine output during cardiopulmonary bypass. Look at the urine output, just observationally. In the Northeast, you take off 1,320 cc's that are being removed in ultrafiltration volume, and here you have a urine output that's 511 versus 750 with the far right, which is going to be the South. So this was the first observational phenomena that we looked at that said, hey, we got to, in fact, every research project in the history of mankind began with 2 words. This is true. I read this in an editorial in the American College of Cardiology back in the 80s. Anybody want to take a guess what those 2 words are? And we've all done it. I don't say you've done it. We've all done it. That's interesting. I mean, every research project in the history, because once you get that, that's the precipice, that's the beginning of going ahead and developing a hypothesis to go on and to evaluate what we do. Most of us then turn to the literature. You looked at, as Dave had pointed out, you know, highly revered literature at the highest level of the hierarchy of what's being published. But that's interesting, is how all research begins. If you further look at this very tough graphic on the next 2 or 3 slides is going to be the volume. So you can see the Northeast takes off the most volume, and then you want to look at nadir hematocrit. Most people believe today that a nadir hematocrit, anytime during an admission during a cardiac surgical procedure, for the routine patient, if it gets below 24, bad things happen. You know, remember, we used to do 15, 18, 21. Most of the data that's evolved over the last decade has told us we probably should be in a little bit higher area. And even the randomized trials, such as Tricks and Tracks, are saying that as well. So if you look at the nadir hematocrit, they're pretty similar across the groups, but as you start looking at transfusion, now the South has got the lowest volume of ultrafiltration that's being removed, and they got the highest transfusion rate. Aha, here it is, write the paper. You know, if you take off a lot of volume, you're not going to transfuse. Well, let's wait a minute, because obviously this is not a controlled, highly revered study. This is just observational. Causation and observation don't match. This is probably just an association. So let's look at this. Let's look what's going on right now. There are a lot of meta-analyses and systematic reviews that have been done on ultrafiltration. It's so nice to go ahead and go to one place. Don't bother me with the 30 papers or the 80 papers. Let's just look at what's out there, and I'll go ahead and give my bottom line. Read the last sentence in the conclusion, and that's the take-home message. Well, there's real problems with that. This particular group of researchers is working with the Cochrane database and analytics to go ahead and identify how can we set forward future studies that will look at the value of meta-analysis. This is not done. This is just telling the methodology of how it should be done. But what's missing, if you read this, they're not going to be looking at the type of ultrafiltration, the methodologies, the quantification of volume, the rate of removal, the fluid balance. I mean, those are extremely important and something that should be done. So let's just review a couple of meta-analyses. Here is one that was from SUNY Downstate Medical Center. They looked at 8,500 patients. 22 studies, and most of these are published within the last couple of years. I didn't go back more than that. I tried not to anyway. So when you use conventional or continuous ultrafiltration, you can see there's a reduced perioperative bleeding, lower red blood cell transfusion, ICU stay is, so you know, write the paper, go home, let's start doing it. Until you look at the numbers. And you look at the difference between these groups, and you can see the reduced perioperative bleeding, well, that was 108 cc's. And the total amount of chest tube drainage that occurred. The red blood transfusion, well, that probably is, you know, important. You know, about 3/4 of a unit of blood. How many people gave 3/4 of a unit of blood in the last, 20 years? I mean, it just doesn't occur. And then in ICU stays, congratulations, you got out 3.8 hours earlier. If the nurse or the transfer person wasn't able to take you out of the ICU, that probably for 3.8 hours, or it was lunchtime or a Friday afternoon, that probably is what is shown there. So, and what also they had said was that there are no differences, and look at these outcome indicators in regards to the important stuff that's going on with what we really are interested in. You know, do patients really do better? And the answer is no, overall. In fact, I want to put a cautionary sign out to everybody right now for publications. Over the last maybe decade, you start seeing this on the bottom of the publication, usually on the first page. So this paper was received on July 2nd. It was accepted on July 13th, and then published July 23rd. We have 3 papers in right now, one in the Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery, one in Critical Care Medicine, and one in Inject. The Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery is on revision. We're about 8 weeks out on that. The CCM paper is 3 months out, and Inject, they're just reviewing it. And if you look at the impact factor of certain journals, you know, most of these are not very high impact factors when you see these publications. The Annals of Thoracic Surgery is 6.3. Journal of Thoracic and Cardiovascular Surgery is 5.4, I believe. Perfusion is 1.7. So let's look at another one. This was a study out of Hunan, and it was comparing modified ultrafiltration in adults. Okay, this is adults. And we can see that, what do you find? Increased post-bypass hematocrit, chest tube output. You can read this. I mean, this is, you know, again, very uplifting type of information until you start looking at the values, the difference between the groups that were being analyzed. Chest tube output was dropping by 100 cc's, almost identical to the other. Remember, a lot of these are looking at the exact same studies. They start with several hundred, and then they whittle down to 6 or 8 is where they're ending up with. Again, the transfusion requirements in here are 3.1 hours. So, this is very similar data because they're looking at the same published research. What about the effects of modified ultrafiltration in children? And now most of these are combinations. They're combining MUF and CUF together, or they're looking at CUF. So it's not clear type of methodology. It's not something that really should be in a systematic review or a meta-analysis. And so the findings are increased hematocrit and no effect on some of these outcome indicators. But the reason I put this particular study up is they did what we all do right now when we publish papers, and that is you identify the limitations with your study. All right, identify your limitations. So our meta-analysis has some limitations, and this is what you'll find on most of these, and all studies actually, if you're going to get published in a peer-reviewed journal today. So what are the limitations? They didn't analyze a lot of the data because it was missing. The evidence strength of pooled outcomes is not so reliable. Well, that's what basically a meta-analysis is, an aggregate analysis. These outcomes not mentioned in including trials, half the trials didn't have the same outcomes that were, they didn't look at the same variables. And then finally, heterogeneity, bias, always finds its way into meta-analyses and systematic reviews, and that's why you have multiple people doing, and that's why you should follow specific processes and standards to make sure that they don't occur. Well, here's a recent one. This is, God bless Jeff, but this was a paper that was just published, and this was ultrafiltration in cardiac surgery. It's not associated with AKI. Great, write the paper, that's what I'll go with. Until you look at the methodology that went into this. 12 studies, included non-randomized studies, so that's very low type of observational study overall and looking at the hierarchical of evidence support. They used different ultrafiltration types. 6 of them were CUF, 2 of them were MUF, a couple of combinations. So you can see they didn't even look at the same type of ultrafiltration standards, highly variable methods of ultrafiltration that shouldn't really have been done. 10 studies have an average of 100 patients, and then 4 studies were younger than 10 years of age. Historical information that's being done. And again, that pesky type of submission and review pops up. October, it was submitted, accepted 30 days later, published 4 or 5 days after that. It's bizarre. I mean, it really, really is when you see this. And how bizarre is it? In the 4 days that I've been here, I have actually received 6 invitations to submit papers to various journals, 6. This was from the 23rd and through the 27th. And everybody in the room is probably getting these. You're always getting bombarded with people, with editors or editorial staff asking you to come and submit your research to them because there's such a preponderance of publications that are out there right now. They're all vying for the same type of research and submissions and manuscripts with others. And most of these, not all of them, most of these have impact factors, if they're even cited, of under 1. So that's why when you get these publications and you start quoting them, you have to be very careful with regards to the methodology. So let's shift for the remaining of the talk to go into the controversies surrounding conventional ultrafiltration today. And this is my only dialysis slide. And I put this up. Anybody here doing dialysis, plasmapheresis? Patients, a few. CRRT for the audience at home, maybe about 5 or 6 people raised their hand. Well, these are all the associated problems that occur with dialysis. We think it's pretty benign, and this is hemodialysis. This is blood dialysis. And you can see on the left-hand side here where the person is shown with this dialysis machine that all of the changes that are occurring to an already very challenged and sick population that probably increases the chances of adverse events associated with them. So some of the concerns, this was a study, this is, I think, the oldest study that I have right now. Excuse me, this is the summarization from the editorialization of that particular editorial, which was written about a paper that I'll review in just a second. And they said the problem is there are a low number of primary trials, there's small sample sizes with ultrafiltration, there's also conflicting results. And here is a study that occurred 12 or 13 years ago, and this was out of I believe it was South America, and this was looking at a combination of CUF, MUF, and combined treatments published in Perfusion, and they found no difference whatsoever in adult patients that were undergoing any of these ultrafiltration events. Dave did a wonderful job of really looking at the history behind how clinical practice guidelines get published, and I want to, draw attention to that a little bit more, because one of the nice things is when you have an organization that is centralized in one place. When I worked my entire career in hospitals where maybe I managed 3 at the most, so I might have had 10 or 11 perfusionists. But once you get into a large group practice, it's so nice when you get these clinical practice guidelines, because you can proliferate them throughout your entire organization very quickly, especially if at the highest level of evidence and strength. So here's the 2007 guidelines, and Dave did talk about recommendations, but in 2007, continuous ultrafiltration was a class 3 recommendation, a relatively low level of evidence. However, in 2011, MUF elevated to class 1. And at the same time, actually, they did look at CUF and ZBUF, and that was a 2B recommendation. My opinion and take on it, 2B, is flip a coin. You know, it just doesn't have enough information to go ahead and support its use. But if you see a class 1 or a class 2A, those you have to look at real carefully and then rule out that you're not going to incorporate that clinical practice guideline. Class 3 is a no-brainer, don't do it. But for the most part, 2B is that gray zone. And I think a lot of biases on these clinical practice guideline committees place information in 2B when you really don't have a good a feeling of what the outcome would be. It's a safe place to make a recommendation. And as David said, this year we're a 2B for MUF. So we went from a 1A to a 2B. And that's because when we reviewed this information, we found that we were using a lot of pediatric information, and that was not viable in the adult, and we were doing just adult clinical practice guidelines. By the way, the Europeans have also rated this as a 2B. But what we did is when we put this out, the guidelines were sent out for public review to anesthesiologists, surgeons, and perfusionists. You probably all have seen them, or if you go check your email from about 9 months ago, you may see that it's in there. And what it was, what do you think about these? And we did get one challenge, one or more, it might have been a couple, and they said, you guys are off base with your modified ultrafiltration, you're totally wrong. This is great, this is what we should be doing. So we went back and reviewed all the papers again. A couple of us pulled all the papers, reviewed them again, and we came to consensus opinion that it truly is a 2B recommendation. So let's move on right now to a randomized clinical trial. This was on ultrafiltration, 283 cardiac surgical patients. It was in Egypt, I believe. And they had about an equal match of patients that were getting ultrafiltration who were not. And now you're going to start seeing some changes in intraoperative urine output. This is during the bypass procedure and pre and post anesthesia before the patient left the room. So we could see the urine output was much lower in the ultrafiltration group, and then there was a lactatemia that developed at the same time, an acidemia that occurs. So, and this is well described in the dialysis literature, because what happens is you have a removal of various cations as well as anions from the solution, and primarily bicarbonate is being ultrafiltrated as well. So you see an acidemia that is occurring frequently with the use of ultrafiltration. The question occurs is, well, what is the etiology? I mean, why is this occurring? Well, people are saying that if you are ultrafiltrating and definitely doing a lot of volume, you're getting a hypotension that is occurring that results in vasopressor use, a hypoperfusion to the renal infrastructure, and you also have some perhaps elevated plasma oncotic pressures and cellular dehydration. In a few minutes, we'll go over that and actually look at some of the work that Dr. Conrad had reported on Wednesday. So when to use ultrafiltration, and then this is a summarization of Solomon's work, and they said to go ahead and do it when you have impaired renal function, excessive positive fluid balance, reduced response to diuretics, and however, use it sparingly during cardiopulmonary bypass. Better options, not only to reduce the amount of volume you're giving, but to think about autologous priming and MIAC, and we're going to talk about those in just a little bit. This was a really interesting paper. It came out of the Mayo Clinic, and this, I think, really is extremely important. This was a retrospective study on 2,400 patients, and what they did was they were looking at the effect of fluid balance on postoperative acute kidney injury, but they looked at aortic valves, individuals who are getting aortic valve, and that, I think, is critical, because most of the research that's done is on first-time coronaries. It's a good homogeneous data set to get. They're mostly us men, in our 60s, and, for the most part, we're not anemic when we come for our first-time coronary. So it's a great set of a great population to go ahead and do research on. This is not so bad a population because these were AVRs, and they used different criteria to assess acute kidney injury, and you can see what they were looking at on the right-hand side. They said the dogma today, what we all accept, is that patients who have a positive postoperative fluid balance end up with increased ICU time, they spend more time in the hospital, bigger readmission rate, got high mortality. I mean, this is kind of stuff we all probably would, if I asked you to write this down, you probably all would have written it down. I know I would have. However, the methodology in this particular thing, they looked at all ins and outs, and then they wanted to look at ultrafiltration and urine outputs, and their primary outcome was AKI. So on the left-hand side, we see the median intraoperative urine output. It wasn't statistically significant, but on the horizontal axis was the total fluid balance. And you'll see this on a couple of figures coming up. So the far left had, you're euvolemic. This is, you don't have any volume. It was perfect. I took off all the volume that was given in the operating room. Patient hit the ICU and was euvolemic. Doesn't occur frequently, but people are trying to do that. And then on the far right-hand side, here's a really wet patient, probably 40 mils per kilogram. But what they had found on the right-hand side was urine output was basically inversely related to what was going on with total fluid balance. So that the highest urine output was occurring where you had a zero basically milliliters per kilogram of body fluid that was occurring in totality. Now, if you looked at the median ultrafiltrate volume, and on the left-hand side, 3,000. So here's perfusionists aggressively going ahead and taking volume off. I mean, 3 liters. That's a 1,400 cc's more than the standard in America today. And then if you look on the right-hand side, you see there's a concurrent or an associative reaction. This was a retrospective study in regards to the amount of urine output. And so although ultrafiltration was not directly associated with AKI in the study, the excessive volume that was taking off definitely led to an increased risk for basically an overviolation, more fluid balance that was in the patient, and then it needed thereafter a greater postoperative resuscitation in regards to the fluid that was given. Here's the fluid balance again summarized. On the left-hand side, we see that the risk of AKI was highest in these aortic valve patients when you had euvolemia or zero balance. And so these individuals came out and stated with multiple logistic regression that if you did have a positive fluid balance, you can see you were 1.5 times more likely to have a myocardial infarction. And then if you looked at ultrafiltration and volume, whoops. Okay, there was a problem with Microsoft. Let's see, it's probably going to reopen right now. That's how they let you know you're done with your presentation. So that's who shot Kennedy, and if anybody wants to know. All right, let's see this. I guess I got to open the paper here. Let's see if we go right back to where we were. Whoops, didn't. Let me get to that location. Here we go. And I'll just slideshow. There we are. And I was on this slide right here. So if you look at the ultrafiltration risk, of almost a 2-fold increased risk of actually developing death at the end of this particular study in this large patient volume, and that was related to ultrafiltration volume. The more ultrafiltration volume that was off, the higher risk for overall mortality. So let's take a second right now and summarize urine flow. Everybody's measuring urine flow. Anybody here want to do a cardiopulmonary bypass case without a catheter in a non-algouric patient? No, we always want to have a urine catheter in. And there's a number of papers. This first one was by Horry and Associates. It was 503 cardiac surgical patients. And on the right-hand side of these next two, you'll see what the outcome was. And they had stated that a urine output less than 1.5 mils per kg per hour resulted in increased risk for AKI, and that for every 0.5 milliliter drop less than that, the risk increased by 26%. This particular study was out of Turkey, and this was predicting that urine output could predict AKI with urine output underneath 0.3.6 mils, having a 2 to 4-fold increase in AKI. And then finally, just another summary paper. This one was out of South Korea, and this one said that AKI was significantly lower when urine output was higher and that the urine output was lower and significantly higher when ultrafiltrate volume was high. So why is that occurring? Just a couple of other background information on this. This was an individual study that looked at liver dysfunction that was occurring, again at the Mayo Clinic. It was a 10-year study of 360 patients. And what they had shown was independent association of ultrafiltrate volume with overall liver dysfunction. So the more ultrafiltrate volume that was taken off during the this was in individuals who were going VAD insertion. So during the VAD insertion, the more ultrafiltrate volume was off, the more likely they had AKI. So we became interested in this, and Linda and the team looked at actually the assessment of ultrafiltration on the effect of end cardiopulmonary bypass hematocrit. And what we found serendipitously, if you look on the right-hand side through logistic regression, is that the more ultrafiltration volume that you took off, the lower the urine output was. So that was like an observation. It was like a serendipitous finding that we had with this particular study. It was confirmed in a consecutive study that also had shown that ultrafiltrate volume was directly or inversely related to the amount of urine output that was occurring. And there wasn't a significant benefit. Ultrafiltration based upon, this was 41,000 patients, did not have an effect on reducing red blood cell transfusion, and others have shown this as well. And then more recently, we looked at zero balance ultrafiltration. And I put the graph up on the right, because how many people here do Z-buff? Yeah, I would say a fair number. For the folks at home, that was about half of the audience. There's a lot of questions with Z-buff, a lot of questions with it, but I think most of us use it. And if you can see that distribution curve, that's the number of hospitals that are using it more than 10% of the time. And on this multiple logistic regression analysis that was done, the number one determinant for urine output in regards to variability was the weight of the patient, but second was ultrafiltration volume. So clearly some information that is coming up and it's generated. Now this wasn't a profound effect. It said for each liter of Z-buff, you reduce your urine output by 0.03 mils per kilogram. You know, you try to get this through publication, and you know, this is observational study, but it was done with relatively straightforward statistical analyses. And you know, what happens if you have an individual who's at an increased risk of developing AKI? Is that reduction in urine output as you're going 2, 3, 4 liters, is that important? And it's a question we all have to answer. One of the last studies that I have are just a couple left in regards to what's going on in the pediatric environment. This was at a CHOP, and they looked at 530 patients. These were less than 1 year old. And they had shown that patients, about 12% of them, 64 of their individuals, developed AKI, and there was a sweet spot, so that if you were close to 120 mils per kilogram, you actually didn't develop the AKI, but if you were more than that, you could see how it straightens out on the graph. If you were less than that, less than 119, there was an increased risk of developing AKI. So they were concerned and stated that ultrafiltration should be only used intermittently. And then if you go ahead and categorize your patients by high risk or low risk, it didn't matter. Ultrafiltration still was an independent risk factor for overall generation of AKI in pediatric patients, as far as could have been threefold higher than those patients who were below, that are above the 119 level. And then this particular study, again, was, this is the one I mentioned earlier, that editorial that I started with. This is Mike Manning out of Duke. He looked at 1,600 patients. These were CABG valve patients. And they had found that cuff volume, when it approached 32 cc's per kilogram, resulted in significant harm to the patients, did not reduce allogeneic transfusion, and they came out with the recommendation of not to use cuff, especially in those high levels, those high values that you're taking off. And then finally, this particular study was on miniature. Oh, this is what to do. What can we do instead of ultrafiltration? Well, Dave mentioned earlier MIAC, minimally invasive extracorporeal circulation. It's the bomb in Europe and other places. So, what can we do instead? Well, here's a study that was out of the Children's Hospital in Guangdong, China, and they investigated whether mini circuits really had an effect. And what they had said is we stopped using ultrafiltration. We went from 70% use down to 12% use, and the overall volume of urine was direct or inversely related to the ultrafiltration use. So the less ultrafiltration related and greater urine output. We did something similar looking at autologous priming. And we had found that, once you standardize autologous prime within your institution, this is a 1A recommendation, it's a no-brainer. In fact, I think 98% of our hospitals are using RAP. When you do this, your use of ultrafiltration dropped from 76% to 9%, and what happened with the urine output, that also increased. So clearly there's something going on here. So let's summarize and try to come up with what the reason is that we're seeing this phenomena. Compartmentalization of fluids, we know this very well. We studied this for our board examinations. We know there's a distribution of fluids. Most of the volume is found in the intracellular location. But there are these other two, intravascular, interstitial locations that fluid migrates. Those pass very easily. Fluid moves across the capillary membrane very quickly based upon osmosis and other factors, hydrostatic pressure. So we know this is occurring. On the output on the top left, if you look at all of those factors, this is in the normal body. One thing to keep in mind is once we put an ultrafiltrator in those are all very slow processes. Once you put an ultrafiltrator in, you exacerbate them. These speed up. The ultrafiltration rate is grossly influenced. So multiple studies in the dialysis realm have shown that the ultrafiltration rate, the faster you take off the ultrafiltration rate, the worse patients do. And this particular study was out of University of California in Irvine, and they looked at close to 8,000 patients, and what they had found was that's the urine output in the middle graphs right there, that the more ultrafiltration volume that came out in these dialysis patients, the lower the urine output. These weren't allogyric patients, these were anuric patients. So these were individuals who actually were still making urine, but the faster you took off the volume, the worse they did with their residual kidney function. Another aspect to consider about why this may be occurring is, we talked about the glycocalyx. I first actually learned about this in the mid-'80s, and I'll never forget it because it's a Greek term, glycocalyx. It's a proteoglycan, but it's translated as sweet husk because it's loaded with these proteoglycans and sugar molecules. I had no idea what it was other than memorizing what the glycocalyx meant. But it is affected for cardiopulmonary bypass and definitely for inflammatory processes that upregulate the processes. And this basically causes that capillary permeability to increase, so no longer does it have the same Starling effects that we see in the intact membrane. So the Goldilocks phenomena, it's really about fluid management in cardiac surgery. I think it's important as summarization to state that no one size fits all. If you're taking off a lot of volume, that's probably not a good thing. So where is the sweet spot? Well, it's going to be directly related to the type of disease process that you're treating. We saw from the Mayo Clinic that the more volume you take off, the less well patients are going to do from an aortic valve perspective. It's volume dependent. That's what I mean by aortic valve. Elective versus urgent procedures. A lot of the procedures we have now, the acuity of our patients has changed dramatically. Whether it's done in the OR or the ICU. I've talked to a few people today, and it's like, oh man, I get my patient out pretty well, but then you go into the ICU and you look what happens. If you get your patient out of the operating room euvolemic and you go in the ICU, you're going to see two open bags of either a balanced electrolyte solution, albumin, hopefully not a formed element of blood, but you're going to see that going in. In fact, the STS tells us this, as perfusionists, what percent of first-time coronaries get transfused in an operating room? Looking at millions of patients, 20%. That's the data. That's the most recent data. So that's cool. I didn't transfuse. What percent get transfused in the ICU? An additional 30%. So you didn't transfuse them in the OR. Congratulations. They're getting a unit or 2 units of blood once they hit the ICU, and that's reported by the STS. So it's important that what we do in the OR follows through to what we're doing in the ICU. And of course, post-operative period, we look at the presence of fluid management in regards to AKI and respiratory function, and then finally fluid type. And the fluid type, it's rebuffering. Let's see if it shuts down again. I'm just about done, so this is great. Doesn't like me, I guess. But what happens with the fluid type is balanced electrolyte solutions versus crystalloid. We had this discussion on Wednesday. New England Journal of Medicine just published the PLUS trial, came out about 2 months ago, and it said there's no difference in outcome measurements of critically ill individuals who were given, this was a 2,000 patient study out of Australia and New Zealand, if you're using a balanced electrolyte solution versus normal saline, which obviously is not normal. And we have to keep that in mind because what is occurring in that particular finding is the fact that the physiologic salines that are being used with balanced electrolyte solutions may not be beneficial, with the caveat as more patients present for heart failure, that sodium load actually is going to be detrimental. I just had a procedure last week, an elective procedure, and I was sitting there on the gurney, and the nurse came over, and I looked, and she hung Plasmolite. You know, my IV was Plasmolite. I said to her, hey, you want to save a lot of money for your institution? Go ahead and recommend that they switch to sodium chloride, because most of the research is not showing that it's any beneficial. And she was the one, I didn't read this, she was the one that said, yeah, I'd like to do that, except heart failure patients are occurring more, you know, we see them more frequently. So that was a duh on my part. So that's why a lot of times if you do go into hospitals, you'll see that these balanced electrolyte solutions. Anybody here using saline for their prime? Normal saline? Nobody. So we all use balanced electrolyte solutions. Okay, so the next slide that I was going to show you, since the computer locked down here, oh, you know what? Let me see if I can end this. And I apologize for for whatever's going on here. But the next slide was a picture of Charlton Heston. Anybody remember Charlton Heston in 1986 came out when he was the president of the NRI, held up a musket in his hand, or flintlock or something, and he said, anybody who wants to take this particular gun out of my hand can take it out of my cold, dead hand, was his quote. So with that, when we are thinking about ultrafiltration, what are we doing in regards to changing our practice? We're not saying to stop ultrafiltration, but we're clearly saying to go ahead and think about what we're doing, especially when we're getting into the high volume areas, including Z-buff. And my very last slide was, it's okay to shoot the messenger if he was or she was saying something opposite to what you believe with. So with that, I'm going to end there and would be more than happy to get shot or discuss any of the findings that we had. So thank you so much.
There we go. John Fleener from Kansas City. Are we looking at any increased in ultrafiltration with the enhanced use of del nido and custodial cardioplegia? I know that's one of the things that we look at, and in our particular practice, we now have 3 or 4 surgeons using del nido, which a year and a half ago we didn't have. So we're seeing kind of an empiric use of ultrafiltration as a result of that. Can you comment on that?
Yes, sir. Thanks, Jonathan. That's a great point, and absolutely. I mean, anybody here running custodial that doesn't set up an ultrafiltrator, if you're not setting it up? So 100%. Oh, one person. Okay, great. We'll talk to this individual later. Most of us, if we've got custodial going in, we're going to set it up. Del nido, if I ask that same question, it would be 50%, because del nido is not as volumetrically challenging as that. To answer your question, yes, we have. And we've actually published 2 papers on this, both in Perfusion, looking at custodial versus del nido versus Buckberg versus microplegia. And we found, it's a serendipitous finding, because when you do these multivariable analyses, you are looking at all fluid inputs. And we do find that there's a relationship, not causation, but a relationship with the use of the ultrafiltrator in these other processes for cardioplegia that does result in reduced urine output. The bottom line on those papers were basically, I think microplegia reduced red blood cell transfusion very minimally. It wasn't as what perhaps our colleagues next door would tell us. Thanks, Jonathan.
Hey, Jason Penn, Sarasota Memorial Hospital. Thanks for totally confusing me on that. Considering I love hemoconcentration. What I had experienced with when I had used before we switched to del nido, we hemoconcentrated about 30% of our patients, and our renal failure was high. And we talked about this, but I just wanted to share it with this individual. And then when we switched to del nido, we at about 90% of our patients, we started hemoconcentrating, and our AKI, or our renal failure, had dropped. And we didn't quite know because we were hemoconcentrating a lot more. And we had already heard, or always heard, that if you hemoconcentrated a lot, you get a lot more renal failure. And that's before we looked at ACAN or rifle for AKI. It's totally just renal failure. And we didn't know when we switched to that, because you have a lot more volume in your cardiotomy, if we started flowing higher and didn't even realize it. And then the comparison of DO2, there's so much more we need to do on this as far as, you know, are you flowing high? In some of these studies, was your DO2 low, and that's why it went down. I think we have all seen that the more you hemoconcentrate, urine output does drop, but do we use, how much albumin do you use? Do you use mannitol? Back in the day, back in the 80s and 90s, we had anesthesiologists that would always give 10 of Lasix. You know, how does that compare to that? So, and as far as how quickly we take it off, how many times towards the end of the case they suck out the left chest. Some do, some don't. You tell them not to, and they still do. You throw a hemoconcentrator in there, and you suck out, like, you know, 500 to a liter within 5 to 10 minutes. So I think that is super important as well. So as you were confusing me, I was like, oh yeah, we do this. Oh, we shouldn't do that, but we do that. There is so much more, I think, that we can look at and figure out.
And thank you so much. Your comment is well made. If you read the discussions of some of these papers that raise the cautionary flag on the use of ultrafiltration and hemoconcentration, they all state, 100% state, that as the fluid level in the heart-lung machine gets lower, individuals are more prone to turn their flow down, and that results in hypotension, renal hypotension. You know, we know all the significant research that has occurred over the last decade and a half on the use of the importance of delivering oxygen. And so now, if you're using the primary determinant of cardiac output to correct perhaps a lower circuit volume, you know, you're not going to put crystalloid back in that you just took off unless you're doing Z-buff, you're more likely to result in lower blood flows during that. And you know, you may still be in that DO2 zone of whatever, 270, 300, or if you're using area in the curve, doing something along that analytics. But it's not a one-size-fits-all. Somebody, you know, may be more susceptible to renal injury that is not the standard, you know, guy who's coming in for open heart surgery with 3-vessel coronary disease. You know, most of our patients today, if you look at the change in the acuity that occurred over the last decade, we're definitely operating, nobody is surprised at this, a sicker population. So the data that has occurred previously may not apply to what the current state of affairs is in regards to perfusion. So I agree 100% with everything you said. Well, with that, I thank you very much, and I'm sorry that I wasn't able to show that last slide.
We're going to be taking a short 10-minute coffee break now. For those of you at home, we'll be back in 10 minutes, right around 10:45. Thank you.
So for our keynote speaker this morning, I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Bill Shutt. Mr. Bill Shutt is the author of Pump, A Natural History of the Heart. Mr. Shutt is currently a research associate at the American Museum of Natural History. He is an emeritus professor of biology at Long Island University Post, and he has received his MA from SUNY and his PhD in zoology from Cornell University. He has published over 24 peer-reviewed articles and co-authored 3 novels. Mr. Shutt has written for the New York Times and Natural History magazine, as well as having been featured in many other popular magazines. I think his work will be of particular interest to our group today, and I hope you give him a warm welcome. Welcome, Mr. Bill Shutt.
All right, I'm going to start out with a public service announcement. I am not a clinician. Yeah, this was really kind of interesting to me to be invited to a conference where I really didn't quite know what people did until I started to investigate it once I got here. So I can also tell you that I've never perfused. But it's nice to be here. And when I looked over my slides, you know, I changed some of them, but I think a few of them you're going to find early on are a bit simplistic compared to some of the things that you guys have heard. So yeah, I've been lucky enough to have traveled all over the world, and for the last 35 years or so, I've been studying bats. But as that was going on, at a certain point, someone approached me about working on a book. And so it became natural that my first book was going to be about blood-feeding creatures, since out of the 1,450 or so different bats that exist in the world today, 3 of them are vampire bats. And people who haven't seen me for 20, 25 years and they see me on social media, they contact me and they're like, well, what do you do for a living? And I'm like, well, I study vampire bats. They're like, well, that makes sense. It sounds like you. And I was the kid who had the monkey when I was young, and boa constrictors and lizards and all sorts of strange stuff. So it was no real surprise to a lot of people that I went into the study of bats. But my first book was about blood-feeding creatures, and I also sort of found that I could go back and sort of look at confusing topics. And turn them into something that was interesting. As a professor, I like to entertain when I'm up in front of people, especially when it was students, and they're all, you know, in the old days we were looking at your watch, now you're on your phone. So I try to keep it light and try to keep it entertaining, and once I can grab the audience, then get some facts in there and get some things in that I want to get across. So it was a sort of a no-brainer that my first book was about blood-feeding creatures. And then after that, I was, you know, my agent asked, so what are you going to do next? And I thought, well, I seem to have found this niche where I take weird topics and look at them from a zoological perspective. And so I picked cannibalism. And that turned out to be, you know, I've been calling that book the gift that keeps on giving. And a lot of my friends have told me about, you know, they're on the subway and they're reading this book, and all of a sudden the people that were sitting next to them are moving out of the way and giving them all sorts of room. So it is sort of a service in that regard. So I'm thinking to myself, okay, what's next after cannibalism? And I said, all right, well, maybe I'll do torture. And my wife and son were like, no, we're not going to be living with you for 3 years dealing with torture. And so my agent and my editor at Algonquin both suggested that I try something a little bit more mainstream. So they said, well, why don't you do the heart? And I said, well, it's been done 1 million times, and it's got to have been done so well that how am I going to be able to find the kinds of weird stories that I like to tell? But once I started to do the research, I realized that once again that there was this sort of niche. And so that's what some of the things that you'll see today, most of them are in this book. And once again, I try to keep it entertaining, but also make it educational as well. Okay, so you guys are going to laugh at this one. So, all right. So, what are hearts? There's going to be a quiz later, and Hopefully you guys are going to do okay. Hearts and circulatory system, short answer, muscular pump that moves a fluid. Most of the times that's blood. When you're dealing with the animal kingdom, that's not necessarily the case. Around the body through a system of tubes. What's their function? To supply the body with oxygen and nutrients, and to carry away carbon dioxide and waste products. Now, there's a note here, an asterisk, that you know, not all creatures out there, it's especially insects, oxygen and carbon dioxide are not carried by the circulatory system. As you're going to see, they've got this thing called the tracheal system, which answers the question why there couldn't be a giant, you know, why there couldn't be Mothra, which is a question that all of us ask at one point in our lives. Okay, so do all organisms have a heart and circulatory system? Absolutely not. All right, so who doesn't have them? The tiny is the word here. So small, the flat, the folded. In the animal kingdom, you're dealing with things like sponges, anemones, corals, starfish. When the easiest to see would be sort of single-cell protists if you're trying to see this in action. And so the question becomes, why don't they need a heart? Why don't they need a circulatory system? And the answer is that these are creatures that generally exist in high oxygen environments where there's a greater concentration of oxygen outside this little tiny organism than there is inside. And by the same token, the carbon dioxide that's being produced as a byproduct of things like cellular respiration, it's highly concentrated inside the organism. Now, what takes place here is that okay, so you have a low concentration of carbon dioxide in the environment, a high concentration of oxygen, and you have the opposite when you're dealing with the inside of the creature. So via diffusion, which all of you are familiar with, the oxygen moves from a high concentration outside the organism through tiny pores in the cell into the organism, and by the same, following its concentration gradient. And by the same token, the carbon dioxide, which builds up to higher levels inside the organism, diffuses out to a place where there's less carbon dioxide. So the way that the way that I explain this when I'm talking to high school kids or college kids is I sort of compare it to my bedroom closet. And my bedroom closet, if you open up the door, all of this stuff sort of pours out onto the floor. But if you have the closet closed, right, just envision that I've got my bedroom closet is full of junk, and now I cut little holes in the door, and theoretically, small items that are packed inside in a high concentration are going to be able to come out through those holes that I cut in the door, but some stuff, larger things, won't. So that is, that's really how I explain diffusion to some people. All right, so the story here is that diffusion works if you're small, but diffusion does not work if you are a thick organism made up of thousands and thousands of layers of cells. It just doesn't work. Sometimes it works very, very slowly, but it's not efficient enough, for example, to supply oxygen deep into this organism. So that is why, in order to grow larger, the circulatory systems and hearts had to evolve. You had to find a way to get, to exchange oxygen and carbon dioxide and nutrients with the environment. And that's why we have circulatory systems. So instead of diffusion now, we're talking about tiny veins, capillaries, et cetera, where this diffusion actually takes place on a microscopic scale. All right, so that's the stuff that you already knew. Okay, so when we're talking about, in nature, there are basically two types of card-carrying circulatory systems, and one of them you guys are very familiar with, and that is, and by circulatory systems, I mean hearts or heart-like pumps carrying blood, or for insects, it would be something like hemolymph. Two types. One are closed circulatory systems, which everybody here is certainly familiar with. And the key here is that
the blood that is, or in some instances hemolymph, that is moving through the system never leaves the system. So it always stays either within the heart or the vessels, no matter how small those vessels are. An open circulatory system is quite different. Well, let me back up a sec. In these closed circulatory systems, you can often build up great pressure as the heart contracts and sends its blood on the way to the top of the neck of a giraffe. An open circulatory system, which many, many, many thousands of different species of organisms have, is quite different. And you can also think of this as more of a low pressure system, because the blood, or hemolymph, that is pumped out by this structure, sometimes it's a heart, sometimes it's not, eventually winds up going into, it's going to supply tissue, right? It's going to supply cells. But instead of going into capillaries and having, that's where that exchange takes place, it gets dumped into a chamber called the hemocoel. And surrounding that hemocoel are cells and tissues, and that's where the exchange takes place. So there's a major difference here. So in closed system, the blood is staying within the circulatory system, and here you can see an insect where here you've got this contractile vessel here, and the hemolymph is dumped out, moves into the hemolymph is dumped out, moves into a hemocoel, and then sort of seeps its way back into this contractile vessel, and the whole thing happens again. All right, so how is the heart stimulated to pump blood? Of course, you are all familiar with myogenic hearts, where you're dealing with the fact that there are pacemakers that are modified muscle cells, and the electrical current that is produced here as it moves through the heart. In the wake of that, that causes the muscles, the myocardium, to be stimulated and contract. So, of course, you're all familiar with this stuff. What we'll be talking about in a bit is a very different type of heart, and that is called a neurogenic heart. All right, now this is probably the most simple slide that you guys have seen during this conference. And of course, you know all of this stuff, but I want you to concentrate on here, in this region here, because this is where the problem throughout history was, and that is in the pulmonary circulation. Of course, we're talking about the right side of the heart pumping deoxygenated blood to the lungs, and then picking up oxygen, getting rid of carbon dioxide, and then returning to the left side of the heart where it is pumped out to supply the body. This is what was misunderstood for so very long, and we'll talk about that in a bit. All right, so how else does, what else helps blood circulate? One of the themes in my book was the fact that organs seldom work by themselves. And, you know, I always used to tell my students when I taught anatomy that you can't really, and you can't really teach about the circulatory system this week, and then you sort of take an exam and forget it, and then you start talking about the respiratory system the next week. It just doesn't work like that. That there is this interplay between systems, and there are organs that are helping out other organs. That's not something that necessarily comes across really well when you're looking at college, even college textbooks. So I always make a point of letting my students know this type of thing. As I said, a lot of times you have assists going on here, and most of us, of course, we know that the heart gets an assist from certain blood vessels, large vessels like the aorta, for example, that are also contractile. And so you can envision, this is of course simplified, you can envision myocytes surrounding a vessel, and when they contract, it would be the equivalent of you squeezing a water balloon and sending that blood on its way. And this is why we have problems when you get things like hardening of the arteries, and these vessels are no longer contractile. That leads to problems. Okay, so let's talk about the animal kingdom for a bit, and we're going to start out with invertebrates. If you look at the lower right, you'll see an earthworm, and these are creatures that don't really have true hearts. What they have in this instance is 5 paired contractile vessels, which are called aortic arches. And everyone knows what peristalsis is. Basically, there are peristaltic waves that are produced as these aortic arches contract and send this hemolymph, in this case, although I use hemolymph and blood sort of interchangeably, around the body. This is an organism like insects where the where the respiratory system is not intimately tied to the circulatory system. An earthworm, for example, gets its oxygen and exchanges and gets rid of carbon dioxide through its skin, cutaneous respiration. And this is really one of the key reasons, cutaneous respiration, any kind of movement like diffusion takes place best when you have wet surfaces. And here, no doubt, same thing takes place where you have, and this is why earthworms are wet. And they are the oxygen is coming from the environment, passing through their wet skin into their bodies. And by the same token, the carbon dioxide that builds up is leaving via the same route. The circulatory system really doesn't get involved in that so much. And that's kind of the same thing that's going on with insects. And they also have these contractile vessels. You guys probably wouldn't call them hearts, but there are 4 or 5 different pumping structures that are found throughout the bodies of insects. For example, to pump hemolymph to the antenna, or to pump hemolymph to the wings, or to the legs, places that are sort of distant from this contractile vessel here. But I want you to look here, and so here's the reason why you'll never see an actual Mothra, this gigantic creature. And that's because they respire directly with their environment through holes in the sides of their bodies called spiracles, which ramify into smaller, first now a trachea and then tracheoles. This sounds familiar, I know. But the oxygen is delivered directly to the cells, and the carbon dioxide moves out in the same way. Now, this is really efficient when you're small, but it's not efficient if you're trying to envision Mothra. So the question that I sometimes get from zoology types is, then why do I see these pictures of gigantic dragonflies back in the Pennsylvanian period, millions and millions of years ago? And the answer, from what scientists have been able to piece together, is that there was a higher concentration of oxygen in the atmosphere back in those prehistoric times. And so this allowed these insects with their tracheal respiratory systems to grow larger. Not so much anymore, because oxygen levels are not the same as they used to be. Now, this is one of my favorite creatures. I almost wound up studying these guys instead of bats. And those are the cephalopods, the octopus and squid and cuttlefish. And they are invertebrates. They don't have a backbone, and they have 3 hearts. They have a closed circulatory system, so I don't want you to think just because it's an invertebrate, it has to have an open circulatory system. Not the case. They have 2 branchial hearts. So here comes this deoxygenated blood back from the body, right? And it enters into these 2 branchial hearts, which you can see here, and that, when these muscles contract, sends that deoxygenated blood to the gills, picks up oxygen. Now a systemic heart, which is located here, contracts and sends that oxygenated blood out to the body. So it's a very unique system that we think evolved because these are high-energy organisms. They're especially squid. They move around, they're predators, and this is a system that evolved to deal with the fact that they do not have a vertebrate circulatory system, but they have these needs for not only size, but also a lot of activity. Okay, so getting into the vertebrates now, we're going to start with the system that is the heart and circulatory system that is most close, I would say, to the invertebrate systems, and that would be the fish heart. Fish don't have a pulmonary and systemic circulatory system. These 2 separate circulatory systems that we're all so familiar with. The blood moves in a single loop, and here here comes deoxygenated blood coming back from the body, and it enters into something that is kind of like you can think of this as sort of like an accessory atrium. So this is a place where blood gathers before it moves into the single atrium proper, then into the pumping chamber, the ventricle, which gets a huge assist from this muscular structure, which you can see here, which basically is a stretch and recoil type of situation, to very much like large arteries in humans, to help to assist the heart sending it on its way, in this case to the gills. When you're dealing with reptiles, most reptiles and amphibians, they have a 3-chambered heart. And the thing here is that there is some mixing. So you can see here the interventricular septum is incomplete. So there's mixing of venous and arterial blood. Now, the knee-jerk reaction to that in the past has been something along the lines that this is inefficient. This is a failure. This is why ours is better. Well, ours is more complex, and it certainly leads to more problems. But one thing that I try to get across to my audiences and my readers is that just because a system like this is different than the system found in humans does not at all mean that it's inefficient. It has evolved over millions of years and works perfectly fine for these organisms, just like the 5 aortic arches work perfectly fine if you happen to be an earthworm. So that's another take-home message here. When I was a kid, it was, Neanderthals. And you always saw Neanderthals, and they were sort of like dragging a female around by the hair, and they were hunched over, and they all had a club. We now know that they had a brain that was larger than modern human brains. And so we've got to get away from this idea that just because it's not human, that doesn't mean, that doesn't mean that it's somehow defective or should be looked down upon. That's something we should all get away from as scientist types or perfusionists. Not that they're different. Okay, so I was looking for an interesting story to open the book with, and I got lucky, but 9 blue whales in Newfoundland got very unlucky. And so I wound up telling the story that concerned a bunch of my friends at the Royal Ontario Museum in Toronto. And what happened there was, in brief, is that a curator in mammalogy, a friend of mine, received a phone call that 9 blue whales had died on the ice in Newfoundland. They got caught in an area and wound up on top of the ice. They wound up dying. And this is tragic because this was kind of a large percentage it was about 4% of the blue whales in that region. And the thing is that my friends specialized in whales, and they were trying to know as much, of course, as they could about all of the whales that frequented the waters of Canada. And they'd gotten, over the years, questions like, what's the largest heart in the world? And the response would be, blue whale heart. And they'd go, how big? And they'd go, size of a car, SUV. But they really didn't know. And so you had all of this stuff going in the literature about, oh yeah, the aorta of a blue whale, you could swim down it, that sort of thing. And so the reason for this is that blue whales, when you kill them, when they die, sink. Right? So that's why they were never the right whales. Right whales were the whales that in the old days, if you threw a harpoon in them, they didn't sink. And blue whales were fast, and they sank when they died, so very little was known about their anatomy. Now, the story here is that 3 of these whales didn't sink. We believe that they were propped up on the ice, and they started to drift. And when they eventually, one of them got trashed in a storm. Another one came ashore at a place that was inaccessible to the researchers. But one of them came ashore at a small town in Newfoundland, Trout River. And to make a short story even longer, my friends decided that they would go up and try to recover the heart of this whale. And this was a massive undertaking. So we're talking about construction gear and a team of about a dozen people. And so they got up there, and and first of all, if I back up a sec, oh, no. The townsfolk were frightened because they had seen the videos of whales exploding. And so there'd be these videos on YouTube of like a sperm whale being carted through a city in China, and all of a sudden the thing detonates. And I had the picture on the outside of my office door at LIU, and the title was "Bad Parking Spot," because there were all cars all over and people got sprayed. So the folks at Trout River were freaking out that this was going to happen. So my friends were like, that knew about this said, you know, unless people get up and start jumping up and down on top of this thing, we think they're going to sort of deflate like a balloon, and that's kind of what happened. But there was this initial fear that there was going to be this gigantic explosion, and this guy just happened to come ashore right next to the only restaurant in town. So there was a little bit of paranoia there. Okay, so they got in and they got dirty. And so these guys, so basically when they opened up the side of this, they used heavy equipment and they pulled the ribs apart, and 4 of them went inside to see if they could push the heart out through the ribs, which they eventually did. And you can see the results here. But when I looked at this and when they looked at it, I said, it doesn't look like a heart in these pictures. To me, it looked like a 400-pound soup dumpling. And so they decided to clean it up. They had to transport it, which they did in a flatbed truck. And they rinsed it. They eventually preserved it, or fixed it, rather. You know, a lot of us, when we were in high school and college, were worried about getting formaldehyde splashed on us. You know, oh God, it's well, these guys were dealing with thousands of gallons of formaldehyde, and so you can see this. So the fixation process took months. No, pushing the wrong button. Rated PG. And the fixation process took months. Here it is being carted there in this net. And then they fixed it, and you could see they had to plug up the vessels, and so they used an assortment of bottles from a 5-gallon drum to pop bottles for some of the small vessels, because they had to fill this thing with formalin in order to keep it from rotting from the inside out. So they didn't want to just stick this thing into a giant jar. So they sent it to Germany to be plastinated. So they sent it to the Plastinarium, which is run by a German fellow who is a bit strange. He's already arranged for himself. Unfortunately, he's got a fatal disease, and he's already arranged it that he's going to be plastinated. He told his wife that she can have him for like a week or so, whatever it is. But after that, he's going to be plastinated, and he's going to greet visitors at the Plastinarium with his top hat, which is his sort of the thing that he does. So you've all seen plastinated bodies in places, the live bodies exhibit where you've got like a guy playing basketball, but he doesn't have any skin. So this is the same type of thing, and so they had done smaller jobs before, but they'd never done a blue whale heart, and so there it is in all of its glory. They put it on display at the RUM, but the thing was that by the time I got there, the display was gone. They had it stored in a warehouse, and they pulled the thing out. One of the things that I found interesting about it is, well, they took it out of storage, and there I am next to it. Was the shape. It was very much not the shape of a typical heart where you've got where it sort of comes down here like the apex. It was bilobed, and it was very strange looking. And some of the vessels that they found, they still have no idea what they are. Now they're all excited because they got another baleen whale that they were able to recover the heart, different species. And now, as anatomists love to do, they're now able to compare these structures between 2 different species. So that's sort of ongoing right now. Let me see if there's anything else I forgot about these guys. All right, yeah. So one of the big surprises that they found, and there were many. Well, first of all, one of them was that if you took a heart and laid it here, right there, it would make a mess and I would get in trouble. But if I took a heart and put it on a tray, it would sit there. It would have form. It would be solid. This thing collapsed. You know, like I said, it reminded me of a soup dumpling. And we think that that has to do with the great depths that these animals take when they dive to thousands of feet. We don't know for sure, but that's the hypothesis. The other thing that really stood out was that the heart was a lot smaller than they thought it would be. So as you can see here, there are no vessels that you could swim down, unless maybe you were an otter or something like that. And so the heart weighed in at about, after fixation, about roughly 400 pounds. But they were expecting something a lot bigger. Now, why is that? Because in the animal kingdom, there are creatures that have much larger hearts. For example, hummingbirds. Hummingbirds have a heart that's 8 times larger relative to its body size than a blue whale. So if you had a 90-ton, you got to envision this, a 90-ton hummingbird, right? Do the math. It would have a 3,200-pound heart. So much larger. And the question is that they asked was, why? Why is the hummingbird, and shrews are the same, those little mousy guys that aren't really rodents. Why are their hearts so large? And for the hummingbird, and I'll use that for an example, they beat their wings at 80 times per second. 80 times per second. And of course, to do that, they're using their wing muscles. And those wing muscles need oxygen, and they produce carbon dioxide. They need nutrients. They're producing waste products. And so in order to deal with that demand, a hummingbird heart beats at around 1,260 beats per minute. 1,260. So do the math. That's crazy. I mean, it has to pump, fill, pump again. We think that this is about the limit that mechanically that a heart, that this structure can pump. So the only other way to get more blood to the muscles is to have a larger heart. So every time the heart beats, more blood is sent out to the wing muscles. So that's the story of why the blue whale heart is a lot smaller than we thought it would be. Blue whales' heart beats, maybe 10 times per minute. When they dive, we think they may beat 2 or 3 times per minute. So the demand is not there. Okay. Going back to my theme of organs seldom work alone, when I was a graduate student, one of my favorite papers was by Dennis Bramble and Mark Carrier, and basically what they showed, and I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, is that when horses gallop, right? So you've got, when you're breathing, your thoracic cavity is increasing in volume and decreasing in volume as your diaphragm is moving back and forth, right? And that changes the pressure inside the thoracic cavity, and so your lungs either fill or empty. Well, what these guys found was that the liver of horses is attached to the diaphragm, as it is in most of us, but here's, hopefully all of us, here really securely. And as the horse is galloping, as the horse strides forward, the liver pushes up against the diaphragm and helps, and literally is an assist to help to help expel air. And then as the horse is not striding forward, as you see here, the liver moves backwards. And as it does, it pulls on the diaphragm, increasing the volume of the thoracic cavity. So I was always into this, and when I wrote this book, I looked for, I wanted to find a system where there was an assist to the heart. And what I sort of wandered into by accident was the horseshoe crab. And that story turned out to be, in my book, the least, probably the least important and my least favorite thing about this whole story was that the movement of the gills back and forth, and you can see them here as they move forward and back. They were an assist. This is an open circulatory system. They were an assist to move blood into and out of the heart. All right, so that was interesting, but not incredibly interesting. Then I started to think back about myogenic hearts and the difference in the animal kingdom of hearts that were not myogenic, that were not stimulated by pacemakers. And what we know now is that in many animals, they have a neurogenic heart in which there is a ganglion that sends nerve impulses to the cardiac muscle, and in response to that, the heart will contract. So that was the story here in the horseshoe crab. And once again, I started out, I was like, okay, well, I can start, I wrote this whole section about Aztecs, you know, because you're always seeing them yanking out the heart at the top of the, you know, they're up at the top of a pyramid and they're holding it out to their people down below. And I thought, this is why you never see Aztecs like with a lobster heart or horseshoe crab heart, because as soon as they pulled that thing out and held it out to the crowd, it would stop beating. So that's the sort of snarky way that I went into this, but then it got way more interesting. Okay, so horseshoe crabs have been around for a long, long time, and the term living fossil gets thrown around a lot. But these are creatures that, you know, 450 million years ago, it looked like a horseshoe crab. So they are true living fossils. And they have survived all sorts of mass extinction events on this planet. But they are in real trouble right now. Now, if you go back into the late 19th, early 20th century, the problem was, and you can see these are walls that are made up of horseshoe crabs, is that they were initially used as fertilizer. And after that, fishermen that were eel fishermen, so they used traps, and whelk fishermen, were chopping these things up and using them for bait. So this put a big crimp in populations, but in the 1950s, starting in the 1950s, and then the research sort of took off in the 60s and really took off after that, researchers found out that a substance in their blood called limulus amoebocyte lysate was incredibly important and saved probably now thousands of human lives. And I'm sure you guys have run into these tests, these assays, when you're dealing with sterile equipment. And it was discovered that there's a substance in their blood that is now used in an assay to detect endotoxin. And I know that this is not exactly, you know, this is not the exact definition of endotoxin, because there are some differences here. But one of the reasons that you guys have to use these tests when you're dealing with a sterile situation is because bacteria like E. coli, when you sterilize equipment, you're destroying that bacteria. So the bacteria aren't releasing endotoxin because they're trying to fight off you know, enemies. They're releasing it. In many instances, it's part of these lipopolysaccharides are part of their cell membrane. And when you sterilize and burst that cell, you release this substance. And if this substance happens to get on equipment, a catheter, a medication, and get into a patient, it can cause real problems. So you're dealing with things like endotoxic shock, and so it is a life-threatening situation. So what these researchers found out was that when this substance found in horseshoe crab blood comes into contact with endotoxin, it has a reaction, it clots. It forms a visible clot. So this was used and what turned into an industrial scale operation. And this replaced the sort of rabbit tests that you used to hear about. You see these pictures of testing on live rabbits that, you know, I won't even get into it. but people were pretty well excited that they could do this and get away from that nasty rabbit test. But the problem is that you usually don't see horseshoe crabs. You see them in the spring when they come to on shore to mate. And this is when they're collected. So they're collected before they mate, and before they're able to, in a sense, lay all their eggs. The males come in, they have a big party, everybody goes home happy. But the problem is that most of these crabs are collected, and by law, you have to return them to approximately where they're collected. But this is sort of a joke, because where I live on the east end of Long Island, and for years I wondered why I'd see pickup trucks in the spring, and the back of the pickup truck was loaded with horseshoe crabs. And I'm going, where are they going? Why aren't they in water? And these are probably being transported to these facilities now, where they are hung up, and you can see them here, upside down. And here's a cannula being inserted into the horseshoe crab. And then they literally bleed them until they stop bleeding. So first of all, they're carried to these places in an unrefrigerated backs of trucks, no water. And then they're hung up and bled. 30–40% of their blood is removed. Now, if you back up, I'm going to back up a slide here, in theory. Look at the heart here. And here's that fold that you see, and this is where they're putting the cannula in. Right above that heart is this ganglion that is involved in, this cardiac ganglion is involved in stimulating the heart and causing it to contract. If you stick that cannula into that ganglion, you kill the horseshoe crab. So, I tried to get into some of these facilities that, because I do realize that there's a good here, but it wasn't working. They wouldn't let me in. But horseshoe crabs are now in danger, and lately, something like 10 years ago, recombinant DNA technology has led to an assay to detect endotoxin that does not use horseshoe crab blood. And large drug companies, a couple of them started using it until COVID hit. And then there was this sort of like, this was abandoned because it was only a few companies that were producing it at the time. And everybody went back to the tried and true. So this is why horseshoe crabs are now in serious trouble. There's 4 species of horseshoe crabs. 3 of them are endangered because in Asia they eat them. Won't go there. But the ones here, we don't eat these, but it is problematic. So there is a hope that once hopefully COVID is gone, that we can go back to these assays that don't require horseshoe crab blood. All right. One of the questions that I wanted to answer was where did this whole idea that the heart was the seat of intelligence and intellect and the soul, where did that come from? Right? When I wrote a book about cannibalism, and I was going to write a chapter about why cannibalism is this huge taboo, I was going to name the chapter "Blame It on the Greeks," and my editor talked me out of it. And so when I was writing this book, and I wanted to come up, explore the idea of where this concept of cardiocentrism came from, I was going to name it, blame it on the ancient Egyptians, but I didn't. In any event, we think that's where this came from. The ancient Egyptians really thought much about the heart. They preserved it separately. They thought that in the afterlife, here you can see it in its own separate urn, it was weighed against the feather of Ma'at, and that's the god of truth and virtue. And basically, it's a determination of where you're going to be in the afterlife. So it was extremely important. They saw it was centrally located. It moved. It was vital. It responded to stimuli. They didn't think very much of the brain. In fact, during the mummification process, they would pull it out your nose with a hook and then discard it. So cardiocentrism started with the ancient Egyptians. Now, their medicine, their science was extremely extremely important, and held in high esteem by the Greeks and Romans who followed them. There was a lot of exchange between the cultures, especially the ancient Greeks. By the time it got to the Romans, while the Egyptians and the Greeks thought that the heart was important, they really had no clue about how it worked. For example, they thought that there was arterial blood on the left side and that there was air on the right side. So there was this, there were all sorts of problems that existed. Now you're looking at several thousand years ago, so that's or 1,000 or so years ago, not such a big deal. Until Galen came along. Galen was a Roman surgeon who lived from 129 to 216 CE, and he was extremely influential. Probably wrote about 3 million words that were recovered, 3 million. And so he was limited by the fact that he couldn't do human dissections. This is where this came from. He believed that some blood got to the right side here through invisible pores in the interventricular septum, where it would mix with this sort of magic air substance called pneuma, and that would be carried by the arteries. He also was carried on with this concept that came from the ancient Greeks of the four humors, where, in a sense, anything that was wrong with you could be dealt with by balancing the four humors: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. And some of them were probably alarmed because they couldn't find black bile because it didn't exist. But this stayed around for a long, long time. And you're like, well, why? The reason is because after Galen, after the fall of Rome, Galen's work, which was there was a tremendous amount of it, was not translated initially into Latin. And when it was translated in the Middle Ages, it was translated by Syrian Christians, and they put their Christian take on this work. So when it was eventually translated into Latin with this sort of Christian slant, the church loved it, and they proclaimed Galen's work to be divinely inspired. So for the next 1,500 years in Western medicine, you couldn't do anything except follow the word of Galen. So things stagnated big time. One of the things that, I'm going to go through this quick because I don't know how much time I have here. But one of the things that lasted for way too long was this concept of bleeding and with leeches. So they would attach medicinal leeches to you to sort of balance one of these humors, and that humor, in this case, was blood. George Washington, they bled George Washington about 40% of the blood in his body the day that he died for a throat infection. So when did Galen get the boot? Well, in the West, it was the 17th century from William Harvey and others, and in China and India, it happened a lot earlier. A couple of things here that some of the innovations that took place after Galen got the U out, the stethoscope, which was developed by Dr. René Laennec in Paris to treat patients who, well, not necessarily to treat, but to detect consumption, which we now know as tuberculosis. And they would use two methods to figure out if you had this buildup of fluid. One was percussion, and this came from people who worked in places where wine was stored, and they would tap on the cask to figure out how much liquid was in there. And the other was to sort of listen, but listen to the chest. But back then, people had ectoparasites. They didn't bathe as often. You didn't really want to put your head close to the woman's chest. So Laennec came up with this idea supposedly after watching some kids, one of them scratching the end of a stick and the other with his ear against that stick. All of these stories are in the book, and this one on Warner Fossman is, to me, I write fiction as well, and I could not have written something that was stranger than this first cardiac catheterization, which was performed in 1929. This was a young physician working in a hospital, his first job, and he had seen a procedure whereby a catheter was put down the jugular vein of a horse and sent down into the right side of the heart in order to measure pressure. And he thought, well, instead of, he was trying to get around puncturing the heart to add, whatever kind of medicine that you wanted to add to the heart, because you could cause all sorts of bleeding, you could damage the heart, and he was looking for a way around that. And what he came up with was, he did this to himself. He took a urinary catheter, he conned this nurse into opening the cabinet so he could get at these catheters, which was locked. Then she agreed to be the patient. He ties her down on the table, and then he leaves. And when he comes back, he's got this thing threaded up his antecubital vein, and then talks her into going to the fluoroscopy room so that they could take this picture. He gets fired. Years later, he's in World War II. He's captured by the Americans. Because he joined the Nazi Party in the early 1930s, he couldn't practice surgery. But years later, then he becomes a lumberjack, which I guess, of course, what you do when you can't practice surgery. And years later, he wins the Nobel Prize. Okay. Yeah. So just when you thought that it was okay to like hang out and you weren't going to have to hear about leeches anymore, in the 1970s, leeches made a recurrence because of surgeons who were in Southeast Asia, in places like Vietnam, came back with information about leeches being used in reattachment surgeries, and that's why you see John Wayne Bobbitt here. I've cut out a couple of slides that I thought might not go over that well. Yeah. So 3 of these leeches are actually used in reattachment, and here's the story here, and I'm sorry, I'm sort of running over, but if you're doing a reattachment, let's say someone got their ear sliced off, you reattach it. The arteries, which are thicker walled, are easier to knit back together, but the veins, which are thin walled, not so much. So the blood can get to the reattached organ, but then it pools there because the veins are either fail or you can't reattach them. So the blood accumulates, you have problems, the reattached organ can fail. So what they discovered, and I think this was in Southeast Asia from everything that I learned, was that if you put leeches around the wounds after the reattachment, they will act as a sort of circulatory system. So here comes the oxygenated blood, enters the reattached organ, right? And then the leeches draw it off. So then new blood comes in. So now that gives the body time to repair. Meanwhile, the anticoagulants in the leech saliva are keeping clots from forming. So we're using this now as a technique. Leeches USA, it was the place that I wandered into this place. It was it was literally 10 minutes from my school, and I had no clue. All right, yeah, so interesting. This book, and you'll have to either talk to me later or read the book. This was the chance that I got, having worked on vampire bats for my entire life, or for the last 35 years or so, not my entire life. I mean, I always got this question. It was like, yeah, you've been studying vampire bats for so long. How's that going to help my grandmother survive? And, when I wrote this book, I made sure that the animals that I picked were animals that had clinical relevance. One of them, not so clinical, was the Antarctic ice fish. To make a long story extremely short, these guys have an antifreeze in their blood that literally lowers the temperature that the blood would normally freeze. So what happened? An ice cream manufacturer in Europe decided to use this antifreeze in their ice cream. Why? So this is not quite clinical. Why? Because if you've ever had ice cream and you've opened it up and you're eating it, and then you decide you're going to put it back in the refrigerator, and then when you eat it again, it's like all crunchy and it's a bad mouthfeel type thing. That's because larger crystals have formed. What these guys have done is, by using this antifreeze, antifreeze latches on to these smaller ice crystals in the ice cream, doesn't allow it to grow. So that's what we're using antifreeze from ice fish. Takotsubo syndrome, how many people have heard of it? Oh, really? Takotsubo syndrome, after I've written a whole book about how there's no connection between hearts and minds, or not the way we used to think about it, in 1990, Japanese researchers came across 30 patients. They were all women. Most of them were postmenopausal, that came in showing that looked like they were having heart failure. So when they did the workup on them, they discovered that that was not the case. There were not, for example, clogged coronary arteries. When they did the radiography, what they found was that the left ventricle had a strange shape to it. And that shape reminded these guys of these lobster pots, of these octopus pots that fishermen use, that octopus fishermen use, called takotsubo. And so this became known as Takotsubo syndrome. In the West, it became known as broken heart syndrome, because what was going on here, what these patients shared, was the fact that recently they had had traumatic experiences in their lives. For example, they'd lost their husbands, they'd lost their jobs, they'd attempted suicide. And what they now hypothesize is that and like I said, there's no damage to the coronary vessels. That was huge. What they believe happened is that this was a sympathetic response. When we get scared or get traumatized or frightened, which is different than scared, you release stress hormones. And these stress hormones are not going to be around for very long. After the stressful situation goes away, then there's no more release. What we believe is happening here is that this is sort of an uncontrolled release of stress hormones. And one of the things that can happen there is vasospasm. So rather than these cardiac vessels being clogged, we think that they might have been spasming, which gave the indication that these women were having heart attacks, when in actuality, it had to do with the fact that it was an abnormal release of stress hormones. The good news is that after 3 to 6 months, this seems to go away. But there is this connection between the heart and the mind. Okay. What do you think? 1 minute? Okay. Well, zebrafish. We're not able to cut 20% of our heart off and have it repair itself like zebrafish do, so we're studying why that is so. Why can myocytes go into a reproductive phase? That's not possible in humans. The Burmese python, huge problem in Florida. This is a horrible invasive species that got here because of pet owners releasing their snakes in a place where they had no predators. A researcher by the name of Leslie Leenwand figured out that when a Burmese python eats a large meal, which is what all constrictors do, they can sometimes maybe eat once a year, but when they do, their heart grows 4 times. Grows 40%, not 4 times. 40% after a meal. And this is not sort of like pathological heart size increase that you might be familiar with. This is healthy heart growth, so without exercise. And so the idea here is that if people who have had heart problems, that you can't put them, and you can't put them onto an exercise regimen, that you might be able to figure out what this is, and they think it's 3 different amino acids that you might be able to use to cause healthy growth of the heart. All right, I'm getting the hook. All right. Yeah, well, just to touch on this, you can read about the fact that some people are trying to deal with the fact that there is a major problem with not enough organs to transplant by growing your own hearts. And in some instances, that problem that I talked to you about, this is the last slide, about small vessels. Other researchers, like Glenn Gaudet at Worcester Polytech, are using, I was sorry it wasn't cabbage, because it sounds like you guys use a lot of cabbages. But he used spinach. They drain all of the cellular material out of that, and they leave the cellulose, and they build vessels on these spinach veins that they're now going to try to implant into humans. All right. There you can see the veins. So conclusions, yes, you've heard it. All sorts of structures have evolved to supply oxygen and nutrients. The ancient Egyptians, I think, are the first to come up with cardiocentrism. Galen was a good guy, but the church who decided that his word was divinely inspired, not so good. And medical advances, are past, present, and future, continue to transform cardiac medicine. Thank you, guys. Thanks. I just want to skip and thank Luc Puy and Susan, who made this happen. This is my artist, Patricia Wynn, and if you are interested in anything else that I might have done, or I'm writing a book about teeth right now, the natural history of teeth. It's very weird. Here's that information. Oh, I did a TED Ed on transfusions too, if you guys might want to check that out. And I'd be happy to answer questions, but not now, probably.
So I know there are going to be many questions. You're welcome to ask those in the chat for those of you that are online. Otherwise, LivaNova has sponsored a book signing with Bill, so he will be at the LivaNova booth right now, or in about a minute, and you can ask him some questions in person, because I know we all thought that was fascinating, and everyone online had a lot of positive feedback as well. The other thing I wanted to let everyone know is that the lunch today is sponsored by Perfusion.com, and it's going to be following out in the main area right outside. And then we will also be reconvening
scratch comes with experience. However, if you include these main elements, you will be well on your way to constructing a more complete protocol. At minimum, this protocol must include
you. Good afternoon, everybody. We're going to start our next session on time, hopefully. Welcome all to this professional building session. We have some excellent speakers after me, and so I would like to thank the organizing committee and Susan in particular for inviting me to this conference. And as I am part of the organizing committee, I kind of got invited myself. But I really liked that I was invited to the organizing committee because I met a lot of wonderful people, and I've made a lot of new friends. And I have one disclaimer, that is that Susan asked me to ask some questions during this, at the end of the sessions, so people weren't left alone, but I might have taken that job somewhat too seriously at some time, so I apologize already. So now it's my turn to get up on the stage. My name is Luc Pouy. I have no credentials behind my name because I don't have any credentials anymore. I was a perfusionist in Belgium. I moved to the United States in 2021, and I also did my last case in 2021 when I left Europe. So I'll be talking about artificial intelligence. Not because I'm really an expert in it, but because I am really interested in it, and there's some really exciting things that are coming our way, but they're also spooky or crazy or downright scary. So as a disclaimer, I have no conflict of interest other than that I'm part of the organizing committee. The beautiful picture of the EKG that you see, I stole it from the United Nations. I hope they can afford it. But it's literally the front page of their latest report on climate change, so I would like to give them credit for that. And as I said, I have no real experience other than that I read a lot about artificial intelligence, and I think a lot about it. But I come here on the podium because I always have to think, when you have to explain something that you don't know anything about, I have to think about Ricky Gervais. And he's a British comedian. He's the original creator of The Office, the English version, which is, by the way, even more better than the US version. And he just said no one else knows what they're doing, so you might just as well do it yourself. So that's a real good motivator for me. Okay, what am I going to talk about today is I'm going to set a tone why I think it's important to talk about these things. I'm going to try to explain some things, the things I don't understand, give you some examples of what they're already doing, and that is just scratching the iceberg, scratching the surface, and looking at the tip of the iceberg, sorry. And I'll also look at some dangers and caveats and what perfusionists should have to do. And hopefully come to some conclusions, excuse me, but all these things go so fast that probably by the end of my talk, I'm already outdated. Okay, so imagine this. Before I finally settled in the US, I attended my first NBA game in November 2017, and it was the Milwaukee Bucks versus the Memphis Grizzlies. And that is basically all that I remember about it, because I still remember that the Bucks won. That's the only thing I remember, and I was overwhelmed by the experience. And it was magical. I come from Belgium. Our national basketball team means nothing, but and here I am. I'm looking at the NBA. There's Giannis doing his magical stuff. And I was that was all that I remember. I knew it was in November. I knew the Bucks won and that they played the Memphis Grizzlies. Now I can go back to the NBA website, and they have this neat little page that's called Stats, and it's interesting. They do statistics, and I see the game, and I can finally remember what the score is, and I can see some things about the game, and then there's game details, and I clicked on it, and it's even more information about the game, all the quarters, all the rebounds and stuff like that. And then at the right side you see the PDF. That's just a PDF of this. But then you have a game book, and I'm like, okay, let's see what that is. And that game book is a 16-page document, PDF document, that gives you a detailed account of what happened during that game. And these are the last 3 minutes, and you can see that, you know, at the last minute, Jay Henson did a rebound. He passed to Bledsoe. He missed a jump shot from 21 feet. And then M. Gasol took the rebound. And, you know, you can just see everything that happened second by second. And that's crazy, you know. They can give you literally an account of what happened in that, and you can see it. And you can, on their website, you can click on all these events, and they give a video. And of course, it's a MBA, and they do a lot of crazy statistics. This is where Giannis stood when he was scoring. At that time, he didn't do any three-pointers yet. And you can see the percentages of where he was, at what, you know, anything you want to know, you get it there. But of course, there's a lot of money and a lot of people interested in NBA. So let's go to perfusion. Last year, I'm subscribed to the Perfusion Improvement Reporting System from the Australia-New Zealand College of Perfusion. And they have the PERS2, the safety reporting system. And they send you emails with reports. And this was a report about an air emboli alarm. The pump stopped, the clamps were going on. They looked at, there was no air to be detected, but so they decided to carry on, and then the arterial pump didn't work anymore. So they started hand cranking. Luckily there was an N+1, so they could change out very rapidly. I think the patient only suffered like 37 seconds of no flow during that, and the patient was alive and well. And everyone was having a beer afterwards, except for the patient probably. And they called it a good catch, no harm incident. But this could have gone really, really bad. You know, luckily they had an N+1. Luckily there was a pump in the room, a spare pump, according to the standards and guidelines. So the patient was alive and well, and that's why we have these documents. But these people wanted to know what had happened, you know. These machines cost $250,000, and they don't do what they are doing, what they are supposed to do. So they send it back to the factory. It's not important what pump it was. It's just the principle of it. And so they looked at the data, and the company simply said nothing happened. We cannot find these issues back. There's no data. The data is corrupted. Maybe you took it out. We don't know, but we cannot trace back this incident. So a patient potentially died, and we cannot see what happened afterwards. And that is scary. So what I want to say is we perfusionists, we have to go to the next industrial revolution, which is already happening for a long time. So first we had steam, we started factories, then we had electricity, we started really, really mass production. The third revolution was automated production by computers. Computers started helping us. And then computers started connecting to each other, and that was the fourth revolution. It's the artificial intelligence, robots becoming more involved in humans, and vice versa. And so, sorry, what are you talking about? Artificial intelligence, I don't know what that is. It's something. And I have some definitions to throw at you. So the artificial intelligence is the whole thing. We try to create intelligent machines, which are basically computers, and we want to let them work like the human brain. So it's the science, it's the hardware. And one of the parts is a neural network. It's basically you try to make software that works like neurons, that put things together and starts talking to each other and connect things. So it's the brains. One of those types of neural networks is deep learning. And that's where it gets more interesting even. And so that means that you throw a lot of data to this system, and it starts learning how to associate things. For example, if you would throw perfusion data at it, it would say, oh, these patients, they have a low hematocrit. The machine doesn't know what it is, but it just knows low hematocrit. There's a subset of patients that have a low hematocrit, and there's a high prime volume, and then at the end, they have a low hematocrit to come off of this thing, a pump, I don't know what it is, and then these people are more likely to die. And then the output would be that patients with low hematocrit and a high prime volume are more likely for mortality. And that's how these machines work, very, very simplified. So this is the thinking. A subset, again, is machine learning, and that's where the machines basically start thinking about for themselves. You don't have to learn them anymore, but you just throw data at it, and it's going to do something with it, and you have an outcome. And this is the creepy thinking, of course, because this is where you get into your car, and suddenly your car tells you it takes you 15 minutes to get back home. Okay, I didn't ask for it, but the machine told me, so maybe it's true. And then there's another thing that's called natural language processing, and that is where it tries to recognize speech or what you write. Sometimes I think it's trying to understand what I'm thinking, but I remember I was at the MSEC meeting a few weeks ago, and there was a session about what we're going to talk about. What we're going to talk about later, non-technical skills. And I didn't talk about non-technical skills. I just watched some presentations about it, and I went on LinkedIn a few days later, and I got an ad to go study somewhere about non-technical skills. Strange. So that is really spooky, and it becomes even more spooky when babies' first words are going to be Alexa instead of Mama and Papa. And that is a true story, and it's more and more. So, just crazy stuff. And I'm not sucking this out of my thumb. I read this really interesting book by Eric Topol, Deep Medicine, and he talks about the possibilities that are there and the things we can learn and that are going to happen. And this book was written in 2018, and I read it last year. And it was already outdated. Like the examples he gave of deep learning and machine learning and what you can do with it, it's already outdated. But not the way he thinks about it, the ethical thinking about it. So he basically says that we don't need to go to machine medicine. The machines don't need to replace people, but the machines will need to help us. They should be a way to help us to be more human and to be more centered towards the patient. And this is the unique opportunity we have to use now to be more human to our patient. And they say to bring back real medicine, maybe real perfusion. I don't know what that is, but it sounds good. But we have to gain trust from our patients. And we have to be aware that these things are happening. And I was talking about outdated knowledge. I read a report from 2011, and they said that in the 1950s, it was estimated that all medical knowledge was doubled in the next 50 years. Was going to be doubled in the next 50 years. And then in 1980, it was estimated that the doubling of medical knowledge was going to happen in the next 7 years. Well, guess how much time does it take now to double the medical knowledge? It's 73 days. So that means that if you're starting medicine now, by the time you graduated, you only have around 6% of all the medical knowledge. So it's just something to think about. This is how fast it goes. And that's creepy. So I have this vision about how what perfusion should do, and it's in the ideal world, and I think you always should set your goal to world dominance and then see where you get and start from there. And we have all these nice heart-lung machines, and they get information from all the EKGs and the patient monitors and the cell savers, and from the bottom you see all the services from the hospital. It's the EMR and the the bedside, the lab, the medication, diagnostics, and blood bank, and all that gets fed into a central database. It's controlled for privacy issues and quality control. There's a feedback mechanism that tells you, well, this line of data is not correct. Maybe you should reconsider submitting it. It's going through the processor, and we have a nice data house full of perfusion data and outcomes. And this you can use to make reports for your own, for your team, for your center. You can benchmark it against the rest of the world. You can use it to train, to recertify, and look how well you are doing. And then we can have, in the second quadrant, on lower quadrant, you have all the databases started talking to each other, so the people in Australia know how they're doing against the rest of the world, or the people in Europe. And we can write clinical guidelines with this and feed it back to the machines for clinical decision support. We can do clinical trials. Al was talking about, or David was talking about using clinical trial registries to make guidelines, and then we can use it for teaching and simulation. And some of this stuff is already happening, or we are talking about and thinking about doing, and it's really exciting. But to do this, we first of all need to be able to let them communicate with each other, so we need a common perfusion language, and I will come back to that later. And we need to use, and I say we need to use artificial intelligence and deep learning, but what I really say is we need to embrace the power of computer processing that is there, and we should use it to the good of the patient, not to the good of us, or not to the good of the computers, or not to show how well we can do it, but to help the patient. So what can we do with this? Like clinical decision support. That is the timely information given to you in the context of what you're doing. And then I'm not an expert in that, but Mr. Paul, our good friend, he talks about this. He's busy with this, and his colleagues and companies he's involved with are already doing this. For example, you get reminders that you have to give something. You know, it's 20 minutes since your last cardioplegia. That sounds simple, but we have to use it. It's to our advantage. Order sets, displaying patient information. You're going to give this, your patient is allergic to that, so don't give it. That should be maybe not in a heart-lung machine, but at the dispensers of medication. You go get medication for a certain patient, and that machine tells you, I'm not giving that to you because he or she is allergic to it. You know, safety and quality issues, anything that a machine can tell you that you don't have to think about because you got stuff to do. Okay, and an example of this, it's already happening. This is not artificial intelligence or machine learning. It's just using a computer to the good for the patient. And this is a group of 5 hospitals that are doing patient blood management. And they, whenever someone ordered a bag of blood, they get this message, and they say, according to these guidelines, you only have to give blood when the hemoglobin is below 7 grams. And your last hemoglobin was 12 on this patient. Why are you giving this blood? And then he can either say, oh, I'm making a mistake, maybe this patient doesn't need blood. Or he can say, well, he just jumped off a building and is bleeding, so I really need that blood. And then you can justify it, and we can discuss it later. But this will help you save, well, it helped this hospital to save money, and $2 million a year is not bad, I would say. So that's a big return on investment, 400%. What else can we do? This automate procedures. We have now heart-lung machines that can initiate cardiopulmonary bypass, wean cardiopulmonary bypass, but we still need that human touch, of course. We should not let machines decide when it's time to get off bypass, but they can help us in our decision-making. There's an article that describes how when you start going down on your flow, there's a little prompt on your screen that says, maybe you should wake up the anesthesiologist to start ventilating the patient. or get him off his phone. Sorry, no offense. Use of checklists. You know, you're going down on flow. Are you weaning? Okay, here's the checklist for weaning. And maybe the machine can already tell you, yes, your potassium is good. Yes, your ventilation is on. Yes, you are on 100% FiO2. So these checklists, it's always like, the checklist. No, the machine can tell you that the checklist is already half full. You know, warning algorithms. You know, this is where the machine learning comes in. A certain situation is evolving, and the machine thinks that in this situation, maybe in 5 minutes, your patient, there will be an event happening. So it's probably, it's going to need a lot of data to do this, but it's just imagine, that would be nice. And then also medication warnings, training and evaluation and risk prediction. I'm going to talk about this a little bit more, and then evidence for guidelines. As I told you, the knowledge of the medical knowledge is doubling every 73 days now. We just can't keep up, you know. And Al slammed us with a big wad of articles this morning, and we still cannot decide if hemofiltration is good or bad. So we can use the help of computers to read those articles for us, and there are already websites doing that. So I said predicting of survival. So this is about patients after ECMO, and they used excuse me. They used the retrospective data of 280 patients, a massive load of data points, 1.92 million data points, a lot of lab values that from the first 48 hours of ECMO runs, and the machine could predict in 82% if the patient was going to die or not on ECMO. And that was a higher performance than the SAFE-2 score. But luckily, this was only a proof of concept because they had a limited number of data points. They didn't take everything into consideration. It was a retrospective data, and it certainly needs validation. Because what are you going to do when you put your patient on ECMO and after 2 days, the machine says no? You know, computer says no. This patient is going to die, you have to stop it because it's useless, it's futile. Are you going to do it? Or what if he says, you have 10 patients and 8.9%, so 89% of those patients are going to die or are going to live? What are you going to do with the other 1.1 patients? You know, this is stuff that we have to think about. Are we going to use this to decide for us, or are we going to just use it as one of the things we have to consider when we are putting a patient on ECMO? So the limitations of this study, and this is very important to know, that you have a massive amount, and I will show you a picture that makes it more clearer. You have a massive amount of data that you put into the machine. And the machine does something with it, but it's literally called the hidden layers. And so it makes all these associations. But what if you put the postal code of these patients into that machine? Does it matter? Maybe they live next to a network of pipes that are made of lead, so they have a less chance of survival. But it's literally a black box. We don't know what the machine does. And when it spews out your results, then you have to think about these results and try to figure out what the machine did. And that's literally what they said in this article. And this is about ECMO. What are we going to do about missing data? Quality of data. The more variables you have, the more data you need. These machines love to eat data. The more you give them, the more accurate they become. But then now it's about perfusionists. We're going to use a machine to learn it, how to predict how perfusionists are going to react to a certain situation. Wait a minute. This is a bit more scary. Are we going to be replaced by machines? Probably never. But it's just something, I'm just throwing it at you to think about. So this was a simulated, not a clinical situation, but a simulated clinical situation. Your patient has a low DO2 for a certain reason in a certain setting. But there were two perfusionists sitting at a computer, and they got this information, and then they had to make a decision. So that was also a limitation of the study. So we have 5 possible decisions. One was going down on your flow for probably for the reason that one of the situations that could happen was that your cannula was kinked, the venous line was kinked, so you would go on lower flow to resolve that situation, of course. And then another situation, another possibility was to just wait and see what happens and evaluate the situation. Not doing anything but telling the surgeon, give blood, I think was, or transfuse or hemoconcentrate. And they used 2 perfusionists and 148 simulations, and they could predict with almost 80% accuracy what the perfusionist was going to do. Of course, this is a very limited proof of concept, but it can be used later in clinical decision support. So it was only 2 perfusionists. You need lots of more data. There's no clinical setting. There's no surgeon asking you what are you doing. And there's a limited number of possible reactions, of course. It was just to see what they could do with this machine. But I'm showing you this because we are going to have to deal with this. This is the algorithm that they used. And I really have no idea what they're talking about. There's some sums in it and then domains and real numbers and, but they are going to throw this at you at some point. At some day it's going to come into your OR, and this is going to decide how you are going to react. And Mr. Diaz, who presented at MSEC, is one of the good guys. I can assure you, he knows what a perfusionist is. And this is aptly called the confusion matrix. It's just on the left side you have the perfusionist action and the predicted action by the computer, and the bluer it gets, the more accurate the prediction. So doing nothing was a really good prediction. So how about profiling? But anyway, I think this kind of research is necessary, but we have to be aware that it's there and that it's going to happen. So I said it might be used for clinical decision support, like, this situation is happening, and I know that perfusionist is sitting behind the pump. I should warn him because this perfusionist is not always paying attention, and the machine knows that, because one of the things was that if the machine knew who was behind the pump, it could better predict the action. So the machine knows you. It might be scary, but we need to take it into our advantage. It's a help for us, but it needs way more input and validation in a clinical setting. And then we can use it for training. The power of computers and new technology. We can do virtual reality training with augmented multi-sensory cues. And this was a study in which there were 3 groups of people. One had no accessories, no help from computers. Another group had goggles on with virtual reality and augmented reality, so they could see stuff, and when it changed color, it was a thing that they had to grab and use to perform the action. And then the third group, they had the goggles on and also gloves, and there were auditory signals, and the gloves vibrated when they took something bad. We're like, that's not what you need. Okay, I need something else. And then they did a few training sessions, and then they had 5 attempts to do something, to perform a task. And the dark red is the no-help group, and you can see that even after 5 trials, the augmented reality group still did a better job. And that is taking advantage of the new technology. And I kind of fooled you because this was to replace a tire in a car. But this is used by perfusionists as well. There's a group in Germany that uses eye tracking glasses, and they can see where students are looking at during a pump run. And it's still in simulation, but this could be used in a clinical setting as well, just to know what is distracting you. Are you looking at your phone? Is there a nurse that is talking to you? Is there something else happening? Are you actually looking at the screen, or do you have to be aware of where everything else is? And they literally can see and look where you are looking. More computer power. I just wanted to share you with this. This is in Grenoble in France, and at the French Alps. And the circle you see in the middle of the island is actually an RX machine, a really huge CT scan, to be honest. And it's a particle accelerator. It's about half a mile long, and they make beautiful pictures. And I just wanted to share you to see how the computer power can help us. And this is the kind of images they make. These are the kidneys of a 94-year-old donor. And you can go up to 20 nanometers with this new technology, so you can literally look at cells. And I just wanted to share with you these beautiful images that we can use to our advantage. This is a lung of a patient that died of COVID. And the researchers that are doing this, that are using this technology, they wanted to look at lungs of COVID patients that had died and those that had not died. And they could show actually that COVID is more of a vascular problem than a pulmonary problem, because your vasculature gets really attacked by the virus. And this was in the first wave. So, but these are beautiful images. Look at this, the heart of the 94-year-old, and they can literally. There is so much data. I think one image takes a few terabytes. Which is incredibly a lot, which is more than your computer that you have every day. But they can literally fly through the brain and go to a certain spot in the brain and look at the cells, which is actually really cool. But what do perfusionists need to do? How are we going to make sense of all that data and make sure we tell a nice story with it? Because that's the ultimate goal. I think we're still in the first two phases. We have a lot of data and we know what we're doing, but we need to work with this. So first we need to do electronic charting, and I think that is a no-brainer. We have to do that because we have to own our data. If you don't have data, you cannot tell anybody what you're doing in your practice. We need a perfusion EMR. We are also working on that, and there are a lot of new EMRs coming out, which is very exciting. We need to learn about it, so we need people who are not only versed in perfusion, but also in statistics and research, clinical research or basic research, and also who are versed in informatics and actually be data scientists. And then we need to find a way to make sense of the reporting, of what comes out of all this data, and put it into guidelines and clinical decision support. I was talking about speaking one language. The US has a lot of vendors, which is not a problem, but if you're going to do research and you want to know what the mean arterial pressure at a certain point is, there's a lot of ways to say what the mean arterial pressure is. And this is an example, but there's a pediatric data consortium that is they are successfully in creating a common language about pediatric cancer. And they did this because they found that there were 57 ways to give the patient's age in data. So just to make sure that all the data is correct and the same, so that when we feed it into the machine, into the learning, that we all talk about the same thing. This is just an example. All the EMRs can be different, but when they give data to registries, we have to talk the same language, and then feed it into the machine. And there are languages to be used at, but we have to learn them. Okay, so the perfusion data scientist, I'm almost there. We have to build an artificial intelligence competent surgical workforce, the surgeons say. The anesthesiologists say we need an anesthesiologist informaticist. And I told you about the 3 things that they should know. Well, I do put a claim on the perfusion data scientist. You can call it whatever you want, but a perfusionist who is knowledgeable yeah, that doesn't work. In not only in perfusion, he has to be, know what a perfusionist does, but he also has to be in maths and statistics. We have a lot of masters, and now there are already some people who know a lot about computer science. Also, be critical. This is an artist that took 99 used cell phones, iPhones, and he dragged them across the streets in Berlin in a little cart, and there was no traffic anymore behind him. Maybe it was a Sunday, and he went onto a bridge, and his goal was to create a traffic jam. And all the cars were deviated because all their cell phones said, hey, watch out, there's a traffic jam on the bridge over the River Spree in Berlin. And he wanted to show you that, that artificial intelligence and machine learning is already being used by Google, Facebook, all these algorithms, and they show you a picture that isn't there, and it's not supervised. Google tells you there's a traffic jam, but there isn't a traffic jam because it's not supervised. You cannot supervise this. It's too big, there's too much data, and we have to be careful about that. This is the same techniques that tell 16-year-old girls on Instagram that they have to look a certain way because the algorithm shows them. So it's dangerous. Or it's Facebook telling you who to vote for. So this is the concept of deep learning. You put a lot of data in it. It's called hidden layers. The machine does something with it, and I don't want to sound too pessimistic, but we have to, if you don't know anything about these algorithms, then you don't know what the machine does. And we have to be careful what the machine is thinking. And this is Hal from Space Odyssey. People that are old enough and like Stanley Kubrick, they will know what I'm talking about. Also, we have to be equitable in using that data. This is just an example where in the algorithm to decide who needed money for healthcare, the fact that black people spend less on healthcare made the algorithm think that they need less care because they don't spend enough money on it. And so we have to make sure that that doesn't happen when we are deciding to use machines. And there's more and more, and I'm almost there now, this is more and more coming into, we see more and more of these articles, a healthy debate, we know what it is now we have to talk about it and decide how we are going to use it. And this is an article where it comes from the Netherlands, and they asked many medical doctors questions. It was a series of 47 questions on the ethics of artificial intelligence, and so they say it's helpful, but let the physicians do what they're trained for, and then rules and regulations are crucial. Private companies are all about it, about the money. I don't think that's completely true, but there's some truth in it. If you're a company, you need to be sustainable. So we need to think about that. And okay, so my conclusions, which are already outdated, maybe not for perfusion. So perfusion must enter the fourth industrial revolution. And I say must enter, but I think we're already knocking at the door, but we just don't know it. Or it's already, in fact, if perfusion is a house, the artificial intelligence is already in your cellar. And there's a lot of exciting, scary, and stuff coming to you, and I've talked to a lot of people on this conference, and it's coming. They're doing it. It might be in a few weeks or next year, and we'll talk about other stuff, I guess. So, but what we need for that is huge amounts of data. We need to know how to collect this. The devices need to talk to each other. And we need to collect vast amounts of data, and we need to know how to interpret that in a human way and for the good of the patient. So we need an ethical, professional discussion. And I would like to thank you for your attention. if there are any questions. Yeah, sorry, there's someone first. Yeah, no problem.
Thank you, Luke. I read a lot of your articles on the internet, and so
They're not mine. They're not mine.
But you keep me up at night sometimes. But I'm gonna ask you a question. Do you think artificial intelligence is intelligent? And we have this argument back and forth with some of my friends, and I tell them it's just an argument of statistical probability. That's pretty much all they're gonna do, right? And then the second question is, when do you think it'll hit a point of diminishing return? If we keep going, where's it gonna go? Because the Marines, some of my Marine friends, they solve a problem by saying that if the solution solves 70% of the problems, there's no reason to go any further. Just do that.
Okay, thank you. I always think of problems as if there is a problem, can you solve it? If you can solve it, then there's no problem anymore. And if you cannot solve it, then it's not your problem anymore because you cannot do anything about it. But that's just my philosophy. But to answer your question, the first question was, is it intelligence? It's as intelligent as we make it because we have to control it. And the point of where the computers can, what's it called, synchronicity or something, or the point where the computers can replicate, in fact, and take over. I think it's already happening, but it's a difficult question. Yes, you can see how I'm struggling with it, but I think we make it as intelligent as it can be. And I've read there's this funny YouTube video about artificial intelligence, and it's basically two computers talking to each other, and it's very absurd and surreal. And I know they did some experiments on doing that, making computers talk to each other. And after a while, these computers created their own language, which we didn't understand. So that's why I say it's already happening. And then I think they decided to just shut down everything and never do it again. So I hope this answers your question. Okay. Okay, thank you. Then I think we can go on to the next speaker. And our next speaker is Shana Helmick. Yep, Shana Helmick. And she's has been a perfusionist for more than 20 years. And she's currently the program director of the University of Iowa Healthcare Hospitals and Clinics. And she's going to give us a talk about the clinical protocol project that is currently undergoing with MSECT. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you to, as Luke said, I am the program director for the University of Iowa Perfusion Education Program. Thank you to the CPC from Sanibel for asking me to speak on a topic that I am very, very passionate about. And thank you for being in the chairs and not in the sun working on your tan. I know that we all want to do that, but instead of that, we're here trying to learn. We're supporting Sanibel and the speakers, but we're trying to make a difference for our patients, and that's what's important here. So thank you for being here, even though it's beautiful outside. So my objectives here today are to discuss 3 main points. I want to talk to you a little bit about patient safety, adverse events, as well as protocol use. We'll talk about the expenses and challenges associated with patient safety. We'll talk about a definition and the expenses again of adverse events. And then with protocols, I'll talk to you a little bit about how to do it and where your resources are. So when learning something new, I always love a good, true multi-definition. So much now that I actually love to read on a Kindle because I can look up the words instantaneously. However, there's nothing that replaces the good smell and feel of a book in your hand. If you get what I just said, you're either a fellow reader or you think I'm weird by slide 5, and that's okay. I'm okay with that. Because at the end of this presentation, some of you aren't even going to like me anymore, and that's okay. So let's start here with what is a protocol. So the definition of protocols is, there's 3 of them here. It's a detailed plan of scientific or medical experiment, treatment, or procedure. It's also a set of predetermined criteria that defines appropriate clinician interventions that articulate or describe situations in which the clinician makes judgments relative to a course of action for effective management and common patient care problems. And then according to the WHO, the definition of a protocol is the absence of preventable harm and the prevention of errors/adverse events in healthcare. So protocol use. We don't have ARS here, so I'm just going to ask you with a quick raise of your hands. How much of your daily clinical practice is based on the use of institutionally specific protocol use? So 100%, meaning we have so many protocols we don't even get to think on our own. Greater than 50%, we have some, but we still have more work to do. Or protocol what? So raise your hands, which, are you 100%? Anybody 100%? Okay, we've got some. Greater than 50%, but you still have more work to do? Yep. And how many don't even know what a protocol is? Oh, good. Okay. So we're headed in the right direction. So what do successful organizations look like? They often have similar specific traits. They have standardization of practice through the use of policies and protocols. But they also have a mindfulness within their organization. This usually comes from a champion. In my experience, it has always been a specific surgeon who is the champion for this. But this champion in this environment, within this culture, they have an awareness of where they are, where they need to be, where they should be, and where they want to go. They often have, these teams have respectful, safe, and learning environments. This is where the multidisciplinary trainings come in. I don't know if any of you have been able to attend one of those, but those are fantastic events. And the programs that support the multidisciplinary training, those are the ones that are successful. And you know, in order to have this, and when we have these environments, this is when the staff has a positive perception of their safety, their teamwork, their leadership, all of it. But what happens is at the end of the day, the leadership has the ability to see that this is where they need to be. And the discussions and everything about it not only prevent future errors, but they create the environment where safety is the top priority. And if safety for the patient is the top priority, we always win. So let's start with some of the economics of patient surgical safety. Regardless of how we feel about it, healthcare is a business. If the business doesn't do well, you don't get paid, and we can't provide health care. In this paper by the Surgical Clinics of North America, there's a discussion about how the adverse events and the expense that they impact on health care. An adverse event is any sort of unintended consequence of action. It can be something huge, it can be something small. But what they're referring to in this document is about never events. And never events are exactly as they say, they're things that should never, ever happen. And so it can be things like the National Quality Forum has determined, you know, surgical events, wrong body part, wrong patient, wrong surgical procedure altogether. So huge things, right? But then it's also, if you read further down into the document, it also talks about things like contaminated and expired drugs. It talks about using devices for functions other than they were intended, and air embolism. And those are the things that are affecting us, right? Or have the potential to affect us. These are the never events that we need to be concerned about. An sentinel event is an unexpected occurrence when serious injury or death occurs. And so the reason that we care about this is in 2007, Medicare decided that they would no longer pay for any additional costs that occur because of these events. And I could ask you right now if you've ever been in a procedure where you suffered an adverse event or a never event. And I'll tell you right now, if you haven't, number one, you're super lucky, but number two, you will. You will. And so we have to think about this and we have to worry about this because it's affecting our hospitals, it's affecting our patients, and it's affecting our hospitals. The other thing that they've done is the Joint Commission now, with the public reporting, the goal obviously was to increase accountability and improving quality of care, but what that's doing is letting the patients know how we're doing. And they're saying we're no longer going to pay for these mistakes. So as a hospital, you need to put checks and balances into place to prevent these from happening. So every year, excuse me, I've got that same tickle. Every year, they say that, or this document reports that every year 17.2 million surgical procedures occurred. 500,000 of them were open heart procedures. 7 million of them encountered adverse events, and 1 million ended in mortality. So when I get a lot of numbers, I try to put it into something that makes sense to me. So what these numbers mean to me, as Luke mentioned, I am the program director for the University of Iowa. So this means to me that I have 2 states, 2 entire states of Iowa. That's how many adverse events we had just last year. Every single person in Iowa twice. And half of the state ended in mortality. Half of my entire state ended in mortality. Now, if you can't relate to Iowa because you think we still grow potatoes, then I can relate it to something else for you. How about the city of Boston? So last year, the entire city of Boston suffered an adverse event from a surgical procedure. The city of Austin, the entire city of Austin is gone. The entire city, just last year. So we have to do a better job with this, and we have to make sure that this is happening. Sorry, I lost my mouse here. The mouse is gone. So while he's working on that, so why do we care about this? We care about this because it's expensive, as I just said. So the latest report is that the US spends over $29 billion on healthcare and these adverse events that are associated with them. There you go. Thank you. Tech is not my forte. So you understand why the hospitals are taking action. So all of the healthcare reforms that we've been dealing with for the high quality patients with that physician scoring system that I talked about, and the fact that patients are asking more questions. We no longer have patients that say, well, I take this medication because that's what the doctor told me. No, they want to know why. They want to know how. They want to be involved in our care. I think we saw that with our wonderful guest speakers yesterday. You know, she became an advocate for her husband and she demanded, she stood up and she looked up and she learned what the tests were, why they were being run, all of that. Our patients are now advocates for themselves. And then, of course, we have the issue of value-based insurance coverages. The insurance companies are now determining what we do brings value to the patients and whether they're going to reimburse it or not. Do you remember when they pulled the ECMO cannulation issues? I think it was like 2018, where depending on where we cannulated, they were going to determine whether we were reimbursed for it or not. Like, those are the things that hospitals have to worry about. I mean, ECMO programs freaked out when this happened, as they should, you know? So we have to worry about these things because it is so very expensive for our hospitals. So you can understand that our administrations have so many challenges to face. Thank you. Poor care is expensive. We're running out of we're running additional unnecessary lab expenses. Those are expensive. And employees now are not only interested in education, but education is now mandatory and expected. All of the education that we provide, whether we're teaching our ECMO specialists, whether we're teaching competencies, whether we're teaching nurses, it's expensive and it adds up. It's getting more and more difficult for hospitals every year to ensure that their expenses aren't higher than their income. So in this editorial from The Lancet, I love to read The Lancet. I love medical papers and data and stuff too, but I also love to read The Lancet. And this author here ties in prevention and patient safety for us. And he challenges us in this article to talk about the fact that patient safety is improving, but we as a medical community are aware that we need to do more work in this area. And the fact that the adverse events that I'm talking about and that I'm referring to are absolutely preventable. And preventable mistakes are unacceptable. Preventable mistakes are unacceptable. There's some statistics in here that I found completely shocking. So worldwide, there's 1 death in every 300 patients that they suffer. Well, that statement doesn't make any sense. I have death and preventable medical accidents, but they die because of the medical accidents that are happening. And 1 in 10 patients suffer while receiving any form of health care in the United States. 1 in 10. So there's maybe 50 of us left in here, maybe 30. You know, that's a significant number of people that are going to have an adverse event. And again, it's back to the 15% of the hospital expenses that are incurred are the result of some sort of patient safety issue. And so this author helps remind us that we're not doing enough at this point, but it's not too late. So the healthcare profession has all of the checks and balances in place, all of the checklists, all of the safety devices. We have more technology than we can handle, and yet we are still causing preventable harm to someone's grandmother, loved one, or child. So you say, Shauna, what does this have to do with me? This has to do with you because you're a professional. As a professional, those financial stats that I shared with you should infuriate you. Your professionalism demands that you place the interest of the patients above the clinician, above yourself. And you do this by setting and maintaining standards of competence and integrity. Every case, every patient. So I ask you, what do you do when no one is looking? Competence and integrity are exactly some of the ethical principles that Varkey refers to in this study in the principles and clinical ethics of their application to practice. So now it's time to get real. He discusses that ethics essentially mean that you are acting in the benefit of the patient with prevention of harm to have the best outcome, and most importantly, that every patient is receiving the same care. Every patient should receive the same care regardless of geographical location. So you can see here that all of the parts that make us a professional, they balance at the bottom of our ethical principles and our morality. So what are you doing when no one else is looking? So sometimes I stand up here and you like what I have to say, and sometimes not. Today is going to be one of those days where you're probably not going to like me. But that's okay, because I prefer to get up here and do the work and challenge you. I love to allow you to take that second to think about your life and where you want to be as a professional. Today I'm going to challenge you and say that it is your ethical responsibility to incorporate clinical protocols in the operating room. Clinical protocols provide an environment for you or a structure for you. It is your moral obligation to ensure the safety for your patients. Protocols are the tools. They're going to help you reduce human error, and they help you achieve high quality care for your patient by minimizing error and continuous improvement through the use of protocols. I'm also going to say that it is your own personal integrity that determines your desire and motivation to incorporate protocols. You don't like that statement? It makes us uncomfortable, right? Your own personal integrity determines your desire and motivation to incorporate protocols into your clinical practice. I don't want any more excuses. I have been giving talks on protocols and standards and guidelines for years. Many of you have probably heard me before. And every time I have a workshop or a protocol or a presentation, all I hear is, no one would use them anyway. I work too much. I don't have the time, all of that. I hear all of that. Just yesterday, I heard a funny story at one of the restaurants here. Nah, we don't even have protocols. You would hate it there. It's like the wild, wild west. I kind of laughed, and inside I was dying, right? Because I'm like, how is that acceptable? In this day and age, how is that acceptable? Now, people hate protocols, people hate change, they hate being told what to do. And in fact, most of the time when I bring up writing protocols, people will look at me like this. Is it clicking? There you go. No thanks. Nope. Or sometimes like this. That it? They'll be sitting on their phones for 45 minutes in front of me, and the second I bring up protocols, they're out. They will literally leave the room and stop talking to me. Or they just scream running, you know, I'm not interested. Yeah, usually it's a hard pass, right? Right? That's what I face on a regular basis. It's okay, it's okay. But you guys, the use of institutional protocols is vital to patient safety because we work in an environment, as you know, in the operating rooms where there is huge catastrophic events that could be taking place with catastrophic consequences. We actually have the ability to kill someone. So we have to ensure that our potential problems, any sort of issue that we might have, are anticipated, detected, and managed early enough to prevent that catastrophic event. And the way that we do that is through prevention. So using protocols, clinical procedure guidelines, AMSEC standards and guidelines will help you prevent those never events and help decrease all of the costs involved. As I stated earlier, I believe it is your ethical responsibility to use protocols in the operating room. Prevent mistakes with the use of the tools that are available to you. Okay, all right, Shauna, you've convinced me and you've challenged my integrity and morals enough for today, right? How do I get started? So the first thing that you have to do is you have to reach out. You know, when I first started this project, I was met with a little bit of resistance. Some people, institutions would say, well, this is blank, you know, property, you know, you can't have it, we won't share. But I tell you what, this project has been going so long now, people are understanding that we need to use this and we need to share, because at the end of the day, we're all here for patient care. And I have so many people that if they can't legally share it, they'll take the logo off and they'll just put it in a Word document. But we have such a great committee of people working together to improve patient care now that I guarantee you, you can find them. So just reach out to your friends, reach out to your past classmates or your coworkers. There's some resources like the Clinical Practice Guidelines that we can trust is a great document. You can get into the ERAS, the Enhanced Recovery After Surgery, to help you have the right information to write a protocol. You can use the internet, right? Everybody loves a good Google search, PubMed, clinicaltrials.gov, all of those. But the best reason that I'm here today, and the best news, is that I'm gonna talk to you about using AMSEC's toolkit. As you may know, I have been part of the ICBP AMSEC committee since 2012. And our mission, everything that we do, every week that we meet, we work, and our goal is to continuously improve the delivery of care and outcomes for our patients. I'm here to show you how AMSEC's toolkit is going to help you reduce errors and improve your patient care. I'm sorry, one second. All right, we have created an area for you on the AMSEC website, and it has all of the tools that you need. So today we'll talk about Perfusion clinical resources, that's the PCR. We'll talk about the adoption of them, the implementation of them, the personalization, and then the renewal process. Before I go any further, I want you guys to understand that these documents are available for every perfusionist. These are not just for AMSEC members. Now, if you're not an AMSEC member, shame on you, but that's a whole nother talk for later. Well, we better keep going before you start throwing your coffee cups at me or something, but you know, first I challenge your personal integrity. Now I'm gonna tell you where you should spend your hard-earned money. I mean, who do I think I am up here? But seriously, it's literally $225 for you to join AMSEC. Like, you spent more than that at Charlie's last night. I was there. I know you did. And then committee work. You know, if you want to talk about the committee work, I can help you with that as well. But let's get focused here. Let's focus on the website. So, as I said, AMSEC's created Perfusion clinical resources for you. So we have documents under here that were created by perfusionists for perfusionists, okay? By perfusionists for perfusionists. And our goal is to help your teams reduce any adverse events, improve patient care through the use of AMSEC standards and guidelines, clinical procedure clinical procedure guidelines, and protocols. So you can see here under the resources tab on the front, free for everybody, like I said, Perfusion clinical resources. Now these documents here, you can see we've got all three of them labeled here: AMSEC standards and guidelines for perfusion practice, clinical procedure, clinical practice guidelines, and clinical protocols. All three of them are available, but the thing that I want you to understand is that, yes, my assignment today is to talk to you about protocols, and that's what we'll focus on, but these three documents were created with complete different intentions of use. And we have, this is literally pulled from the website in case you're gonna go take a look at it. But they have different levels of evidence, and they have different intentions as well. So if you have questions about the other ones, we can talk about that at the mic, or we can talk about it afterwards. But today, we're gonna focus on the clinical protocols. But what I'm gonna do is show you here how they intertwine. This is a great example. So when we created AMSEC standards and guidelines for perfusion practice, we intentionally made standard 1 to read that as a mechanism for applying each standard to clinical practice, an institution or service provider shall develop and implement operating procedure for each of the standards. So this is not a recommendation. We are not suggesting that you do this. We are saying that you must do this to ensure that you are fulfilling the minimum safe requirements for cardiopulmonary bypass. I also love to discuss the difference between shall and should, in case you want to hang out and talk about that later too. But you have to understand the difference between the documents. So you can see here, we have an explanation on the website as well about the clinical protocols. The clinical protocols are created from other people's protocols, like I told you, reaching out to your friends, published literature, they are evidence-based, but also committee consensus. I have been in this profession long enough. You know, I love data, I love papers, I love to read science, but I also do not think that there's a replacement for clinical experience. And I think that clinical experience is where this comes into play with the protocol use. So the key word here, when you're looking at these documents, is that we've created these to be a template. Our goal was not that you go to the website, print off the protocols that we have, put them in a book, and let them collect dust for the next 10 years. They are a template. You will find in them a little bit of an introduction to the science, specific procedure guidelines may be associated with that special patient population, and then some more information that you fill in and make them institution specific. You know, I cannot write a document that fits your program. You have to write that. You have to sit down and write one that's specific for your program. So these are the 10 that we have available right now. And I forgot to mention too, these are also have been through legal, and I'll show you a little bit more of what I mean by that. But these are the 10 that we have available: acute normal volemic hemodilution, antiphospholipid syndrome, angiomax use, bleomycin, cold agglutinins, heparin-induced thrombocytopenia, Jehovah's Witness, malignant hypothermia, pregnant patients, and sickle cell. So we chose to go with these special populations because, well, they were kind of the easiest for me to get started with because they don't really change much institution to institution. Like, for instance, a priming protocol is probably going to look different for everyone. But a pregnant patient, we basically all need to do the same types of things. So this is where we started. These 10 are on the website, available for you right now. And again, you can go, you can click on it, you can find basic information. You can find a couple perfusion-specific tasks that go along with it, and then the rest of the stuff that you need to fill in. So I'll show you here just a quick example of the Jehovah's Witness one. So you can see how we broke it down. When I'm referring to the legal stuff, this page shows you at the top some of that information. Our legal team through AMSEC was available to help us create the intent of how this should be used. And the concept is that is the stuff that is always there, every protocol that you write. Your institution, whether you know it or not, has a template. Every time I've started a new job, I've had to go find that template. It's not always easy to find, but every hospital will have one. And then you take the information, and they all should look the same, they should feel the same, they should have the same legal information on it. So this is an example of one of it. You can see the intent in this is to be a resource, not a replacement for institutional protocols. So yes, it is provided to you by AMSECT, but it is your responsibility to then take your final documents through the legal system within your hospital. So for Jehovah's Witness, we have a title, easy enough, purpose, target population, and a little bit of definitions. We move on to the policy. The surgical team will ensure all necessary steps are taken to honor the religious beliefs of the patient. Perfusion pump considerations. So depending on what document you're talking about, this is a short section or it's a little longer. Sometimes there's a lot of things that we need to do, sometimes there's not. We also include a procedure section, and this is the most specific. This is where you would take this information and you would decide with your teams what is appropriate and what is not for your specific institution. You know, how are you going to do this? What labs are you going to run? How are you going to put this into place to make it work for you? And then, of course, we like to include related documents. So if some of your protocols are similar, or like when you're priming, and you should refer to your cardioplegia protocol, you know, they should intertwine and they should interact with each other. And then, of course, you should always have references. The latest rule that I learned from Mr. Stammers was it should be nothing older than 7 years. And we'll get into why this matters later. This section right here, the disclaimer, was also written by your legal team. So it is meant for you to take this document, copy this, and keep it in your protocols. And basically what it says is that this is what we're doing. We're trying to provide the best patient care possible, but there are times when we will go without following this protocol. And that's science, right? We all know that. That's the way it works. At the end here, you have an option to fill in who would work for you. I'll be honest, sometimes this is the hardest part for perfusion programs, is finding out who actually should sign their documents. Some places, they just need the chief of perfusion and the medical director. Some places, you have to go all the way up to the CEO. Usually, it's a lot of people that don't know what we do, and so it actually sparks other conversations, which has turned out to be fantastic. I'll give you a quick example. We were writing our anticoagulation protocol, and it went from a few perfusionists having a disagreement, discussion on it, to anesthesia, to the surgeons. We ended up getting the entire pharmacy department in on this protocol, which was fantastic because they are the ones that should be available to back us up and provide the information. And so not only did it take a lot longer, but it ended up being such a better resource for our department. We have a lot of work to do, as some of you just raised your hands and said you did as well, but this is where we have to start. So you get your signatures and you figure out who endorses it. So let's see where we want to go next. We're going to talk a little bit about personalization, having a plan of action, the implementation of them, as well as a renewal strategy. So now that you've seen some of the examples, let's talk first about personalization. Full disclosure, all of this work was inclusive and requires teamwork participation. I was interested in starting this project, but I have not done this alone. If you were at AMSECT a couple of weeks ago, you may have seen this video. A friend of mine, a very awesome coworker, Tiffany Robb, does some fantastic work with protocol work, and she's very techie. And she also created this video with one of our friends from the quality committee, Matt Mosca, and he'll give us this video here, if it's gonna work for us.
When there is not an established protocol template for the specific policy you are looking for, you may have to craft a protocol from scratch. Now, writing a well-written protocol from scratch comes with experience. However, if you include these main elements, you will be well on your way to constructing a more complete protocol. At minimum, this protocol must include header elements, title, authors, date, also background and purpose, policy procedure, references, and approvals. You may choose to add additional elements if it is applicable to your protocol.
So when you're getting started, you know, it sounds really simple, but all you have to do is come up with a plan of action. define your goal, and figure out what you want to improve. I guarantee that every single one of you looking at me right now is thinking about something that you could improve in your institution. And you just begin jotting down your notes, and you start your research, and you start your writing. Here's a little checklist. I love checklists. You can see here, you just identify your need, determine what you need, figure out who your administration is. You go all the way through your research, all the way down, and you have to identify your stakeholders, which we'll talk a little bit more. And then, of course, submit for approval, whatever is right for your institution. So you basically use your checklists, and you get to work. One of the most important things that you can do before you start writing your protocols is figure out who's going to be, again, I'm using that word, your champion. Who's going to help you? Who's going to back you up? For me, again, it's always been a surgeon or a medical director that's helped us. And if you find that right person, they're the one that can help point you in the direction of the right people to talk to. All the hospitals also have a quality and safety coordinator, and they love protocols even more than I do. So they will help you write them as well. And then you just research, and you write, and you review, and then you write some more, and then you review some more. And then again, you have to get the approval, the final sign-off. Your surgeons should be involved in the creation of your protocols. This is not something that a perfusion department should be doing on their own, because remember, they are the physicians. We are working under the direction of the physician, and the physician should be a part of the protocols. Now, I get it. You guys are looking at me and you're like, okay, sure, my surgeon's not going to be up for this, right? But just because that's the way we do it doesn't mean that it's right. So it's your job to get out there and stand up for your patients and get your physician involved. Keep bugging them until they don't want to hear about it anymore. So if your team is new to protocols, perhaps you're still stuck in the wild, wild west like that other team, you have to talk to them about the importance of emergency situations, how protocols can help you do better. I think someone was talking about they had a training recently where they did oxygenator change-outs, and the staff member didn't want to do it, thought it was ridiculous, didn't want to participate in it, and then less than a month later had to do one, and he ended up backtracking himself and saying, I apologize, I'm really glad I got to go through with that. And so you have to have these discussions. You have to talk about the value of having protocols for your special patient populations. You know, those are the ones that we don't see all the time. We don't have a cold agglutinin patient every day. We don't have a pregnant patient every year. So if you have a protocol, you can have something that refreshes your memory. Okay, I remember these are the things that I'm supposed to be thinking about and taking care of, and I know that my physician has already approved it, so we're all on the same page together. And then, of course, protocols are great for training. I have always worked with students. I've always worked with grads from the clinical arena, and they do so much better when they have protocols and procedures in place. They know what to do, they know what's expected of them, and they succeed so much better. I've worked in places that have tons of protocols, and I've worked in places that have none. And I can tell you there is a significant difference in the happiness of your students if they feel prepared and taken care of. And then, of course, if they're still hanging around while you're still talking about protocols, you can talk to them about patient safety and the reduction in costs. Now, I know I'm not naive. I understand there's going to be barriers to the implementation of these protocols. We talked about having the team accountability and the buy-in. Have some workshops, have more than one person work on them. This really shouldn't be the job of just the chief. Every perfusionist on your team should be assigned a protocol. Let them have some buy-in. Let them see, first of all, how hard it is, how much time it takes, but also, it helps them have an investment in the production of this product. And you have to engage your leadership. I've said that a couple times now. You need to have a champion. You need to find out who your people are that can help you. And as I mentioned, you have the National Society on your side. AMSECT is here to support you and to provide you with the protocols that you need. Some of you might have pushback from surgeons. I also live in that world, and that's okay, because that's why that evidence-based research comes into play, which is why, and I'm bringing it back to, you need all of those documents to be successful. A clinical protocol should not exist alone without the use of clinical procedure guidelines, as well as AMSEC standards and guidelines. So they're different documents with different levels of evidence and different uses, but they're meant to be intertwining together. And then, of course, red tape. And that's where you get your QI friend on board. And again, they love protocols. It's a good time for them. Excuse me. So please understand that when we wrote Standard 1.2, we wrote this with patient care in mind. Again, it's important to understand that you should not be writing these protocols, putting them in a binder, and putting them in the corner. Okay, that everyone knows, oh, where's the protocol book, right? These are active living documents, as is medicine, right? So part of your responsibility is that by the time you write, for instance, the 10 that are out there, and then we're working on the next set, those other 10 need to be updated. So this is what I was talking about with the Al Stammers saying, 7 years for the research documents. Your evidence, if your documents, your references are older than 7 years, you need to update them. But you also should be reviewing, is this still how we're practicing? Is this still the most important evidence-based medicine in relation to these special patient populations? So you need to continuously be working on your protocols. This is not a project that's going to be done quickly. And so that's why we wrote Standard 1.2 to say that they should be reviewed and revised annually or more frequently when deemed necessary. But don't forget, these are living documents. So in conclusion, I just really think it's really important that we work together, collaboration, multidisciplinary, to promote this culture of safety so that our teammates can feel safe, they feel like they work in an environment where they can speak up, and the most important thing is that we remove these preventable errors from healthcare. You want to keep your knowledge current. You have to have benchmarking. I think someone said also you cannot measure what you are not keeping your data on, right? If you don't have data, if you're paper charting, like us, you have no data. You cannot prove how your patients are doing. Just because they may get out of the OR doesn't mean they're doing well. So you have to make sure that you have quality improvement, standardization of care, so that you can measure the outcomes for your patients. And I know, and I remember, change is difficult. Use the toolkit that AMSEC has created for you to help your patients do better and help your patients have an improved outcome. So these, I'm excited to let you guys know, we have 5 already in legal again. They've been there for quite a while, so I'm not sure how much longer it's going to take. I don't have any control over that, but the next 5 will be released. Deep hypothermia circ arrest with antegrade and retro cerebral perfusion, vacuum-assisted venous drainage, left heart bypass, massive air embolism, and oxygenator change-out. So those are the next 5 that will be out. And I always like to take this time to, number one, if it's something that protocols interest you, and you want to help write, or you need one specifically written for your program, that's how we find out what is needed by our community. Again, we are just perfusionists writing for perfusionists. So if there's something that you need, please reach out to us. We want to provide you with the tools to make you successful. So I just want to say thank you again to the CPC for the invitation to come talk about protocols. If you have ever used a protocol, donated a protocol to our committee, helped write a protocol, discussed a protocol with me and didn't run, if you've provided a reference, or if you've created protocols for your team, I just want to thank you for being in here, for listening and learning and trying to make a difference for our patient care. If you have any questions or concerns, and you still want to talk about protocols or, the words shall and should, I'm your girl. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for being in this room.
Yeah, thank you so much. Do we have any questions from the audience?
Bill?
Yes. I see a red light.
Go for the green, Bill. Go for the green. He, of all people, should know how to use a microphone.
That's okay. I will talk up.
All right.
Okay.
We can both be loud.
Yes. Can I ask you, what is, are you calling these protocols suggested protocols, suggested guidelines? What is legal having you entitle these as?
Yes. So that is a great question because, as you can imagine, we had many discussions on what we were going to call these. Because oh, can you put it back up there? I have to do it here? Oh, no. No, I'll let him figure that out. But yeah, we had lots of discussions because they're all kind of the same names, right? Like when people get on here and if they're not familiar with these, we're like, why are they all named this way? So what they have done is they came up with these three, and we have to refer to them as clinical procedure guidelines and clinical protocols. And so, yes, so we had to do it this way based on legal. We were calling them something else, like I think it was just perfusion protocols or something. And when we went through legal, these are the three terminologies that we have been asked to use to protect perfusionists and their institutions.
Okay, so by calling them, what you're calling them there, you're not binding, you're not causing more legal issues if we decide that medicine is gray and our institution wants to alter that, our own protocols as well based on the surgeon's desire.
Correct. Wait, do I understand your question?
I think you did. I think you
Okay.
do. So I think, because we did this with also too, it was just, you can suggest guidelines, but if medicine is gray, we're
Right.
not black and white, we know that, right? I wish sometimes it was more, especially in the ECMO world, but we never wanted to bind ourselves into a legal situation because we didn't decide what the AMSEC decided was the absolute best way to do it. It might be best practices, but we were told we need to do it and alter it this way, which is then individualized
Yes.
to the institution and accepted by the institution, and that keeps you out of the legal bind of AMSEC's suggestions?
Right, right. And Dave might be able to speak to this a little bit more because he was kind of part of these discussions. But, that was exactly, because that's the feedback we get a lot, right? Like, well, how can AMSEC determine what is legal? And so what they've done, and this, I don't know if legal would say this, but what they've done is they've removed all of the responsibility from AMSEC by saying, this is your disclaimer. This is what we're putting out here as a helpful tool for you, but it's on you and your responsibility based on Standard 1 to take it to your legal department and provide the information that your hospital believes is the right thing to do.
We're done, or can you identify what an adverse event is or define it?
Define it, any sort of unintended consequence, anything that can happen. So it can be anything like we talked about where it's like wrong site surgery, it can be a blood transfusion error, it can be giving a wrong medication. Any of those events are in that category.
I guess I struggle in the ECMO world when I go to different institutions and I see what a certain institution might be giving, like overloading a patient with volume just to get higher flow when they don't need it.
Right.
To me, that's an adverse event.
Yeah.
But it's not necessarily written down anywhere that, medicine's gray and that's what they're doing. But there's a lot of stats out there that shows hypervolemia, poor outcomes.
Yep.
We don't need to be looking at pulse oxes of greater than 95 on VV ECMO.
Yes.
So we don't need all that extra volume. So the adverse events, I call that an adverse event, but is it really? Because they're just practicing medicine the way they practice it there. But to my mind, it's an adverse event because the outcomes can be horrible.
Absolutely, absolutely.
It's
And
a struggle.
That's also what we get too, is like, well, we don't want to be cookie cutter perfusionists. And no one is saying that we should be cookie cutter. Like, we have the ability to practice on our own, but what we have to do is create and follow these protocols, guidelines, whatever, so that we can minimize. That's what we mean by standardization. We don't mean that everybody does everything the same way. What we mean is that you're practicing on the best evidence available. And the best evidence available has been compiled for you in these documents. Basically, we've done the work so that you don't have to read the 50 articles that we did to get the best evidence. But that's also why it has to be updated.
Are you doing that with ECMO?
With ECMO, I'm not. But, you know, maybe someday. Maybe someday. Yeah, thank you.
Bill, I would say cracking a patient's chest open would be an adverse event as well. We're going to take one more question from the online audience.
Okay.
Julie Kurbitz, she has a question. How often do you update your protocols? Or should you?
The statement from AMSECT is annually.
Okay.
Yep. I do know, just based on experience in working with other departments, most people think annually is too much. So some people have gone to 3. But what I was told by my quality individual person, quality officer, was that if you say, you just have to do what you say. So if you say it's annually, you better be doing it every year because you have it written down. If you say every 3 years, then you do it every 3. And so like what they're encouraging is that people like set a reminder for themselves, like, oh, this is the year to update protocols and stuff.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yep.
So now it's time for our last speaker before the break, and we have Dr. David Norris. Dr. David Norris is a practicing anesthesiologist, but he's also very interested in the business intelligence of healthcare providing. He spent many years studying those fields, and he shares what he learned through speaking and teaching, and he also has a podcast. He wrote 2 books about it, The Financially Intelligent Physician, What They Didn't Tell You in Medical School, and he just has a new book out, Great Care, Every Patient, A Physician's Guide to Process Improvement. I'm looking forward to this talk, and contrary to what is in the booklet, you can get a free copy, but not here. But Dr. Norris will be at the Medtronic booth, and he will. You can scan a QR code there, and then you can request a free book that will be sent to you, I guess. Okay, thank you, Dr. Norris.
All right, well, there you go. Hi, I'm Dr. Norris. It's great to be here today. Today we're going to talk about what I think is probably the one thing that has fundamentally changed how I lead, how I interact with patients, nurses, and even my own family. And we're going to talk about the model of human behavior. But first, since I kind of fly all over the country doing this, I thought I'd share this photo. This was on final approach in my plane yesterday. I spent 6 hours dodging thunderstorms and pop out and see a rainbow right out of there as I'm ready to intercept the final course into Page Field. So it's a lot of fun, and there are a lot of parallels between flying and anesthesia. But today what we're going to talk about is we're going to talk about relationships and how do we have better relationships, because we all have relationships, whether or not it's with our staff, coworkers, or patients, and even our family. And what we're going to, some of the topics we're going to discuss today are going to be self-awareness. We're going to talk a little bit about self-control, and then we're going to talk about some social awareness, and so how you can become a little more aware of those that you interact with on a daily basis. But really what we're talking about is we're talking about emotional intelligence. And first off, we're going to start with understanding ourselves first. And as Shakespeare said, all knowledge, the wise and good seek most to know themselves. And then once we're there, we can begin to understand other people. And after we talk a little bit about ourselves, we're going to talk about some tips and cues you can use to understand others. And as Dr. David Burns says from UPenn, the biggest mistake you can make in trying to talk convincingly to others is to put your highest priority on explaining your ideas and feelings. Honestly, what most people want is they want to be listened to, respected, and understood. The moment they begin to understand that that's what you're doing for them, they're going to become more motivated to see your point of view. And this becomes real important when we're leading others, we're building a team, we're negotiating. It's really important, and I'm going to give you some, hopefully at the end of this, you're going to have some tools that you can begin to use to really do that. So if you and I were going to meet at the bar later and we could hear ourselves like I couldn't last night, but if we're going to have a conversation, I'd ask you two questions. The first question is, what's your pace? All right, and I would probably, ask you, are you faster paced or slower paced? Do you go, 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 or are you a little more reserved and take it a little easier? Do people have a hard time keeping up with you when you walk, or do you take it a little more slowly? And that's fine. There's not a real big difference or importance. You could be 51% fast or 49% slow, doesn't matter. The important thing is I want you to stop and think about, in most situations, am I faster paced? Do I go faster, or do I take it a little more slowly? Because if you're faster paced, you're probably a little more optimistic, you're more energetic, you're more positive and enthusiastic. And when you are faced with a problem, you typically focus on talking things out. Now, if you're a little more slower paced, you're a little more cautious, you're a little more concerned, a little more reluctant, a little more discerning, a little more critical thinking. And when you're faced with a problem, you tend to focus on thinking through the problem. And you want to spend time contemplating it rather than talking about it. Now, about 10 to 20% of the problems we face, I think, in life are along this axis, this question. Do we need to tackle the problem faster, or do we need to move a little more slowly, okay? So that would be the first question I would ask. What's your pace? The second one I would ask is, what do you focus on? All right. Are you more task-oriented, or are you more people-oriented? When you're faced with a problem, what's the first thing that pops in your mind? Is it more, what's the problem, what's the task that needs to be done, or who are the people involved and how do they impact that? And you can, I want you to stop, think for yourself. In most situations, do I usually more concerned with the task, or am I more concerned with the people? If you're more concerned with task, when you showed up at this this conference, you're more like, I'm going to learn about this, 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 and this at this conference. If you're more people-oriented, we're thinking, oh boy, I'm going to see Dan, I'm going to see Sue, when we're going to have drinks, and it's going to be a great time. Okay? That's usually how those individuals will think of things. If you're more task-oriented, you really like procedures and functions and programs and projects, and you really focus on getting things done. And if you're on the other side and you're a little more people-oriented, you are more concerned about the relationships and the caring and the sharing and the emotions, feelings, and the friendships that you form. And you're more focused on the opinions of others and how they feel about the problem. Now, about 80 to 90% of the problems I think we face in life are along this axis. What's more important, getting things done, or the people and the feelings and how they're being impacted? And I think the last 2 years have dramatically shown that debate versus task versus people, as we've just kind of done the whole COVID thing. Now, it doesn't matter. We're all individuals, and there's no right answer here. You could be fast-paced, slower paced. You could be more task-oriented, more people-oriented. It doesn't really matter. That's who you are. But just pick one, because we're going to talk about what we call the 4 different personality styles. As you see, we've created a quadrant. So if you are fast-paced and task-oriented, you're what we call a D-type personality style. If you're fast-paced and outgoing, you're what we call an I. If you're an S, is if you're people-oriented and a little more reserved. And you're a C-type if you're a little more task-oriented and you're a little slower-paced. And we all have these distinctive personalities, if you will, things that in the way we view the world that will impact how we interact with others. So if you're more outgoing and task-oriented, you're the dominant type, you might be considered dominant. Another word would be direct. You're demanding. You can be very decisive, and you can be very determined. These are doers. These are people who are very strong-willed and determined, very optimistic. They're very practical and productive. They can be brutally direct at times because they're going to get right to the point. They like a challenge to grow, and they tend to take the opinion where there's a will, there's a way, and I'm going to force it through. They like activities and bigness. They like challenges, and they like debate and doing things. They're very goal-oriented. They can be very intense and industrious and very self-confident. They do not like indecision. They don't like talk without action. They don't like activities without a goal. And they don't like slow activities, and they don't like being told what to do. And that can be a real problem, particularly if you're like me and who was a high D growing up. I was often labeled as defiant because I just didn't like being told what to do. So that can be a real negative with his personality style. Another word would begin with D, and it's another name for Richard, and a lot of people tend to think that Ds are that. The first question they ask when they are faced with a problem is, what's the problem? You know, what needs to be fixed, and I'll get it fixed. Their fuel is they want results. They need results, okay? The way you reward a D is you give them another project. You give them another task to do, because that's how they get fuel in their daily and emotional lives, is seeing something happen, getting it done, and moving on, all right? Ds don't have plaques all over their walls, you know, a greatest teacher award and all that stuff. They don't do that. That goes in a drawer, because that's not a task that they get. They look back and think of everything I've accomplished. Now, everyone has a big fear when we're dealing with Ds. They have a real fear of being taken advantage of. They don't want to be taken advantage of because that's one of their big fears. Now, if you're outgoing and you're people-oriented, you're what we call the I type. You're inspiring, influencing, impressionable, interactive, impressive, and involved. These people are very friendly, very compassionate, outgoing and talkative, very warm and enthusiastic. They have a lot of humor, and they're a lot of fun to be around. They're kind of the life of the party. They're very spontaneous. They like to be in big groups, and they like to be where the activity or the action is. They prefer short-term projects, and they quickly get bored, and they don't like being ignored or ridiculed. They don't like looking bad, and they don't really like repetitive steps. They say the saddest day of your parents' life, if you're in high I, is when you moved out, because all the fun moved out of the home. They say the happiest day of your parents' life is your D when you move out, is when you move out. That's their happiest day. They sometimes can come across as illogical. They typically ask who's involved, and how can I be involved in this project that makes me look good, because that's their fuel. They want recognition. That's what they seek in their social environments. Their biggest fear is looking bad, and I've seen that sometimes happen when they coach individuals who are high I's negotiating. They will take things or accept offers that because they don't want to look bad, because maybe a promise they've made or something like that. But their biggest fear is looking bad. Now the S's, these are the individuals who are very reserved and very people-oriented. You can be said that they are supportive, they're very steady, they're very stable, very sweet, they like the status quo, and they can be quite shy. They're very calm and dependable. They're very easygoing individuals who are very efficient and conservative. They're very diplomatic. They like peace and stability and sincerity, loyalty, and they love to be on teams where they can cooperate. They don't like insensitivity. They don't like misunderstandings. They don't like surprises. If you're on a team and you're going to introduce something, and there's an S on your team, you're going to introduce that change differently to them than a D. A D, you would just say we're changing, is like, okay. But an S, they prefer a little more notice, and they need more time to process those changes. Otherwise, they're going to put up roadblocks and resist that. And they don't like being pushed. Their biggest problem is sometimes they can come across as being a sucker, because they have a hard time saying no to other people, because they will subordinate their own personal needs to those of others, because they value those relationships, and they want everybody to feel and do well, even at their own cost. You know, my own mother was one of these, and she always had a hard time saying no. And, you know, we'd hear at the dinner table, she's overstretched, but she could never say no, because that's her personality style. Looking back, I realized now. Their question they ask is how and when. When do you need me to help? How can I help? Their biggest fuel are relationships, and this is what they really focus on in the workplace or in their own personal life, is they really focus on the relationships. And if they have good, strong relationships, that's what motivates them to perform. Their biggest fear is conflict. They don't like conflict, and they will avoid it at all costs. They will shut down. They will change the subject. So if you're going to counsel one and give feedback, be careful. Do it slowly and gently. Because otherwise they'll view that as a conflict and they will shut down. Now, if you're a C type, and this is the last type, if you're task-oriented and reserved, you might be considered cautious, calculating, competent, conscientious, contemplative, and careful. These people are very calm, they're very analytical, almost perfectionistic. They're very loyal, and they're very, very thorough. These are the people that proofread photocopies. They like to plan for the future. They live by logic and principles, and they analyze the situation and the problem. They're gonna, if there's somebody that's gonna draw a diagram of a process, it's gonna be a C. Okay. They like excellent work and perfection and getting it right. They can be really hard to please because if everything's not just right the way they think it is, it can be quite challenging. They don't like being criticized. They don't like unnecessary interruptions. They don't like ambition without a plan. They gotta see, why am I doing this that gets me over there? I mean, if you're gonna change things, explain it to me. If it makes sense, I'll do it. But just when you change things without really explaining it to them, they'll shut off. And they'll look for ways to criticize and impede those changes, okay? They don't like mediocrity as well. And because they're so task-oriented and reserved, they can sometimes come across as being very cold. And we all know of those physicians who are just geniuses at what they do. And I do believe they genuinely care about their patients, but they just come across as being cold. And that's because that's the way their personality is geared, and they haven't really learned how to adapt their personality when they interact with others. Their first question when faced with a problem is why? Why do I need to do this? Prove it to me. And how? How are you going to do it? Their fuel is to be right. If you ever have one on your team, you know that they are going to argue with you and show that they're right or try and prove that you're wrong. And their biggest fear are illogical actions. So in summary, we have the D type, which are the fast-paced, task-oriented individuals. We have the I type, which are the people-oriented and outgoing. The S type, they're a little more reserved and people-focused. And the C type, which are the slower-paced and task-oriented. If we're going to sum this up for a D, we'd say their thing is they want to get it done. I's want to get appreciated, S's want to get along, and C's want to get it right. Now, we all have all four of these we all have all four to various degrees and levels, but they all four are within us. About 10% of the population is what we would consider a high D, and that's because that's all the rest of the population would tolerate. About 25 to 35% of the people we're going to meet in life are going to be high I's. About 30 to 35% are going to be what we might categorize as a high S. And then about 20 to 25% of the population are going to be what we consider a C. And if you look at this, you'll see that about 45% to 55% or so of the population are faster paced, slower paced. Okay? And if you look at that task versus people, it's almost a 1-to-2 ratio. And I think that's why we have much more conflict on what's more important, task versus people, versus having more evenly split on pace. So where do you fit in? Just write that down. Am I faster paced, slower paced? Am I task-oriented, or am I people-oriented? And really begin to think about some of those traits, and does that apply to you? Because how you interact with others is now your responsibility. Just because you might have a certain personality style, I as a D can come across as very abrupt, very harsh. Over the years, I've learned I need to tone that way down. And sometimes it's hard. But you have to do that. Same with an I. So we're going to talk about some self-management keys. All right. So if you're a D, remember, people are important. And, you know, relaxation and having fun is not a crime. I early on in my career, that was my biggest thing. And I was like, I didn't ever want to go do anything fun because I had other stuff to get done. And playing golf seemed dumb. Still seems dumb, but I found another hobby to do. But relaxation is important. Now, some controls are necessary. All right. You know, as a pilot, ATC, they have rules that I have to follow. And those really are for safety of me and everyone else up in the air. I can't just go up there and do whatever I want to do. Some controls are necessary. Now, also, everyone has a boss. It doesn't matter if you are a big shot surgeon or you're a big shot anesthesiologist or whoever you are. Everyone has a boss. I've had one for 22 years, okay? So everyone has a boss. And then finally, verbalizing conclusions will help others understand them better. Sometimes Ds go so fast that they jump from point A to point D, and they don't really explain how we got to B and C, and they don't understand why people don't get it. So just slow down a little bit and verbalize those conclusions. Now with Is, time's got to be managed. Too much optimism can be harmful. Listening is very important, and tasks have to be completed, and accountability is imperative. Now, this is one of the things I had to deal with a lot early on with my daughter. She's a high I. And I had to, you know, for me, it was like, hey, get your homework done. It's not that hard, you know. They assign it, you know what it is, and you just do it and check it off. That's not the way she wanted to roll. And so very early on, I realized I would need to talk with her differently, and I needed to give her different encouragement. And I also realized that since she was so very different from me, I needed to talk to her more as an I. So when I'm around her, I have to be more energetic. When I'm around her, I try to be more fun. I don't know if that's possible for a father. But I mean, those are the sort of things. In order to form that really strong relationship with her, those are the things that I made a conscious effort at doing. Now, if you're an S, remember, change provides opportunity. Change can be good. Friendship isn't everything. It's great to have friends, but there are some friends that you probably don't need. And, you know, sometimes you just need to let somebody else suffer the consequences of their decisions rather than you taking ownership for that. Discipline is good. It's okay to say no. It really is. It really is okay for you as an S to say no to someone else's request. You know, you don't need to carry the world on your shoulders. You're not Atlas. And then, you know, being a servant doesn't mean being a sucker. It's one thing to help people through their problems. It's another to take personal responsibility for it. And S's get caught in that trap. Now, if you're a C, I want you to remember total agreement isn't always necessary and often isn't even possible. Thorough explanations are not always possible. Deadlines have to be met. Sometimes you make the best decision you can with the data you have and move on. Taking calculated risks can be profitable, and then there are varying degrees of excellence. So let's talk a little bit about relationships and how we can apply this to our daily lives. So there are tests available where you can take these tests, and it will show you what your personality style is. And this is me, all right? You'll see anything above this red line represents a strong personality, or you're high on that. So we would call me, I'm a high DC. I'm very, very task-oriented. And I'm kind of evenly split. Sometimes I'm fast, sometimes I'm slow. What you notice here is the D and the I, anything over here, that's our pace. That's our faster pace. And over here on the S and the C's, those are our slower paces. And then here, the D and the C, these are our task-oriented, and in the middle are our I and S, which are our people-oriented. So this is me. This is my wife. All right. So we kind of connected together, and we kind of see eye to eye on a lot of things because we both have a C. But there are things that she does that drives me nuts. And I learned early on in life that I could either try and change her, which isn't possible, or I could just accept her for who she is, and then I can adapt to her. And it made the marriage a lot better. So I'll give you an example. A while back, I was working on a manuscript, and we were getting a front step report. And she came down, Now, you'll see that the S's, the reserve people, they don't really like conflict. They're not really aggressive. And so she came down and said, the guys that are doing the step are here. Do you have any questions? I'm like, no, I don't have any questions. What's the job? The job is to fix the step. Report. What questions could there be? And she stopped and said, are you sure you don't have any questions? And that's when I kind of pulled my head out of my work and said, what questions would you like me to go ask? I went and asked the questions, and then I came back down. Before I learned this, I probably would have fought with her a little bit and said, what can't you go ask the questions? Why do I have to go ask the questions? But instead, it took me no more than 5 minutes, but I realized what she really wanted based on her personality style, and it didn't become a point of contention. It didn't become a fight. This is my son. My son and I are almost twins. We get along great. We see eye to eye on a lot of things. But I raise him differently than my daughter. My son, since we see eye to eye together, I say, Jacob, bedtime's at 9. Be in your room at 9. I don't care what you got to do before then, but bedtime's 9. And, I just give him that decision, or I tell him that that's the thing, and he would make his own decision and then put himself to bed at 9. I just kind of set some parameters. I don't have to micromanage this child. Is your homework done? No, homework's done like 3 chapters ahead with my son. But that's his personality style. Now, my daughter, she's the odd one out. Look at that. She's a high I. And then every one of us, we're very low on I's. We're not real outgoing. So when we will go on family vacation, she wants to go do all these other things, and then the other 3 of us are like, yeah, I don't know, that doesn't sound as much fun. But since everyone in the family knows each other's personality styles, we adapt, and we don't get rigid, and we say, okay, yeah, we'll go do that for you, sure. And she also knows that we do things a little differently. We're not as fast-paced, it's adapting and seeing her in that light has really fundamentally changed how I relate to these two children, and also how their personality styles impact how they view my behaviors. Okay. When I was writing an article for a magazine, I had a paragraph I just didn't like the way it was working. And so I was at my computer, and I had kind of a furrowed brow trying to think about how I wanted to word it. My son comes down and says, hey, Dad, it's nice out. The kids are going to the park. Can I go? And I said, sure, that's fine. And they said, well, what are you thinking about? And I said, well, there's this issue with this paragraph. I can't get it right. And he's like, okay, well, good luck with that, Dad, and then took off. A little while later, my daughter comes down. I'm still kind of in the same facial expression. She comes down and says, hey, Dad, what are you angry about? Okay. She interpreted it completely different than my son, and that is based upon their personality style. So, when I'm a physician and I'm in PACU giving orders, the nurse on the other side will receive the way I give that order differently. They're going to perceive some stuff in there that might not be there intentionally. So I have to adjust how I talk to them such that they don't think I'm the jerk that I probably am. But that's real important, because how we see things. And as a D, when I see somebody that's going real slow or stumbling and bumbling, I find that real annoying. And then I have to remember, is this me or is it them? And most of the time it's me and my perceptions of them. So we'll take me for an example. So I really connect with people who are high I's and high C's, okay? Because I share something in common. I share a pace, a motor. I share a focus, all right? The people I have the hardest time relating to are the people that are right across the quadrant from me, the high S's. My mother-in-law is a very high S, and when we first started dating, not my mother-in-law, my wife and I started dating, her mother-in-law, oh my God, my mother-in-law, it just would drive me nuts. And it wasn't until I began to really think about, well, what's her personality style? She's a high S. And it used to drive me nuts. We'd get ready to go out to dinner, right? And we'd say, where do you guys want to go out to dinner? And she would say, well, does anybody want to go try the new Mexican restaurant? And we're like, nah. And she'd get shot down, and she wouldn't fight. and we go someplace else, and at the end of the evening, it might come up, well, you know, I really wanted to go to that Mexican dinner. And it used to irritate me, like, well, why didn't you just say so? Well, she did. I just didn't recognize it. Because she's not going to push her opinions or what she wants on someone else because of her personality style. So now, when she says, does anyone want to go try that? I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. We should do that, okay? Because that's how she expresses what she wants. And if you think about people that you work with in the OR, you're going to find all of these personality styles in the OR. You're going to find a circulator, a scrub tech, or one of you, or an anesthesiologist who are like one of these personality styles. And if you're having conflict with them, I want you to stop and think about, what am I, and what do I think they are, and am I having an issue with how I'm perceiving their their behaviors? Because what we want to do is we want to build rapport with this. And why is that? Because once we can get to connection and understand where they're coming from, we can more effectively communicate and speak their language. And then once we can communicate, then we can really get them to comply. And this has become, I've used this in family practice clinics, where, you know, physicians who, we've done some personality testing of their patients, they come in and the physician kind of changes those instructions and changes that interaction so that that patient now fully understands what they're doing, and he understands this patient, they're going to write everything down. I don't need to give him a handout. But this patient, I need to give him written instructions, all right? And that's really improved their relationships. Because remember, everyone is different, all right? What's natural for you may take effort for others, okay? Just because it's easy for you doesn't mean it's always easy for someone else. You're just gifted. And what energizes you may demotivate others. How we recharge and want to take breaks, that's very different based on our personality style. My son, when he's on vacation or on break, what does he want to do? He wants to read books. He wants to play chess and do things that are more, inside his mind. My daughter, she wants to go out and play. She wants to go to the barn with her friends and ride horses, or she wants to go to the mall or whatnot. That's how she re-energizes, is when she's tired, she wants to go out and do social things because she's a high I. My son, the C, is the opposite. And that's fine. That's perfectly normal. And if I fought my son saying, Jacob, you need to go out and do these things, he and I would butt heads and nothing would be accomplished, I don't think. And my daughter, if I tried to make her sit and read a book, she might get some pushback on that, because that's not always how she re-energizes or recharges her batteries. Now, some people are very good at multitasking, and some you just got to do one thing at a time. Some prefer to work alone and isolate and retreat, while others, they want and need that discussion and dialogue to stimulate them. And when they interact and engage with others. Some people are very fast-paced, and some are very slow-paced, like we've already talked about. And we got to be aware of that when we talk with them. Now, if you're going to do business, be in a relationship, or do anything with these individuals, you're going to approach them differently. So with a task-oriented person, they got to trust you first before they like you and do business with you. And for most task people, they're going to say, I will trust you when you prove I can. I'm going to look at your results. Do you do what you say you're going to do? Is the evidence there? Yes, it is. Okay, I trust you. Now we can begin this relationship, okay? That's very different than a people-oriented individual. They must first like you before they want to do business with you. And if they don't like you, they're not going to want to do any business with you. For people-oriented people, they'll trust you until you prove you can't, but they have to like you. And they're going to judge whether or not they like you, not only based on how you treat them, but they're going to look and see how you treat others, and they're going to watch that very carefully. And that's how they will determine whether they like you. And if they like you, then they'll do business. If they don't, they won't. So as we build up what we call this ladder of rapport, on the task side, we start, it's got to go trust, then the relationship. And on the people side, it's relationship, then trust. And we really, since we have all four of these in us, it's real important that we begin to use these. Because at the beginning of any conversation or relationship, it really should start with listening. And that really is the supportive, the S-type personality style. And we need to really focus in on hone on those skills so that we can really listen. Then after that, we need to observe what's going on, what's being said, how it's being said. And that comes from the C that we have in us. And then we need to be more discerning, and that comes from our D. And then when it's our turn to talk and to interact, we need to speak from our I. We need to be energetic, we need to be outgoing, and not be afraid to speak. Now, there are a couple danger zones. Another pitfall, if you will, that some of us have. Now, Ds, they are prone to decide before they get all the information. They'll just, because they just want to go, they'll say, oh, that's what we're doing, and that's what we're doing. And they might not make the best decision, but they're just going to make a decision and move on. And so they can be real prone to deciding before they get all the information. I's will often interrupt the other individual before waiting, before it's really their turn in that interaction or that conversation. S's tend to spectate and kind of sit on the sidelines and not necessarily be real involved. And if you ever have somebody in a meeting and they're not saying anything, I'm going to guess they're probably an S. And if that's the case and you really want to hear their opinion, gently ask them for their opinion in front of everyone. They'll give it to you, but they're not going to just say, this is what I think. They're going to spectate more. And then C's, they're likely going to criticize the value of the information. They're going to look for areas where they think things are wrong. And when we have some complete and perfect rapport, that's where we have the exchange of information and opinions. We have active engagement in the communication. When we communicate, we're going to use all four of these together. And remember, each person is their own blend. Now, there are some things that will hinder us from effectively communicating. And these are some attitudes that, if this is your particular personality style, you've got to be real careful when we're interacting with others. And D's, like I said, you tend to make your mind up real quick, and then you don't change because you've already moved on to the next thing. And you tend to jump to conclusions rather quickly. So as a D, I would encourage you to tap the brakes and slow down and really spend time fully thinking about what's going on, what's being said, and drop below to that, that slower paced, task-oriented personality traits. I's, they tend to daydream from time to time. It's usually squirrel with eyes, and that happens with my daughter. I swear to God that happened. We were about bike riding about 8 years ago. She's telling me the story and sees a squirrel, literally squirrel. And I just laughed because, yeah, that's your personality style. You need to eliminate the distractions in your life so that you can really focus on what's going on. S's, sometimes they'll develop selective hearing because they'll filter out things they don't want to hear that might be related to something bad or conflict or anything. And they'll shut down sometimes as they begin to process because they're like, okay, that's too much. I have so much information I can take in. I'm going to shut down now. And I'm going to process what we've gone over. If you have more, come back later. And they will sometimes try and change the subject or procrastinate because they don't like the topic, and it can be real hard for you if you're trying to lead them to get them on task. Now, C's, you look for specific things that are said in general, and then you kind of postulate from there, sometimes inappropriately, and then they try and remember too much detail, and they'll focus on one word or concept that might be incorrect, and if it's incorrect, well, then the whole thing is wrong, so they throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will. Now, there are some obstacles that will keep others from listening to you. So this is if you are talking to someone else, things you need to think about when you are talking from this personality style. Or they're listening, you're talking to them, I mean. So they usually want you to get to the point, So they quit listening. D's will quit listening once they've determined the information is useless. So you've only got a couple seconds with a D. And we all have those in our lives where, hey, I want to talk to you about this. And about 10 seconds later, they've already said, this is not worth my time, moving on. Okay? So if you're going to know that you're going to approach someone like that, get right to the point, all right? And don't dilly-dally on making your point. Don't be all warm and fuzzy with a D. Just say, this is what we need to do. This is why we need to do it. And they're like, okay. With an I, they typically are going to think about how they can get attention. They're going to tune out boring conversations, and they're easily distracted by the environment. So when you're wanting to talk to an I, be a little more energetic, and if they're in a big area or they're in an environment that could easily be distracted, maybe you choose a different environment to have that more meaningful conversation with them, okay? S's, they can lose the speaker's train of thought, and like I said, they will shut down not only in response to information or topics, but even the tone of your voice can impact how an S will react to you. And really what you want to do is you want to slow down just a little bit when you talk to them, a little quieter, softer voice. And then with the C's, they'll stop listening as soon as they judge you no longer worthy to be listened to. They'll do that quite quickly. And sometimes they'll try and run ahead of you in your talk, and they'll try and figure out, well, the logic seems to be going this way, and I'm just going to jump to the point and beat them to it in the conversation. Just know that with a C, you're going to want to lay everything out step by step, because they're always, you're going to need to know that you're right with a C when you approach them. Like, this is why we need these protocols or whatever. It's A, B, C, and D. Boom. Okay. Now, with leadership, there's more to it than meets the eye. And really, what leadership is, it's a blend of all these styles when we lead others and work with others, okay? And when we're talking about our emotional intelligence, it's that self-awareness, knowing who we are. It's understanding and controlling our own actions such that we aren't, our actions and behaviors aren't misunderstood by the others. And having those disciplined actions. It's social awareness, and knowing how to read others, and knowing, kind of getting an idea of what really motivating them. How might they interpret how I say this? And then it's that social skill, and that's connecting with others. Now, just because you might be a high D or a high I or a C or an S doesn't mean you can't be a great leader. We all, honestly, as I've gone through many projects in the hospital, you need a little bit of every little bit of these to really effectively make change in any large organization. So D's are going to lead from the front, okay? They're going to say, this is what we need to do, follow me. And that's good at times in that project. Then there are other times you might need to shift gears a little bit and be more like an I, where you lead inspirationally and you lead kind of from the middle of the pack. And you say, hey guys, this is good stuff, we need to do this. And then sometimes in that project, you might need to shift. And you need to lead it from an S style, more from the back, and more supportive, and saying, what do you need? What materials, what support can I give you to help you so that we get this project done? And then C's, they lead from the side, right? And we need those folks that make certain we're following these guidelines, or we're making this protocol, or our every step is being done the way it needs to be in order to make this a better place. So just because you're one of these personality styles doesn't mean you can't be a leader. And in fact, there are many personality styles that, all four of them can be very, very strong leaders. And the best leaders know when they need to tap into those different personality styles. What do I need to tap in now in order to push this group forward? Now, what's interesting is a friend of mine had me do this for his company. And he was having issues with his people, and there was there were two camps, basically. There was the fast-paced people. These guys up here, they would all go out and have fun after a convention. He's a financial analyst and things like that. So all his people up here would go out and have fun, go to dinner and parties, while these four people below that line would stay home or stay in the relax in their rooms or go someplace quiet. And it was causing a lot of strife between his people. So we tested them, and what we found was that this is how they react in the workplace. But if we looked at them in their natural place, if they weren't under the influence of the job, this is really how they would be. And they're far more diverse, far more spread out. And what happened is that all these people that were up over here, some of them they would shift from here to there at the workplace, but then they'd come back here at home. And after we got done with the workshop, the day-long workshop, all these individuals understood That's why you do what you do. That's why when I said that the other day, you got angry or you didn't, we had a little fight about it, is because I approached you incorrectly. And what had happened is, after we did this workshop and his people really began to live this, and they began to understand that, JPs here need to talk differently to CH, and that's okay, their productivity went through the roof. So this is real stuff, and it does apply in the workplace, as well as your personal life. So, in summary, remember, you have the D type, the I type, outgoing, people-oriented, the reserved, people-oriented, S type, and the C type that are cautious, that are or reserved and or task-oriented. Remember, Ds, they want results. I's want recognition. S's, they want relationships. And C's want to be right. So where do you fit in? Those two questions are going to give you a pretty good idea where you're going to start from. And when you get home, your family, your friends, your loved ones, ask them those two questions. And then you can begin to piece together, this is why we have conflict, or maybe this is why you and I get along so great. This is why, my brothers get along pretty great, and me and them, we weren't so hot growing up. It's because of different personality styles. But now that I understand that, I've been able to go back and make those relationships stronger. So this is powerful stuff. So a final thought, you can't change other people. The only person you can change is yourself. And now that you know this information, you can now begin to change how you interact with others, okay? When in doubt, start with people and then move to task. And in fact, you probably always ought to do that, because you never know who's on the other side, and about 2/3 of the population are going to be people-oriented. And it might be as simple as, hey, I hope you're having a great day, with a smile, or something like that, an email, happy Wednesday, okay? Start with the little people and then move to task. I do that every day in the prep. How's it going? I start with the little people, and then I get right to task, because that's what I'm about. I'm about task. I'm about getting you to sleep and waking you up, okay? But I need to start with people because I need you to like me so that you trust me, okay? These are not labels, okay? You don't go around saying they're a D, they're a C, whatever. More importantly, these are not excuses. Just because I'm a high D doesn't give me license to be a prick, okay? I wish it did, but it really doesn't. And so these are not excuses. And you can't just say, I'm a high S and people are going to walk all over me, or I'm a C so I can just be cold and calculating. No. Now that you know this, now you know how to change your behavior. So if you'd like to learn more, you can visit my website at davidnorrismdmba.com/disc. Here's my email if you ever have any questions or anything. And then finally, here's my phone number. If you have questions, you can call, text. If you need help with this sort of thing, I'm more than happy to do that for you. Of everything I teach and everything I've learned, this has been probably the most powerful stuff I've ever learned. It's very simple, but it's very easy to apply, and it will dramatically improve your business and personal relationships. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you learned something.
Thank you very much, Dr. Norris. That was very insightful. Are there any questions from the audience? We have a few questions online, so I would like to, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I have one question. So you say the only person you can change is yourself.
Yes.
But to what degree do you need to do an effort to change yourself? Or do you just need to use your personality in the situation that you need to?
I'm not saying change yourself to shift from becoming a D to an S or an I to a C. I'm not saying that. I'm saying know yourself well enough, and when you're interacting with those individuals, you might need to change some behaviors so that you don't damage that relationship or that communication. So if I come at, I have a PACU nurse who's a high S, all right? And she's very conscientious. She wants the best for her patients. And I've told her time and time again, just text me or get right to the point. I don't need a paragraph of how the patient's doing. but she will still call and give me a full report. And I can either be the D, that I don't want this call, come on now, or I can just accept that's who she is, and she's doing it because that's who she is, and I'm not going to change her, so I change me as I interact with her. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Hello?
Hey, it worked.
All right. Hey, thank you so much for the talk. It certainly makes a lot of sense. I could certainly see myself in a lot of the different categories that you had,
Yep.
which sort of leads me to my question is, you did mention that everyone has like different degrees of that. Should, do most people, are they able to identify just like, yes, I'm like, that is my strong point, or do you really have to take the test? Because I could see myself having a strong in all four of those categories, and I
Right.
feel like the different fuels I have for, all four of those describes me very well in different circumstances. So, wonder if
you can, the two questions is a quick down and dirty way to figure out what your primary one is, okay? So if you'll look here at my family, right? The two questions, pace, focus, are going to tell me what the peaks are. But they're not going to necessarily tell me what the secondary is for like my son or my daughter. She has a secondary S, okay? That really needs more of a test, and that'll bring that out. Now, some people, they're even across the board. That's about 1% of the population are going to be even across the board. That's not uncommon. And they become they're very fluid. They kind of go with whatever's happening, and they get along with just about everybody. And there are not a lot of them. But in order to really figure that out, I would recommend a diagnostic.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Just a few online questions. Caitlin, she asked, is it better to have a mix of all the types or having multiples of the same personality type?
Are we talking about it like on a team? Oh, okay. A team, the guy I learned this from, Dr. Rome, he was employed by the, what's the Arizona baseball team? Somebody? Red Diamondbacks? He was employed by the Diamondbacks to help them pick their players when they first started that club. And he went through and he picked a team of Ds. And it's because baseball is not really a team sport. It's an individual sport. You got a batter and a pitcher. It's an individual sport. You want high Ds in those positions. In that circumstance, he did. It really depends upon what you're doing and what your function is. I typically suggest if you're doing anything that's related to customer service, you need somebody who's going to want to get out there and lead like a D and be right to the point, but you also need those fun people when you have a customer come in that you can engage and interact with. And then you need that S who's going to be really reserved and at a slower pace but focused on people that are going to really try and solve the customer's problems. The I's get them in, the S's help solve the customer's problem, and then you need the C's to make certain that you're hitting your benchmarks, that you're doing quality work. So you really, really need all four. But if you have a team of S's, that's fine. One time, a few years back, I was working with a pediatric residency program, and I tested them, and there were 30 of them in the room. There were 27 S's. There was 1 D and 2 C's. I was flabbergasted by that. But their team, their residency program has a bunch of S's, and they do very good work. So it really depends upon what you need. And if you're building a team and you have specific job duties, you can design a job, and then you can actually figure out what personality styles best fit for those job duties. I do have those tools as well, and that's what we do with Corey, or my friend Corey. So. Oh, sure, it's up to you guys.
All right, last question by Jessica. She asked, what type of management style would be most effective for dealing with these various personality types?
Say that again?
She asked, what type of management style would be most effective for dealing with these various personality types?
All. I mean, you want to, I'm going to lead a D differently. I'm going to talk to, like I have partners who are Ds. I talk to them very differently when I was the president of our group, our practice, than I did the S's or the I's. I mean, and you really, I adapt how I communicate, how I interact with them differently, and that's the leadership style. And then you want to adapt the leadership style based upon if you're doing a project and where you are in that project. When we were setting up a pre-op clinic, I had to use all four, but at different phases in that project. So, as long as you know who you are and you have a pretty good idea of what they are, you can be on your way to being a really good leader.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Norris.
All right, thanks.
Thank you so much. We're having a 20-minute break. We'll see each other back at 15:45. Yeah, 15:45. Okay, and then you can meet Dr. Norris at the Medtronic booth if you have more questions. Hashtag don't be a too high D.
thought the surgeons were going to be down here for this. We're going to do some huddle or something now.
Yes, that's supposed to, and they know they're supposed to be here. Just let me finish this count and I'll call them.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, all you brave people. You should all get an award for staying in the room. Applaud yourself. So, we still have a very interesting talk, and it's Dave Fitzgerald who I welcome to the stage. Dave has been a role model for me, ever since I went into perfusion, and he's even younger than me. So thank you, Dave. And he will talk to us about cool stuff they're doing to teach students non-technical skills. And Dave is a perfusionist, of course, and he's also the director of the cardiovascular program at the Medical University of South Carolina. Thank you.
Thanks, Luke. I think we're going to have to check driver's licenses here to see which one is older. Again, I appreciate being here. I was participant in this conference a few years ago before COVID, and I had looked forward to coming back and seeing everybody again. This is more like a fireside chat. If you guys want to come up, move up a little bit, please feel free. I'm glad I didn't do the audience response now, and I did it this morning, because it's a lot easier to do it now just by asking you to raise your hand. But I think, all that being said with attendance, I think this topic is a nice segue given our last session that we had, Shauna talking about protocols, Luke about data acquisition, artificial intelligence, and then summing it up with David Norris's talk on emotional intelligence. And really what I want to do is share with you some work that we've completed that was published last year, assessing non-technical skills in practicing perfusionists. And so I know, I'm one of two people that are holding you back from, enjoying some cocktails probably by the pool. So I only have two learning objectives for today, is to take a few moments and share with you some of the elements of human error in healthcare, and then to describe some of the tools that are now becoming available special to perfusion about assessing our non-technical skills in the operating room. And so I want to start with this illustration here. There is a sociology professor, his name is Charles Perrow, and Charles Perrow worked at Yale University Medical Center, and he studied very complex work environments. And he defined the complexity of a work environment based on how complex it was, but then how tightly coupled activities are. And if you look at this box here, cardiac surgery is in this corner here, in a tightly coupled and in a complex environment. So what does that mean? By being tightly coupled, that means that something that happens in the operating room has an effect on what happens with other people. I once worked for this surgeon, and he joked around about it, but he said, if perfusion speaks up, if they have a problem, we need to listen. We need to stop and listen, because if they're not happy, then the rest of us shouldn't be happy. And so what happens at the surgical field has an impact on us. What happens on the heart-lung machine has an impact on the patient and the job that the surgeon can do. And so our tasks are very tightly coupled. And we work, as you know, in a very complex environment. If I were just to point out here, the other high-risk industries that are found in this quadrant, you have nuclear power, nuclear weapons, chemical plants, aircraft, space missions. So you can see we're nestled in a pretty tightly complex work environment. And he went on to say that accidents are inevitable in complex, tightly coupled technological systems, regardless of the skills of the people that work within them. So it's inherent that we're going to run into failure from time to time. And to be quite honest, we're fallible as people. We make mistakes. We're human beings, and working in this tightly complex environment, we're prone to make errors. And sometimes it's the system that prevents us from making the errors. There's a lot of work that's been done. Shauna did a really nice job this afternoon talking about, the frequency of adverse events and errors. But if we really do a root cause analysis and go back and look at, how errors occurred, 86% of those adverse surgical errors are really based on system errors, breakdowns within the system, and not necessarily the technical skill of the individual. And I see this I see this in my role as an educator at MUSC all the time because, you know, in our traditional educational model that we teach people to become perfusionists, we educate them to become the perfusionists, and traditionally that's very siloed, right? Perfusion students are in a classroom and then they're in simulation, so they do all of their foundational learning together as a group, as one class, but then what we do is we kick them out of the nest and send them to the operating room where they're working with everyone. They're working with surgeons and anesthesiologists and nurses and techs, and now they have to kind of learn by trial by fire, how do you work within a system, within a team? And so we have to break down some of those silos and have, you know, medical students and nursing students and perfusion students all working together, because the more that we can appreciate and understand what they do, the better we're going to be as colleagues and being able to effectively communicate and collaborate. And then lastly, 40% of intraoperative errors are due to lapses or breakdowns in communication. And this also, there was a similar statistic provided by the Joint Commission that 2/3 of all, you know, hospital-based adverse events are because of lapses in communication. It's not that technically you don't know or you be able to master what you're doing. It is, you know, the people and the environments that you work in. And the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality in 2014 identified the 8 common root causes of medical errors. And what I want to draw your attention to is that point number 7, bullet point number 7 here is technical failures. The aspects of, you know, somebody didn't do what they were supposed to do because they didn't have the technical skill to do it. The other 7 bullet points here are all non-technical errors. The way in which we communicate, the flow of information. So early this morning, you know, we watched a demonstration of 2 individuals, you know, documenting during a simulated cardiopulmonary bypass procedure how much attention was focused away from the patient and onto a manual record versus what was being electronically captured. So there could be inadequate information flow that exists. Patient-related issues, you know, we can't control how sick the patients are coming into our service line. Of course, you know, there's a cognitive overload that can occur when we're asked to do more with less. Staffing patterns and workflow, you know, I think you can attest to the fact that, you know, there's a staffing shortage across a number of different healthcare specialties, and we're asked to, you know, still keep the lights on, you know, while we're working understaffed, and we're seeing, you know, a significant amount of fatigue occur with our colleagues just from having to pick up, you know, all that extra time that would otherwise be spent elsewhere. And then sometimes, as Shauna said, you know, inadequate policies. Do we really have a protocol that reflects what it is we actually do? It's one thing to say, yes, I have a protocol, here it is, but if your protocol hasn't been updated in 7 years and it no longer reflects what your contemporary practice is, then it's not worth the paper that it's on. So when she asked the question about how frequent it should be updated, my answer would have been every year, and that you don't necessarily have to make changes to it, but just read it once a year and see if it still reflects what it is that you guys do. And I think this is pretty important. You know, we had seen not too long ago, actually, just a month or 2 ago, some of you might have seen in the news about, you know, a nurse working at Vanderbilt and, you know, having a pretty adverse event, administering vecuronium to a patient when she otherwise was expecting to give Versed. And that patient had a sentinel event and subsequently died from it. Well, just very recently, she was convicted, and now has been convicted of involuntary manslaughter and will be sentenced in a couple weeks. And a lot of people are concerned, of course, because, you know, she had this critical error, but she did the right thing in reporting it right away when she found out what it was. And so is this going to have a adverse or detriment to, you know, people being able to speak up and say, hey, I made an error, let's you know, hey, help me, I made an error, let's try to fix this? Is this going to, you know, wax and wane how often we disclose these things when we make an error? So, you know, it's interesting. We don't know all the details, of course. You can only, you know, gather so much from the news, but it appeared to be a system error when she was typing in, you know, VE for Versed, and actually was cataloged under midazolam, its brand name. But then she opened the drawer and pulled out the vecuronium, right? So she made a critical error in not doing those proper safety checks. But the article did say too that that system, that electronic cabinet that's affixed to Epic, didn't work very well. And in fact, it was common practice for the staff people to override that safety system. And in that particular patient's case, that patient was in the hospital for 3 days. There were 20 overrides of that system by various healthcare providers, not just this nurse. And so sometimes we're only as safe as the systems that we work in. So this is an illustration showing you the models of quality here, right? So when you think of quality, what do you think of? You think of data collection, outcomes, quality improvement. Well, we know the data that exists in our patients, right? We can see how many chronic illnesses that we have. We can see what their risk scores are. We can do Euro scores and STS risk models to determine how well or not well that they'll wind up doing during surgery. We know the organizational factors, right? How many cases that we do a year, our structure and our process and how we care for patients. And we know how to measure complications at the end, right? Whether or not they've had a stroke, whether or not they've been diagnosed with AKI. But in here is the black box, right? This is the OR black box. This is what we want to better understand exactly how care is conducted in the operating room, because of course that has a big impact on complications. And we're very good at the technical things, right? At least measuring the technical things, not so much about being able to measure and assess the non-technical things. And so there are organizations and people in this space of human factor psychologists and engineers that have helped us better understand how to assess some of those non-technical behaviors. So by definition, a non-technical skill or behavior is an aspect of performance in the operating room which underpin medical expertise, use of equipment, and drugs. And they really fall under three categories. They're cognitive. The cognitive would be things like situational awareness, decision-making, social aspects like your ability to effectively communicate and your level of teamwork and leadership with people that are in the operating room, and then the personal resource factors, the current stress level in the operating room, or perhaps the level of fatigue, how many people have worked 24 straight hours on call and expected to stay for another case. I mean, these are some of the psychological and physical impacts that we place on ourselves by trying to play that superhero role, right? So these types of things are measurable. And we're not pioneers here. That this type of non-technical skill assessment happens in other high-risk industries, industries that are highly reliable organizations. You'd see offshore drilling, aviation, aerospace. They are preoccupied with failure. They're preoccupied with the conditions and the circumstances that allow them to identify what are the common themes that occur when there is an error. Go back and let's recreate that process and develop what the root cause is. And many times it's teamwork and communication, right? Is there anyone in the audience that's a Formula One fan? Okay, a couple here. So I'm going to play this video for you. This was, I believe, the Red Bull team, and this was in 2019. And this car, this Formula One car, is going to come in for a pit stop. And during a pit stop, the things that you would normally expect to have happen is the tires get changed, car gets refueled, they assess any mechanical issues, and then they want to get this car as quickly back out into the road as possible because every second matters. So I'm going to go ahead and play this video for you. So that's 1.88 seconds. And at that time, of course, as you had seen at the top of the screen, that was the world record. I've come to find out it's actually 1.82 seconds now, so it's even shorter than that. But I think a couple of things that you might have taken away for that is, God, how many people were around that car for that 1.88 seconds? I mean, you know, it's pretty fascinating. And if you look from an aerial view here, you can see that everyone has a job to do here, right? And everyone's job here is critically important. You can imagine what would happen if the person who is the front wing adjuster or the tire gunner here on the left doesn't do their job to task. That now there could be a significant issue with how this car takes off and then handles on the road. So you can see everyone has a job, it's important, everyone is aware of the situation, so they have good situational awareness, right? They understand what the task is of hand. They're monitoring the situation, so if one of these people has trouble with their job, that they know there's somebody else there that's going to help them. If they do communicate in that 1.88 seconds, that they have a system to be able to do that. And, you know, this to me is the one picture that's the quintessential teamwork picture, right? And it wasn't always like this. In fact, if you go back to Formula One racing in the 50s, the average pit was 67 seconds. So this process has improved over time. By the 1970s, it was 27 seconds. And now, of course, as I said, you know, in 2021, it's 1.82 seconds. Some of that is improvements in the technology, but some of that is improvements in the design of teams being able to effectively do this. And like I said before, this is measurable in other industries. And you can see, you know, we take these risky interventions. We have people who specialize in this space of human factors engineering observe and then help us create these tools for us to be able to use and assess non-technical skills as clinical professionals. And probably one of the professions that started with this was surgeons. So this is the non-technical skills taxonomy for the surgeons, or NOTS. This was developed by the University of Aberdeen Medical Center in Scotland. Dr. Stephen Yule, who's a human factor psychologist, runs that program now. And he's worked very closely with healthcare providers, with surgeons in developing these non-technical skill assessment tools. In fact, you know, in talking to him recently, what he's working with right now is even much higher than that. He's working with NASA in helping to develop a way to be able to do surgery in space. And how you communicate, you know, across, you know, thousands and thousands of miles to be able to have a team based here communicating with a team in space. But they were able to create these 4 different categories. Situational awareness, which is the way in which we gather information and how we understand the information and then project and try to anticipate when things occur. Decision-making. Decision-making is considering all the options that are available, right? And then selecting and communicating these options and then implementing them. Communication and teamwork is our ability to exchange and share information with our colleagues, establish a shared understanding and coordinate team activities. These are the types of things that ideally is what a surgical timeout, or you know, if you call it a pause, you know, before the case starts, this is where some of this information should be shared. You know, if you're taking that process of, you know, the surgical timeout seriously, then you're ensuring that everyone has a shared mental model about what we're supposed to do. Also, you know, what the situation is with this patient, what we intend to do, any potential unintended consequences that may occur. And that team should come away with a pretty good understanding of exactly what it's intended of them. And then our ability to exercise leadership. You don't have to have a title to be a leader. Leadership is vital in every aspect of life. Our ability to support others. So if I see, you know, a scrub nurse, for example, falling behind a little bit, you know, I have to be able to stand up and to say, hey, everybody, can we stop a second? You know, this person might need our help. Or if I see an anesthesiologist struggling and I'm off bypass, I'm going to be the first one to come around. Yeah, I'm an extra set of hands here. How can I help? So we have to be able to support one another and then obviously cope with pressure, because there's always pressure in what we're doing, right? And you would think, well, that's pretty easy to measure, right? Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, they say. So this was a study that was conducted in 6 different hospitals in Norway just a few years ago, and they asked the surgical team, which consisted of operating theater nurses, anesthesiologists, and surgeons, and they wanted to assess their perceived ineffective communication or ineffective non-technical skills, right? So this first one here is exchanging information, that the anesthesiologist kept the surgeon informed about the surgery. Now, the surgeon says 42% of that time it was inadequate, but the anesthesiologist, nurse, and nurse anesthetist all thought it was closer to 80%. So there's a difference in perception. I love this one, establishing a shared understanding. The surgeon communicated and planned the procedure. Well, 95% of the time the surgeon thought they did that adequately, but at least half of all the other people in the room said that was inadequate. And then lastly, surgeon checking preoperatively whether the whole team is ready to start the procedure. 88% of the time they said, yep, that's appropriate. And everyone else said, no, not so much. You know, at least a half to 2/3 said, no, that wasn't that was inappropriately done. So perceptions vary between professions, right? So we can't just subjectively say, you know, yes or no, this is good non-technical performance. So we need these skills and these rubrics, these scoring systems to observe these behaviors, categorize them, understand the context, and then quantify the behavior. If we can measure it, then we can improve it. So as I said before, there are assessment systems for surgeons, for anesthesiologists, for scrub techs. It only felt appropriate that Perfusion has one that's specific to them, right? The only key question was, do we call it pints or do we call it pants? So we needed a fancy acronym for it, and as you can imagine, we called it pints. So we created this scoring system with the help of human factor psychologists that aligned fairly closely with the KNOT system. And we can rate these behaviors from good to poor. With delineations, of course, here in the middle. I'm actually going to share with you one of those experiences here in a moment. So there was a bunch of us that created at least this proposed taxonomy, and then what we did is during AMSEC's 2020 conference, so this was the very last conference right before COVID shut us down, we were there in St. Louis, and what we did was we used the audience as our research group. And they participated via audience response, and we played for them a series of videos. And I'm going to play in just a moment a clip of one of those videos. You might have seen them before. They were videos that were created several years ago by AMSEC, simulation videos, with different aspects of the surgical timeout, with process of surgery. And we asked the audience to rate those behavioral skills after we introduced the PINT system to them. So we gave them about a half-hour primer on what PINTs is, what the scoring system was, and then we asked them to rate each of those behaviors in this session. And it was on an 8-point Likert scale, and I'll go through some of the results here in a minute, but I'm going to play this video, and I've already biased you because the title of it is, "This is a pretty poor preoperative briefing," but tell me that you haven't seen something like this before.
Denise, I thought the surgeons were going to be down here for this. We're going to do some huddle or something now?
Yes, they're supposed to, and they know they're supposed to be here. Just let me finish this count and I'll call them. You go through this every day.
8, 9, 10.
Okay, just do your hypos and then we'll.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
All right, I'll call them now. Go through this every day. All right, Dr. Sam, we're ready for a briefing in room 46. All right, thanks. He's on his way. Jen, it's Denise in 46. We need you down here for the briefing. All right, thanks. Bye. They're both on their way.
I'll be in the pump room.
So let's finish the count. I'm waiting for that.
1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 19, 20.
That's the one.
Okay, can we get this this briefing going? I've got patients in the office waiting for me. I got sick patients in the ICU.
Okay, let me get Bill. He left the room while we were waiting.
Listen, Marissa, he is the annular shaped ring. He's got a low EF. We need a balloon pump, and we use Delnito Plegia. Okay. Listen,
Okay, Bill's on his
I've
way.
got a
Bill's
really
on his way.
complicated endocarditis case tomorrow. Prosthetic endocarditis. He's 85. He's got a bad ventricle. It's,
Are you guys talking about me?
No, we're not talking about
Okay,
that.
Sorry, we forget. We're talking about something else.
Concerned about his mitral valve as well, so we'll need to have a good echo.
Okay, so Bill's here. Let's go. Can we get this briefing going?
Yeah.
Everybody listening? We're gonna talk about you for a minute. This is about you. So this is Mr. Grace, medical record 0103466, and he has an allergy to penicillin. So what are we doing for procedure?
We're doing a mitral maze cabbage.
Okay, what type of valve?
We're going to repair the valve.
Do you need anything special for equipment or
I don't think
implants?
so. No, we'll do it
Any
like we
critical or
always do.
non-routine steps?
I hope not.
Any airway concerns?
Nope.
Okay. Any antibiotics?
Gonna give them.
Just remind me he's allergic to penicillin. Anything special for bypass?
No.
I have to check if we have blood. I forgot. I'm sorry.
No. But when you got all that stuff figured out, I got a lot of patients up in the unit.
Forgot.
Most up from yesterday sick. Call me when you're ready for me.
Okay, I'm gonna call about the blood and then we can finish the count.
So I should have done some preface on that. So that was a video, series of videos that were created up in Boston with a partnership between the Brigham and Mass General. So some of the people that you'd seen playing the roles, Dr. Tor Sant, who was the surgeon, who coincidentally is like one of the world's largest advocates of patient safety, playing this role. It was pretty funny. Bill Riley, who was the perfusionist. And I don't know who the nurse was, but they told me that she's like that every day, that she didn't act for that role at all. So that's the way she usually is, I guess, Nurse Ratchet. That was one of 4 videos, and so we had them assess each of those videos. So, some of the things, if you were able to pick up on, is that there really were, some domains that were fairly low scored. Here's our 8-point system from good to poor. So it was from 0.5 to 4 with half-point increments. And we asked the audience about their, whether or not there was situational awareness amongst the team and the perfusionist, decision-making, task management, and then communication and teamwork. Some of the things that really resonated with me was that, so there are moments from starting the briefing, Bill leaves the room, but then when the surgeon comes crashing in through the room, they actually start talking about the case before they've even assembled the group. And I'll give you away, if you haven't seen these videos, it's on the AMSEC website, but I'll give part of it away if you haven't. He said to the circulator, I'm going to use Delnito cardioplegia. Well, Bill doesn't know that. So Bill set up for different cardioplegia because he wasn't in the room for it. And other things that were, tip-offs, you could tell the surgeon's looking at his watch while they're going through the process. So it kind of, squashes the idea that he's engaged in this, like he's got better places to be. Even when they're doing the timeout, that Bill's back behind the pump, fixing the pump up. So he doesn't really seem like he's engaged either in this process. And then lastly, that, they're talking about another patient while they're, getting ready to manage this one. I had asked the question, do you guys usually do your pauses while the patient's awake? And the answer is yes, that's what they do. Because they want the patient to make sure that the patient is informed and aware, hey, this is what we plan to do. Do you have any questions? This is the way in which, this is what we discussed before, but this is the way in which we're going to manage you. So they normally do that with the patient awake. Not talking about another patient, of course, but you can see why, the wheels might start to unravel in this case because of this poor briefing. So we asked people to score this as well as 3 other videos. And you can see here the years of experience that were in the audience. So there were only about 66 people who filled out all 4, so any impartial responses we didn't analyze. But you can see the levels of experience that are here that participated in this. And what we found, not surprisingly, what we found was that there were 2 videos that were pretty poor, there were 2 videos that were pretty strong, and so you see the scores were more likely to be either really poor or really strong. We didn't have a really rotten timeouts over our long careers, right? And then same conversely with really good scores, that the more experience that you have, the more likely you are of giving it a better score than people that were less than 5 years. Again, probably not enough of an N of a sample size to say, there's clear association here. But what we did find was that using this tool, we were able to find, some correlation, that it correlated pretty closely with people's scores. Using the tool that we had, we're able to identify with fairly close correlation here, correlation coefficients of above 0.7 to suggest that, yeah, the tool was fairly reliable at assessing someone's non-technical skills. So I'm going to close because I want to make sure that we have plenty of time for questions on this. But so where do we go from here? So this was published in JTCVS. Now what we're working to do is create more videos to get them out into the community to allow practicing perfusionists to measure some of these skills. So have them posted on media platforms that will allow participation. We also see opportunities to continue to build structure in this process, not only professionally with having more sponsored events at conferences like this, but as educators, Shauna and I and the other 17 perfusion directors, how do we formally institute this at the foundational level of perfusion education? Yes, we teach them things like teamwork and communication, but now we actually have a tool where we can formally assess it. What you find if you work with students, what you find is that in the beginning when they start pumping cases, that they have tunnel vision. They're just looking at their reservoir and their pump flow the entire time, right? Because that's they have conscious competence, which says, I can do this, but I really have to concentrate, right? But they don't have a clear picture around the room with regard to what's happening at the surgical field, or keeping an ear open to what the discussion you're hearing between anesthesia and the surgeon. But the more cases they do, the more experience they get, their field of vision starts to open up. So that's when we know they're getting close to graduating, is that, you could ask them at any point of the procedure, what are they doing right now? What stage of the procedure they're in? And they understand because they see fundamentally with experience what's happening. Can we use that tool to say, yep, I believe you because now I can measure it. We also want to, create formal curriculum for simulation, so you can do this in a simulation environment. So we're not only just assessing whether or not somebody has good technical skills, but their ability to exercise their non-technical skills as well. And taking that information then, and then being able to allow them to assess their own skills, having them, what we're starting to do now is record their sessions and allow them to go back and review their recording and reflect and say, okay, where were your opportunities to communicate better here? You turned away for a second, I stole your venous return, I sucked your reservoir dry, you didn't realize that. Where were the opportunities here, to be more situationally aware of what was happening during the case? So it allows for some degree of reflection. So in conclusion, what I would say is that this non-technical skill assessment is really something that is newly becoming available for our profession, and hopefully with time, we can leverage it, learn from it, and have safer and collaborative healthcare practices with our colleagues. And implementing these would benefit the community in not just the formative educational stages, but in continuing educational offerings as well. And then the continued development of this PINTS tool will only further help increase the reliability and validity of being able to assess discrete behaviors. So with that, thank you so much again for your time. Thank you for staying late today, and I look forward to any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dave, for this wonderful presentation and the amazing amount of work that must have gone in this. We have some questions from the audience.
We have a question. We have a question here too. Jake has a question.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to make the remark that someone said it's the legendary Kevin Grace, but I don't know who they're referring to.
So Kevin Grace was the patient in the room.
Okay.
The person who was laying on the bed is Kevin Grace, who's here virtually right now. So Kevin's, so MGH is one of our clinical affiliates for MUSC, and I love Kevin to death, man. He was so happy. He was a willing participant in that, and so really cool that they were able to do that. And Kevin, can attest that my understanding, I wasn't there, but my understanding was they spent about 11 or 12 hours that day with constant retakes, just trying to get it right. It was almost like, being in a Martin Scorsese film, right? Like, no, do it again. So it was a long day for them, but I think we're all better because of it.
Thank you so much for the talk. It was very great to learn about pints, and the video was hilarious. But my question is, so I'm working on simulation and everything. You talked about non-technical skills in simulation. What are some things that you're seeing get missed that I should focus on for skills in simulation? Like what non-technical skills?
Getting missed?
Yeah, as far as not coaching our students up to the.
Yeah, that's a great question. And what we find is that no one starts at the same level. Some people, maybe in the program may do very well academically, but struggle a little bit with psychomotor stuff or even interacting with other people. Other people might struggle a little academically, but once they get into a team-based environment where it's hands-on, they're rock stars. And so not everybody really comes in with the same, levels of, or at the same starting point with regards to simulation. I think personally, it's the situational awareness is the last thing that usually clicks. Because, we start simulation in our second semester with just learning techniques, okay? Today we're gonna learn going off bypass. Next week we're gonna learn giving cardioplegia. Next week we're gonna learn, doing retrograde autologous prime. And so when we go through and exercise each of those fundamental skills, then we start bringing it together in case-based simulation. And so, for some learners, it's a process, right? There's just building upon each of their new skills. And I think, the non-technical skills are usually the last thing that come around, and the situational awareness in particular.
Okay, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
So with the assessment form that I've created, I've got the KSA model, the knowledge, skills, and abilities, attitudes. So the knowledge and psychomotor skills, those are easy to fill out in scenarios form. So beyond communication and being able to handle, pushback from other team members, any suggestions that I could fill out that last column with as far as?
No, I would love to talk to you after this session.
Sure,
give
sounds
me
good.
a few moments to think about. We always try to teach, closed loop communication. Regardless of what you heard, make sure you repeat it back. And the sterile cockpit, like in aviation, the sterile cockpit from 0 to 10,000 feet and 10,000 feet or below, when you're going on bypass, you're coming off bypass, you're given a clamp. Those are those sterile moments where you shouldn't be engaging in any communication with anyone except for the surgical team, right? And being able to exercise closed loop communication and also getting your point across. If you have a problem on bypass, right? So use some of the tools like SBAR. Don't use 10 words when 5 words will do. If you're having a problem with your venous drainage, if you tell the surgeon in a 60-second meal mouth a diatribe that you're having problems with venous drainage, they're obviously focused on the surgical correction of the case, and you need to be very effective with how you communicate to get the important points across.
Great suggestions. Thank you so much.
Ben.
Thank you very much for the nice talk, Dave. It was just to Hamid Darwin. I'm one of the faculty at Midwestern University, the Perfusion program. Just to second you on that simulation is one of the most important part of our training, where we see the maturity of the student as you said, at the beginning, we just tell them to go on bypass, and then we teach them how to come off bypass. But it has been one of the most from the communication point of view and troubleshooting, because we try to train them to do that. And at the beginning, as you have probably experienced, is that most of these students are so timid that you won't even hear their voice sitting right across the simulator. So we have been successful. I was just trying to say, yes, you were right. I mean, we have seen it in the field, and we have about 40 students every year that they go out, and we see that maturity in them as we start them on the simulator, in addition to what we teach them in the classroom.
Yeah.
It is a good, effective way.
Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. And I know you guys leverage a lot of simulation in your program as we do. There's, it's just become a game changer. The first case I ever did was a patient, and I didn't have the opportunity to use some of these technologies like many of us in the room. And so, these students, when they go out on clinical rotations, really do have all the technical skills down. It's just a function of learning in now different team environments.
Back to the amount of the communication they carry on. One of them goes 60 seconds, and the other one knows exactly, gives you a 5-second response.
Yeah.
So that we see that progress in there. So.
Yep. Thank you.
Just one online question.
Yeah.
Kimberly Meredith, she asked, who is assessing the perfusionist with this tool?
Say that again.
Who is assessing the perfusionist with this tool?
Yeah, so the original tool was developed, two people that were instrumental in helping us develop this were Stephen Ewell, Dr. Stephen Ewell from University of Edinburgh, Aberdeen, and Roger Diaz. Luke mentioned Dr. Diaz in his artificial intelligence talk. Dr. Diaz works at the Stratus Center at Harvard and works with Brigham as a human factor psychologist. So they helped us develop the taxonomy, but it would be perfusionists that take this tool and then assess behaviors using this taxonomy with some education, of course, in terms of what they're looking for exactly. That's a great question.
Dave, I have a question,
Mm-hmm.
and also a question from the audience with regard to that. Do you think that it would be better to learn non-technical skills in a non-perfusion environment, like with completely something else, like assertiveness courses or something like that, and then come to do the clinical work? And the question from the online thing is that do you feel that the students are improving with this tool?
Yeah. I'll take this last question first. So we've introduced it over the last year. So anecdotally, we think it's helpful, but it will probably be another year or so before we really can assess. We started at the first year of the students, and now they're getting ready to go on rotation. So we've actually adjusted our clinical evaluation system to have some of these domains on there, so their clinical preceptors can rate them. So we're going to see whether or not that has, at least in the beginning, has made an impact. The first question about, is it outside, could you, assess non-technical skills outside of perfusion? Yeah, you could. There's a system called Team Steps. Some of you might have actually had some Team Steps at your institutions. A lot of those underpinnings are very close to non-technical skills assessment, and they have a series of videos that are posted through AHRQ on their website, and some of them are outside of the context of perfusionists, but yeah, students can assess those behaviors. In fact, Shauna gave a great talk at AMSECT a few weeks ago on leveraging some of those tools in foundational learning in the first year of the program.
Okay. Any more questions? Thank you so much, Dave, for a nice presentation. And so now we go to the last talk of today, and we have Jeremy Jackson from the Southeast Professional Education Consultant, and Okay. Yeah. There's a Jeremy Jackson here. I'm sorry. Oh, no. Sorry. I'm sorry. It's been a long day. The last 3 years. We have Lina Sukotawate Templin from a Biomed, who will talk about the surgical utilization, of Impella 5.5. My apologies.
Thank you guys for sticking around for the very last talk of the day. My name is Lena. I work with Abiomed on their surgical team, and I'm going to spend 10 minutes, because that's all I have, to go over the Impella 5.5, so the world's smallest microaxial flow pump. Indications for use: we are indicated for cardiogenic shock, both in the setting of post-MI, post-cardiotomy, cardiomyopathy, cardiogenic shock, and then during the pandemic, we received emergency use authorization to be used as an unloading device in the setting of ECMO. This is the family of heart pumps. We have a very strong presence in the cath lab. However, as we've brought on the 5.5, this is quickly being adopted through all the cardiac centers. So if you haven't seen it yet, I'm sure you will. So the pump was designed originally for surgeons. It is shorter in length, so it's going to be inserted either the axillary or direct. It's also part of our Smart Assist platform, and so we have some smart metrics that we use, including this optical pressure sensor that is giving us a direct aortic reading. So what are the advantages of the Impella 5.5? Well, again, it's the smallest, most easiest pump to be placed in the full hemodynamic support, with peak flows greater than 6.2 liters. And we have the Smart Assist technology. Ease of implant: we have axillary or direct, which increases the early ambulation, and designed for longer term use. So we are FDA approved for 14 days. However, our longest patient on support was 164 days. So the pump works essentially like an Archimedes screw, and it's just pulling blood from the left ventricle through the aorta to the rest of the body. So faster the rotation, higher the flow. Pretty simple. All of the Impella devices are adjusted on a performance level or a P level. So this is just a quick little breakdown showing you, based on the P level, what your peak flows should be, your mean flows, and then of course your RPMs. If the pump is adequately placed in the right spot, so the inflow being in the LV and your outflow being in the aorta, when you're pulling blood from the left ventricle, you're decreasing your left ventricular end diastolic pressure and volume, which is decreasing your wall tension, microvascular resistance, decreasing left atrial pressure and pulmonary congestion, and mechanical workload. As you're doing that, you're decreasing your O2 demand. And so as the blood is going out to the aorta, you're increasing your flow, your MAP, and then your end organ perfusion. The two these things right here, are currently being studied. We're hoping to prove that post-MI, if you put an Impella in, unload the ventricle, that we will increase cardioprotective signaling and decrease reperfusion injury before intervention. So the Smart Assist platform have two sensors. We have an optical sensor which sits right by the motor housing in the aorta, and then our microaxial motor is actually a sensor as well, and it's a differential pressure sensor, and it knows the difference between the two spaces, so a difference between the ventricle and the aorta. And then taking those two metrics, they were able to get a derived LV waveform. I mentioned before that the Impella can be inserted via axillary or direct. So axillary, we're going to use a 10 millimeter graft. We're going to anastomosis to the axillary artery. This is done under fluoro, typically in a hybrid, or they bring a C-arm into the OR. Some cardiac surgeons are doing this. Others, they will sew the graft on and then bring in interventional cardiology to help. In the direct insertion, this is done primarily in your high-risk surgery population. While the chest is open, they're putting a 10 mm graft again on the aorta, placing the pump in, and then safely coming off bypass. So some considerations in the OR. So if, for example, a patient came in with an axillary insertion, they go to surgery, and the surgeon would like to do an off-pump procedure. They can use that with just an Impella-assisted off-pump procedure, or we can do partial bypass as well. If the decision's made to go ahead and do full bypass, you can leave it in place. We have a mode called surgical mode, and they can cross-clamp across the aorta. If we are cross-clamping and we're giving antegrade cardioplegia, we will be communicating with the perfusionist in the room, and we'll come out of surgical mode, turn the pump on a very low P level, P1, P2, just to prevent the migration of the cardioplegia down the Impella into the LV. And then when the dose is delivered, we turn it back into surgical mode. What is PAP? So it's an MCS device. It's preload dependent, afterload sensitive, and then of course positioning is important. We want to be 5 centimeters, my little video doesn't want to play, okay. We want to be 5 centimeters away from the aortic valve annulus. So where this is being utilized, we've done over 5,000 of these in the nation. Currently, the biggest bucket is cardiomyopathy, cardiogenic shock. However, the post-cardiotomy cardiogenic shock, or we're trying to kind of shift the focus to low cardiac output prevention, being more proactive in utilizing the Impella 5.5. So that piece of the pie is growing exponentially. In our other category, these are our pediatrics. I've heard of people using it for VSDs while they wait to mature, VT ablations, anybody with a weak heart that they're worried about doing a procedure on, they're using these temporarily. We've all been in those cases where the patient comes in, their EF is like 10%, the surgeon who's a cowboy wants to try to do all sorts of different things, and fingers crossed they come off pump easily, even with anesthesia's rocket fuel. And so this is allowing people to be more proactive and protect the patient post-operatively. Duration of support, as you see, we have a lot of patients that are on support greater than the allotted 14 days that we recommend. So as this is being adopted throughout the US, on the sickest patient population, we are still are having a maintained survival rate of 74%. We also we're seeing an increased utilization of VA ECMO and Impella or ECPella as an unloading or vent, and also a bridging strategy to come off ECMO. So a lot of people are putting it in as their exit strategy. And then why we do what we do. I stole this video off TikTok. This guy's ready for a heart transplant. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer some.
Thank you so much, Lena.
Yeah,
And
thank you guys for
apologies for
sticking
the
around.
mix-up. And thank you, Lena, and thank you, Biomet, and all the other sponsors for supporting this meeting, because we have to acknowledge that without our sponsors and the industry, we wouldn't be able to. I have a question for you, though. Lena, I have a question for you, though. Yeah, I was with all the praise. So we have to acknowledge our sponsors, because without the industry, this meeting wouldn't be possible. But I have some experience with the Impella, with the early Impella, but then it shifted a little bit to the cardiac theater, the cardiac cath lab.
Mm-hmm.
Are they still being put in ephemerally, the Impellas? Yes. And what is the?
So we still have our 2.5 and our CP, mainly the CP, and that is placed in the cath lab. That's a cath lab-based pump. The indication for use is only 4 days and is being heavily used as in the setting of high-risk PCI. So this is a new pump specifically designed for surgery.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any other?
All right.
So I would like to remind the people that we still have some sessions tomorrow. We are doing our marble, how it's called, sorry. Yeah, the marble competition will be after Summer Pizzuti's lecture. And then we will also have our Jeff Riley Memorial, which I all invite you to really visit and attend.
And then also the Levanova workshop also over in the ballroom across the hall. Thank you all very much. This concludes our session this afternoon, and we'll see you all tomorrow morning.